Hey everyone, welcome to Fiction Quest today. We're bringing you an incredible new movie on What If Naruto Fell in Love with Fallen Angel? Don't forget to subscribe and like this video before we begin. Let's get into the story. What am I doing here? Thought Naruto as he gazed up at the incredibly tall and imposing machine in front of him. It has been over 2,000 years and here he was still alive and healthy as he was when he had been just a kid. He looked no older than 20 and had a body that most men would kill for, though he wasn't bulky, but had a nice lean build. His sun-kissed blonde hair stuck up at all angles while his beautiful sky-blue eyes held little to no life in them. Living for as long as he had made him lose faith in all the things he used to believe in. Countless battles, wars, killing, and other horrible acts had made him a cold and closed-off individual. The man who used to fight to protect his precious people and innocence no longer existed, and all that was left was an empty shell. Captain Naruto, I see this is where you have been hiding, said Azrael with a smirk as he approached Naruto. Naruto turned to look at the man through his emotionless eyes. He took a good look at the Blue Cosmos leader and was unimpressed by what he saw. The man was of average height and wore a very expensive blue suit that matched his blue hair. From the way he walked and the smirk on his face, one could easily tell he was full of himself because of his money and position, but Naruto had no patience for men like him. Why are you here? Asked Naruto. Azrael couldn't stop the shiver that went down his spine as the man's emotionless eyes bore into his own. I have come down here to see you and the newest Gundam that was built. When I heard that the prototype used to design all other Gundams had been built, I just couldn't resist the opportunity to see it, smirked Azrael as he stood next to Naruto, then looked up at the Gundam that was in front of them both. I take it you were the one who requested I be the pilot of this Gundam, said Naruto knowingly. He should have known this man would request for him to personally pilot this Gundam. Of course, you are the top pilot in the Earth Alliance, having never been shot down and the only other person besides Lieutenant Mu Laflaga to have been able to fight on equal grounds as the damn coordinators in their mobile suits, said Azrael with a small chuckle. I hope you realize that I am not obligated to pilot this suit since I am part of a different branch of the Earth Alliance that you have no influence over, replied Naruto, causing Azrael to narrow his eyes in anger. It was true, the Earth forces had their own elite organization that only took orders directly from the president, so Azrael could not order Naruto to do anything. This branch was similar to ZAFT's own faith members that only took orders from the chairman. I am aware of this fact, but I thought you might change your mind once you saw this new mobile suit. I heard from your superior that you were unsatisfied with the mobile suit given to you, so I thought this might fit your tastes better. I mean, this mobile suit is what the 5 stolen Gundams, including the Strike, were all based off. I am sure with its capabilities you will be more than satisfied, grinned Azrael as he tried to lure the man into joining him. He was a fool to believe that Naruto didn't see through his underhanded manipulations, but he would learn his lesson eventually. I have heard the last 4 pilots that have attempted to pilot this suit have all gone mentally insane, said Naruto as he stared at the Gundam. Yes. Well, you see, this Gundam has a built-in AI called the Zero System, which allows the pilot to interface directly with the unit's combat computer. Unfortunately, none of our previous pilots has been able to handle the mental strain from the information upload. I am sure you won't have a problem though, replied Azrael dismissively. What about the Buster rifle? It doesn't look like a standard beam rifle to me, said Naruto, already knowing what it was, but wanted to see if Azrael would tell him. Regretfully, if you choose to pilot this Gundam, you won't be allowed to use the Buster rifle at full power because it would be breaching the treaty we have with those damn coordinators about not resorting to nuclear-powered weapons, frowned Azrael to show he was clearly upset with that fact. This Gundam has a nuclear core or something to that effect, so aren't you already breaching the agreement when you had this unit built, replied Naruto. Not really, but it is running off energy similar to that to nuclear power. That is why you can't use the prototype Buster rifle at full power, because those idiots will think it is a nuclear-powered weapon because of the damage it can do at full power and accuse us of breaching our agreement, shrugged Azrael as he had a glint in his eyes to show he really didn't care if he breached the treaty in some way. What will my targets be? Asked Naruto, causing Azrael to smile in victory. We will be heading to Orb to see if they will join us so that we can use their mass driver, and if they don't agree then we will be forced to use lethal force. Their nation is too much of a threat for us to continue to let them go unchecked like they have been, said Azrael, but Naruto could tell he just wanted an excuse to see this new Gundam in battle. I work alone, so I don't want to have to deal with any of those other pilots of yours because they will just get in my way, said Naruto, causing Azrael to grit his teeth in anger. The Blue Cosmos leader clearly didn't like having to cave to the demands of others, but knew he didn't have much of a choice if he wanted to gain Naruto's help. Fine, but you better not fail, demanded Azrael, but took a step back in fear when Naruto's eyes narrowed upon him. In 2 days I will be ready to test the unit's fighting capabilities, so have the Forbidden and Raider here by then. In order to test out the true capabilities of this Gundam, I will need to fight against other Gundams, said Naruto. That sounds like an excellent idea, and it will allow me to see what those other units are capable as well. I will have them transferred here immediately, then once you are done testing the Gundam we can head to Orb, smiled Azrael. By the way, the name of this Gundam is Wing Zero, but feel free to change it if you want, shrugged Azrael before taking his leave. Wing Zero, muttered Naruto as he went back to staring at the Gundam. If his friends and family could see him now, they would probably be extremely disappointed in him, since he was taking orders from a man no different than Orochimaru. Looks exactly like it does from Gundam Wing, but not Endless Waltz. Brake Captain Wilson had served in the military his entire life, which was reflected in his lifestyle and attitude. He was known to be a strict man, and despite him being slightly short in stature, he had an air about him that people seemed to fear and respect. If there was one thing he hated, it was insubordination, but as of lately he had been questioning the military's actions, especially after what happened in Alaska once he received word about the higher-ups activating a Cyclops system. It seemed as if both sides were aiming for total genocide of the other, and if it kept up things would get completely out of control. On top of that, he had to put up with one of the most arrogant and spoiled brats he ever had the displeasure of meeting, Lord Azrael, leader of Blue Cosmos. The man was seriously getting on his nerves with his cocky attitude, but there was little he could do since the man outranked him. He would have continued to curse the man, but his thoughts were interrupted when the person he was waiting for arrived on the bridge of his carrier. Captain Uzumaki, it is good to see you again, said Captain Wilson as he nodded at the man. Naruto Uzumaki was probably the man he respected more than anyone else, because even though the man was extremely cold and distant, he was someone you could count on in a tight spot. The man had saved his and many others' lives countless times in battle, which is one of the reasons most people looked up to him. Captain Wilson, you wished to speak with me? Asked Naruto with the same emotionless look in his eyes that he always had. The young man never showed any emotion and was always so cold that it made Captain Wilson along with many others wonder what happened to him in his past. Whatever happened to him most have horrible, because nothing ever affected the man. Yes. I wanted to tell you that those 3 special mobile suits of Lord Azrael have arrived, and I was to inform you that you will be having a test run against the Forbidden and Raider at 1400 hours, said Captain Wilson calmly. It would be best if you keep at least a few miles away during the fight at all times. From the reports I have read on those pilots, they don't care much for exercising restraint even while allies are around, said Naruto with a slight frown before his face became neutral again. I was not aware of that. But it doesn't surprise me that these pilots of Azrael are uncontrollable, since the man believes he is better than everyone else, frowned Captain Wilson. He wasn't worried about Naruto reporting him for bad-mouthing his higher-ups, because the man didn't really care what people said and didn't waste his time on such trivial matters. I would think you would be more worried about fighting against them. If they are as reckless as you say, then I doubt they will hold back against you even if it is a spar, said Captain Wilson as he looked at Naruto curiously. They won't hold back, I have no doubt that Azrael told them to go all out against me, replied Naruto. I take it you aren't bothered by this fact? Said Captain Wilson with a knowing smirk. No, because it is only way I will be able to truly test the capabilities of Wing Zero, answered Naruto. I am starting to believe what others say about you being suicidal, smirked Captain Wilson. If only dying was so easy, mumbled Naruto with a glazed look in his eyes. Captain Wilson heard what Naruto mumbled and gave him a strange look. He had never met a pilot who wanted to die, but then again he had never met anyone who he could say was similar to Naruto. Good luck, and I look forward to see you making fools of Azrael's men, chuckled Captain Wilson. Naruto just nodded his head at the man before taking his leave, since he needed to be prepared for his fight. Hanger. I still can't believe we are wasting our time fighting against some rookie pilot and his new mobile suit when we could be doing better stuff, scowled Clotho as he started up his mobile suit. Who cares, just so long as this pilot proves a challenge before we kill him, then it doesn't matter who it is, smirked Shawnee as he got into his mobile suit. They didn't get to say anything more when Azrael appeared on their screen with his ever-constant smirk. Now remember boys, I don't want you to hold back because I want to see if this new mobile suit is as powerful as it looks or it was just a waste of money, said Azrael before cutting his connection with them. Let's do this, laughed Shawnee as the sides of the carrier opened up. Clotho and Shawnee both recognized a small blip on their radar and realized their new opponent was already waiting for them, so took off at full speeds towards their target. It wasn't long before both pilots reached their intended target as it calmly waited for them while floating in the air. This is it. I knew this would be a waste of time, growled Clotho as he prepared to draw his main weapon, which was a large spiked ball that could crush opposing enemy warship and carriers. Let's see how long this mobile suit can last, laughed Shawnee before drawing his large scythe and charging right at the Gundam. Clotho wasn't about to let him have all the, so drew his beam rifle and started to fire at the unknown mobile suit. Show you me your power, Wing Zero, thought Naruto as he went into action and dodged the beam shots while charging at the Forbidden. You're dead, laughed Shawnee as he swung his scythe downward, but his eyes narrowed in anger when Wing Zero used its shield to block it before he could complete his swing. Foolish, muttered Naruto as he delivered a right kick to Forbidden's chest that knocked it away. He was about to continue his assault, but was forced to dodge right as a large spiked ball passed through the space he was just occupying. Damn, he's fast, cursed Clotho as his weapon retracted back to its original length and he started to shoot at Wing Zero. Wing Zero easily dodged the shots, but was soon put on the defensive when the Forbidden started its attack upon it again. The Forbidden transformed into its close combat mode where it had now two large green panels protecting the upper arms, and these two large black things were coming out of each side of the chest. Naruto was almost caught off guard when the Forbidden fired its beam weapon and watched, as it seemed to bend in a curve. He didn't get much time to think of a counter as a large spiked ball was headed straight for his. Die bastard, yelled Clotho, but his eyes widened in shock as Zero quickly drew a beam saber from its right wing and used it to destroy his weapon. Zero then raised its shield and started to fire upon the Forbidden, but the beams from its Buster rifle were just deflected by those large green panels. Ha ha, laughed Shawnee as he charged in and tried to cut Zero in half with his scythe. Naruto managed to dodge out of the way in time, but quickly raised his shield to the right to deflect the beams fired at him from the raider. The raider started to fire upon Zero relentlessly without allowing it any room to counter, while the Forbidden started fire its own special beam at Zero. You'll pay for destroying my weapon, growled Clotho as he transformed into his mobile armor and started to use the two plasma cannons to fire upon Zero. Thought Naruto as he was forced on the ropes. He wasn't able to get close enough to use his beam saber against the Forbidden because the raider kept firing upon him. The Forbidden and raider were doing a good job at keeping him from mounting an offensive attack, but his luck was just about to change. It's all over, smirked Clotho as he had Zero in his sights, but right as he was about to fire he was forced to dodge to the side as Shawnee's own beam almost hit him. What the hell, Shawnee? Watch where you are shooting, yelled Clotho angrily. Shawnee just continued laughing and completely ignored Clotho as he continued his assault upon Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed in anger as he saw the Forbidden attack his own ally and didn't even seem to be bothered by it. He may have changed greatly over the centuries, but seeing someone attack their own teammate still brought up bad memories with him. It was after seeing that he finally decided to try out the Zero system. Die! Screamed Shawnee in glee as he was about to cut Wing Zero in half, but it did a backflip at the last second to dodge the attack. The Forbidden was about to fire its special beam, but couldn't as Zero fired a couple of shots at him with its Buster rifle. Shawnee smirked as he deflected the shots, but that second he paused to do that action was a huge mistake because two machine gun armaments came out of the shoulders of Wing Zero and fired at his deflectors. The deflectors were designed to deflect particle or plasma blasts and not shells, so they were completely destroyed. Ah! Screamed Shawnee as his deflectors were destroyed, and then before he could react he received a powerful kick in the chest from the Zero that sent him crashing into the water below. You forgot about me, bastard, grinned Clotho as he came up behind the Zero, but his eyes widened in horror as it ducked under him and used its beam saber damage its right plasma cannon. With one of its plasma cannons damaged, the raider transformed back into mobile suit form and started to fire at Wing Zero with its beam rifle. Wing Zero used its superior speed to dodge all the shots with ease, and it even looked like it was predicting where Raider was going to fire at next because no movement was wasted. "This can't be happening," gasped Clotho in fear, as Wing Zero was soon right in front of him with its beam saber raised above his head. Naruto was about to merely disable the Raider like he did the Forbidden, but he was forced to use both of Zero's legs and kick off the Raider right before a familiar particle beam passed through the space both Gundams were occupying a second ago. "You are going to die for what you did, bastard," screamed Shawnee as his eyes showed unconcealed rage. He started to fire recklessly at Naruto, and if he didn't stop he would end up killing his own partner who had barely dodged the last shot. "Stop moving," yelled Shawnee hysterically. What he didn't know was that Naruto had had enough of him. Naruto quickly discarded his beam saber and drew his buster rifle from out of his shield. He aimed right at the Forbiddens before firing 2 shots at the Gundam, but it merely used its thrusters to go right above the shots. "Ha ha, you miss," started Shawnee before his eyes widened in horror as a third shot came at him from inside the shield. He didn't even get a chance to scream as the shot tore right through his and obliterated him. The Forbidden floated in air for a second with a hole right through the chest before exploding in a shower of debris. "HN," said Naruto emotionlessly before raising his left arm to show a second buster rifle in the shield. He then brought both halves of the rifle together to form one large rifle that he now held in his right hand while his shield remained in his left. "Shawnee," spluttered Clotho with wide eyes, but didn't get to say more on the matter when Azrael appeared on his screen and ordered him to return to the ship right away. Break Naruto slowly came out of his and used the grappling line to get to the ground. He hit the ground and looked up to see Azrael and Captain Wilson waiting for him. Azrael had a look of glee on his face, which was surprising because most would think he would be upset that he lost one of his new mobile suits. "That was absolutely incredible. It seems Wing Zero is more powerful than I originally thought, especially with you as the pilot," smiled Azrael, as he knew now they had the perfect weapon to destroy the coordinators. "One would think you would be upset at losing a pilot and one of our newest mobile suits," said Captain Wilson as he hid his distaste of the man by keeping his face neutral. "Sacrifices must be made if we are to win this war against those damn coordinators, and it is clear this mobile suit will help us reach that goal. I can't wait to see it in a real battle, so have it prepared to be transferred to one of our ships that will be heading to Orb," shrugged Azrael. Captain Wilson was disgusted at how little the man valued life, but kept his opinions to himself like a good soldier. Naruto wasn't listening to either man as his thoughts and eyes were focused on Wing Zero. He was forced to use the Zero system to defeat the Forbidden and Raider, which was an interesting experience. It was clear now why all others who had tried to use the Zero system before him had gone insane from it. All the information flooding one's mind would drive anyone crazy, but due to Naruto having been used to receiving tons of information at once, he was able to prevent himself from losing his mind from all the data. No, what truly had him so focused on the Wing Zero was the strange vision he had received from the Gundam before he deactivated the Zero system. It was strange because he saw himself standing on a beach as he watched those around him having fun. He had a smile on his face while he watched everything because the world seemed to be in a state of peace. No such thing as peace, thought Naruto with a hint of anger as he dismissed the vision as nothing but a hallucination. He knew better than anyone that peace never lasted long because something always occurred to bring about death and destruction. It was inevitable and nothing could stop the endless cycle because he had already tried and failed countless times. Hoping for such things only left him with pain because no matter what he did, countless loved ones and friends would all eventually end up dying. This was the hard truth Naruto had come to accept long ago, which is why he no longer cared what side he fought for so long as he was put into battle to fight where death was possible. The only dream he had was to one day be killed on the battlefield so he could at least die with some honor since the rest of his dignity had been lost centuries ago. Orb, Lord Izumi, do you really believe that the Earth Alliance will attack you all if you don't agree to ally with them and meet their demands? Asked Kira. It pains me to say this, but there is no doubt in my mind they will attack us if we don't agree to their terms. They just lost Panama 2 days ago and now Zaft controls all the mass drivers on Earth besides ours. This is the real reason they are attacking us, replied Lord Izumi calmly. It's so stupid, yelled Kigali angrily. Yeah, but after what happened in Alaska, I am no longer surprised by their actions, said Mew with a shake of his head. I can't believe they would go so far as to attack a neutral nation just because you all refuse to meet their ridiculous demands, sighed Maru. What will you do? Asked Kira, though he already knew the answer to that question. I will refuse to meet their demands and have the people of Orb start to evacuate immediately. If Orb doesn't stick to its ideals, then we become no different than the Earth Alliance or Zaft, answered Lord Izumi firmly. Well, if that's the case, then I would like to offer you my aid along with the Archangel. It is the least we can do for all your hospitality, said Maru with a small smile. Count me in too, since I'm not too happy with the Earth Alliance's actions of lately either, smirked Mew. Thank you, Orb and I greatly appreciate you lending us your strength in our time of need, said Lord Izumi gratefully. Earth Alliance. We have reached the borders of Orb, sir, said the captain as he turned to look at Azrael, who was sitting in a chair with a smug grin on his face. Perfect. Have we received a reply from them yet? Asked Azrael before taking a sip of wine from the glass in his hand. Yes, sir. It seems they refuse to meet our requests by saying that they are neutral and will not join either side, replied the captain as he read the message they received. Ha ha, I must hand it to Lord Izumi. He sure is a stubborn man, but I am glad because I wanted to get a chance to see what our newest weapon could truly do in battle. Begin our attack on them, Captain, and let's see if their foolish ideals can stand up against our power, chuckled Azrael. Yes, sir, saluted the captain before ordering all ships in their fleet to start their attack upon Orb. Naruto sat in the of Wing Zero with his eyes closed and only the light sounds of his breathing could be heard. He knew the battle had started as his advanced hearing could pick up the many sounds of battle outside, but he calmly remained sitting in the dark. The immortal man had lived so long that the sounds of battle no longer fazed him in any way. In fact, what is worse was that the sounds seemed to comfort him, as they were one of the few things that had remained constant in his long life. What a dreadful thing to be able to feel most comfortable when humanity was engaged in a life or death struggle. Captain Uzumaki, you are cleared to launch, said a tech over the intercom, causing the man's eyes to open slowly as his machine came to life. The darkness that he enjoyed so much started to slowly disappear as light slowly bled into his and showed him the massive battle that was occurring. Wing Zero launching, said Naruto as he launched off the panel before transforming in mid-air into his mobile armor mode. He then took off at high speeds towards the front line of the battle. The Archangel was on the front lines along with the rest of Orb fleet, while the Freedom and Strike helped take out the enemies on the mainland. Fire the main cannons, ordered Captain Ramius as she kept her eyes on the battle and tried to keep her crew alive. Captain, I just got reading of 4 high-powered plasma blasts heading towards, said Sai with a hint of fear. Evade, yelled Captain Ramius just in time. A plasma blast passed right through the space they were right in, but the 3 small ships near them weren't so lucky and were completely destroyed. What the hell could have done that? Gasped Maru with wide eyes before they hardened, as she needed to stay focused as the battle was still going on. Ma'am, we have unknown entity approaching, but it seems to give off the same reading as a mobile armor, said Mirialia before bringing up the picture on the screen. Captain Ramius's eyes narrowed as she looked at the mobile armor, but soon ordered for evasive measures as it started to fire upon them. Several of the shots came real close to hitting the ship and caused the crew to grip their chairs as the ship shook from the explosions. No way, it is a mobile suit, yelled Sai as he watched it transform and took aim directly at the bridge. The crew's eyes widened in shock as it raised its shield and fired at them, but they sighed in relief when Freedom appeared in front of them and deflected the blast using its shield. I will deal with this new mobile suit, so you all focus on those carriers, announced Kira before engaging the new mobile suit. Zero versus Freedom. The Freedom used the 2 plasma cannons mounted on its shoulders and the rail cannons on its hips to fire at the new mobile suit, but it dodged the blasts before they could hit. Kira was then forced to dodge several shots that came at him from the unknown mobile suit. Have to watch that rifle that is hidden under his shield, thought Kira as he used his beam rifle to fire upon Zero. Wing Zero used its shield to easily deflect the beams before using its right hand to draw the beam saber mounted in its left wing structure. Freedom, seeing his enemy draw a beam saber, drew his own and both Gundams engaged in a fierce close combat fight. Impressive, thought Naruto as they crossed blades and the 2 fought for dominance. The plasma cannons mounted on Freedom's wings came up and started to take aim at Zero, but sensing the danger, Naruto increased his thrust and pushed the Freedom away before raising its shields to block the blasts. Freedom used that moment of distraction to get in close and make a move to remove Zero's left arm. Zero turned its head and started to fire at the Freedom using the guns mounted on each side of its head, forcing the Freedom off course when it dodged the shots. Naruto then started to fire a few shots at the Freedom, but it used its own shield to block them before returning fire with its beam rifle. The two Gundams fired shots at each other as they circled one another before Zero came in close at incredible speeds. Fast, cursed Kira as he barely raised his shield in time to block the beam saber, but that seemed to be exactly what Naruto wanted as he slammed his shield into Freedom's head. Zero was about to end the match, but was forced to raise its shield in defense when the rail cannons on Freedom's hips opened fire upon it. This gave Freedom enough time to recover and charge right at Zero, ready to take off its shield arm. Zero blocked the strike with its shield, but that was exactly what Kira wanted as he prepared to fire its plasma cannons at point blank. Naruto was impressed the boy had used his own tactic against him, but wasn't about to die that easily and finally used the machine guns hidden in the shoulders of Zero. Kira's eyes widened in shock and barely managed to disengage in time before both his plasma cannons were taken out. "Time to finish this," said Naruto as he gave Kira no time to catch his balance and tossed away his beam saber before taking his buster rifle out of the shield and firing 2 shots at Freedom. The Freedom turned its thrusters to max and the shots sailed right under it as its plasma and rail cannons were about to take aim. Like when Naruto faced the Forbidden, the pilot didn't know his rifle could split in 2 and was unprepared for the 3rd shot that came from the shield. Kira's eyes widened in horror as he saw the plasma blast heading straight for him and knew he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Someone must like him though, because a red mobile suit appeared in front of him and deflected the blast with its own shield. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he eyed the new Gundam that had showed up as he floated in front of both of them in his Wing Zero. This new Gundam looked to be especially built for close combat as Naruto saw multiple beam saber handles. "Thanks," said Kira, but was surprised when a familiar face appeared on his screen. "I am here to help you," said the boy as Kira's eyes widened in shock. "Athrun?" gasped Kira as he stared at his childhood friend. "We need to talk, but not right now. Right now we have more important matters to deal with," said Athrun as he was referring to the mobile suit that flying directly in front of them. "Right," agreed Kira as his eyes hardened as he prepared to fight next to Athrun to take out this new mobile suit that was able to match the abilities of his own. The Justice and Freedom dodged to the side as Zero started to fire upon them both using both halves of its buster rifle to do so. Athrun quickly drew his twin beam sabers and connected them to form one large beam before charging at Naruto. Zero dodged the Justice's strike, but that seemed to be their plan as he came under direct fire from the Freedom's plasma and rail cannons. Naruto managed to raise his shield just in time, but lost the right half of his buster rifle in the Freedom's blasts. He quickly jettisoned the second beam saber from the right wing mount and caught it firmly his right hand before activating it in time to parry the Justice's blow. "These two seem to work well together," muttered Naruto as he was completely on the defensive for the past 2 minutes. The only thing that was saving his life was his lightning-fast reflexes and Zero's incredible speed. He couldn't keep this up for much longer or he would be destroyed. Luckily, the Earth Alliance signaled a retreat, which caused the Justice and Freedom to stop their assault on him. "We'll meet again," thought Naruto before transforming into his mobile armor and taking off back to his ship. Athrun and Kira just watched him go with looks of apprehension in their eyes because that man had just fought against them both and managed to hold his own. Anyone who could fight against their 2 Gundams at once without any help was something to watch out for in the future. "Break! I can't believe you spent the entire battling fighting some unknown mobile suit," yelled Azrael unhappily. It was no ordinary mobile suit. It was able to keep up with Zero with little difficulty and had incredible firepower at its disposal. "There was also a second suit that showed up that was almost able to match my own suit in speed," said Naruto, not in the least bit intimidated by the man. "Interesting. To think that there are 2 suits out there able to keep up with your mobile suit is nothing short of amazing. I wonder if it was Orb who built them or someone else," muttered Azrael thoughtfully. "Captain Uzumaki, the repairs to your Gundam will be done shortly," saluted a tech before Naruto dismissed him with a nod of his head. "I want you to capture one of these new mobile suits, but it doesn't matter which one. If you can't, then destroy them, but make sure you don't completely destroy them so we have something to salvage," grinned Azrael before leaving the hangar. Orb, Kira and Athron were sitting next to each other as they had just finished talking with one another and had finally reconciled about everything that had happened between them. Even though the two were now friends again, they didn't seem too happy because they each had a solemn look on their face even after Kigali had hugged them when they had finally made up. Why the long faces? One would think you would be happy now that you have settled everything between you two, said Mew with a smirk. In the battle today, we faced a new Earth Alliance mobile suit and whoever was piloting it was extremely good, said Kira with a slight frown. He was able to hold us both off without taking any real damage, said Athron, causing Mew to raise his eyebrow because he knew how good the two kids were. If I were you, I would take this time to rest since the Earth forces are still out there and will probably attack again real soon. You will need all the rest you can get if this new mobile suit and pilot are as good as you say, said Mew seriously. Kira and Athron seemed to relax a bit after hearing that because he was right and they would need all their strength if they met that pilot again. Break, I think it is time to finish this useless nation off, said Azrael with a smirk as the captain looked at him in surprise. Sir, replied the captain. I want you to give the order to attack and this time I want this stupid nation and its foolish ideals to burn to the ground, ordered Azrael. Yes sir, said the captain before relaying the orders. The Earth forces was again started to deploy their weapons against the nation of Orb. They didn't even try to negotiate with them even though Orb had been sending them constant messages, which Azrael didn't bother to answer. Battle. Where are you two? Thought Naruto as he fired upon two more Orb ships before flying off, not even bothering to watch as they were destroyed. He was just about to head down towards the ground to help push back the Orb forces when he dodged to the side in order to avoid being hit by multiple blasts that came at him from the Freedom. Naruto returned a couple shots at the Freedom before quickly jettisoning the beam saber in the right wing. He caught the beam saber, activated it, and raised it above his head all in one quick motion as he crossed beams with the Justice that had tried to come at him from above. The Zero pulled back and let momentum carry the Justice past him before going to kick him the back, but was caught off guard when Fathom Pack that was usually attached to Justice's back hit him right in the stomach. The Freedom appeared on the far right side of Zero and fired all its weapon upon the mobile suit. Naruto, thinking, quickly grabbed the Fathom Pack before it got out of the way and used it as a makeshift shield to protect it from the full brunt of Freedom's attack. His plan worked and he quickly threw the pack away from him just as it exploded in a shower of debris. I have no choice, their teamwork has gotten even better, thought Naruto before activating the Zero system, and information instantly started to flood his mind. Come on Kira, said Athron as he drew his twin beam sabers and charged at Wing Zero with the intent of finishing this fight quickly. Kira just nodded his head before taking aim and firing again at Zero so that if it dodged it would be in the perfect spot for Athron to engage it. Zero dodged the shots just like Kira and Athron planned, but just as Justice was about to take off its right arm, but Zero caught Justice's arm in his right hand while its back was to the Justice. Athron's eyes widened in shock before he groaned in pain as Zero's left elbow slammed into his head and forced him to lose his grip on his beam saber. The Freedom was coming at Zero from the front while it was still holding the Justice's right arm, but barely got out of the way in time as Zero started to fire upon it using the beam rifle in its shield, which was in its left hand. While Freedom was veered off course, Zero lifted its legs before slamming them into Justice's chest and then pushed off the mobile suit at amazing speeds. Kira barely had any time to respond as it moved back just in time to avoid being cut in half, but its shield was caught in the swipe and was cut in half. Zero inclined its head slightly and started to fire right at Freedom's rail cannons, which it managed to destroy the one on the left hip before turning around to block the shots fired at him from the now recovered Justice. Kira, we need to do something or he is going to get by us, panted Athron as he barely dodged the beam strike from Zero, but wasn't able to dodge the spinning kick to his chest. I know, said Kira as he went down to help Athron out, but both boys stopped when they received a signal from the Archangel to pull back. They were surprised when they noticed that Zero had stopped attacking them just as they received the signal. A second later, a man with sun-kissed blonde hair and cold blue eyes appeared on their screen. You allowed me to retreat, so I am returning the favor, but next time we meet I will not stop, said the man before closing the link. Athron and Kira watched in surprise as the Zero transformed into its mobile armor form and went down to help the rest of its forces break through the last line of defense. Let's go Athron. This retreat is an order from Lord Izumi himself, so it must be important, said Kira before taking off towards the meeting area. Athrun just nodded his head before following his friend. Break. I can't believe that old fool destroyed the mass driver, yelled Azrael in anger. They had managed to take over Orb, but it was pointless now that the mass driver was gone since that was the main reason for attacking it. We have been ordered to head over to Victoria and help with the operation to reacquire the mass driver there, said the captain. Very well. I guess it doesn't matter so long as we acquire a mass driver. Besides, we did finally get to destroy this foolish nation, and that is good enough for me, shrugged Azrael as he calmed down and smoothed out his expensive suit. Let us be on our way then, because I wish to get to space as soon as possible so I may acquire one of those spectacular new mobile suits, smirked Azrael. Yes sir, said the captain before ordering all ships to turn around and make haste to Victoria. Chairman of Plants, Chairman, it seems the Earth forces were successful in reacquiring Victoria and have launched a large amount of their forces into outer space, said Commander Rao. That is nothing new since we already knew they would probably get Victoria back, but what I want to know is if there has been any word from Athrun, said Chairman Zala as he turned to look at Rao. I am afraid not sir, but you did give him a highly classified mission. He is probably afraid to contact anyone in fear that the transmission will be intercepted, said Rao as he inwardly smirked. Everything was going according to his plan and soon humanity would be judged properly. I want you to keep an eye out for him and continue to try to contact him, then report back to me immediately. Is that understood, Commander? Ordered Chairman Zala. Yes sir, I will contact you immediately if I hear any word from him at all, bowed Rao before leaving the man's office. Victoria. So this is the new ship that has been built, impressive, said Azrael with that cocky smile of his. Naruto quietly followed besides the general and Azrael as he observed the new ship of the Earth Alliance. It was designed after the Archangel and has many of the same capabilities, and the person assigned to captain of this ship even used to be part of the Archangel before it turned traitor, said the general as they boarded the ship to find several members of the crew waiting for them in a military fashion. A beautiful woman with short purple hair and exotic purple eyes stepped forward and saluted the trio. Lord Azrael, Captain Uzumaki, I would like to introduce you to Captain Natarul Bagarul, said the general. Natarul was surprised to learn that the leader of Blue Cosmos would be aboard the Dominion, but was in shock to see the legendary ace pilot Uzumaki Naruto in front of her, as was the rest of the crew that was there at the time. It is an honor to have you both aboard the Dominion, said Natarul as she glanced at Naruto, and noticed him nod his head at her. She swallowed nervously as she saw how cold and lifeless his eyes were, but her attention was diverted when Azrael made some perverted comment. Wow, is having a beautiful captain an added bonus of being aboard this ship, smirked Azrael as he checked out Natarul without an ounce of shame. The woman wanted to scowl at him, but knew she would be reprimanded for it, so kept her face neutral. I assure you, Lord Azrael, that Captain Bagarul comes from a long military line and she is perfectly capable of leading this ship. She knows firsthand all its capabilities since she was part of the Archangel before she was transferred, said the general firmly. Oh good, because we will be hunting the Archangel, said Azrael to the surprise of Natarul, since she thought the Archangel had been destroyed at the Alaska base. Sir? Asked Natarul as she turned to look at the general. Oh, you don't know that the Archangel survived the Alaska base incident? We even had the pleasure of fighting against them when we went to Orb before they managed to escape, smiled Azrael. If you don't mind, Captain, I would like a tour of this ship after I settle in, said Naruto as he interrupted Azrael and his constant rambling. Of course, I would be honored to show you around. Would you like a tour as well, Lord Azrael? Replied Natarul. No, I am fine. I am just going to get a nap after making sure all my effects have been brought aboard, declined Azrael. I will be ready in an hour for that tour after I am shown to my room, said Naruto. Yes sir, I will have one of my crew escort you to your room, said Natarul before assigning one of the current crew members to do it. Naruto nodded his head at her before following the person assigned to show him to his room. Break. Not many things could faze Natarul, as she was a no-nonsense woman and did as she was ordered while expecting others to do the same. She could honestly say that no one other than her father had ever intimidated her, but here she was walking next to a man that was a living legend among the Earth forces and she was nervous as can be. It was only supposed to be a simple tour of the ship, but already 10 minutes into the tour, she couldn't stop herself from staring into his eyes, which were as cold as ice. He was so much younger than she would have thought, yet his eyes told a different story. Am I making you uncomfortable? Asked Naruto as he stopped walking and broke the beautiful woman out of her thoughts. No, I am sorry, but I just couldn't believe how young you are, blushed Nataro before recomposing herself. Don't let my looks deceive you, I am older than I look, said Naruto as he gazed into the woman's eyes. She couldn't stop the shiver that went down her spine as those beautiful yet cold blue eyes stared into her own and seemed to be looking into her very soul. I am sorry if I offended you, I won't let it happen again, said Nataro firmly. I heard you were once aboard the Archangel, said Naruto as he started a conversation with the woman after walking together for a few moments in silence. He didn't know why he felt this urge to speak, but would worry about it later. Yes sir, replied Nataro as she looked at him curiously. Before he didn't want to talk at all, but now it seemed to be the exact opposite. Will you be able to shoot them down? Asked Naruto, causing Nataro to stumble slightly, but not enough for him to take notice. What do you mean sir? Asked Nataro confused. If you were truly aboard the Archangel until Alaska, then you must have known the crew and people on it quite well. Will you be able to shoot down the ship carrying a bunch of people you spent several months with? Explained Naruto, causing Nataro's eyes to narrow in thought before replying. I will do my duty as I am told, you do not need to worry about that sir, said Nataro with a hard look in her eyes. I see, said Naruto with a hint of disappointment that Nataro managed to pick up. Why did he care if she could shoot down a bunch of traitors even if they were old crew members of hers? He had given up caring a long time ago, so why was this affecting him? Could it be those visions from Wing Zero that now involved his past were actually affecting him? Forgive me sir, but you seem upset with my answer, why is that? Said Nataro as she hoped he wouldn't reprimand her. I am not upset, but merely slightly surprised because I don't think I could do it, answered Naruto. You don't think you would be able to shoot down a bunch of traitors? Replied Nataro, surprised. Not if I knew them on a personal level like you do, said Naruto, causing Nataro's eyes to widen before she looked down at the ground. What the hell was he talking about? He had been the one to kill Sasuke, and that was somebody he considered a brother. Why was he starting to care all of a sudden? This was not good because he had stopped getting close to people centuries ago, so he wouldn't have to worry about the pain of losing someone he cared for. I may know them, but my responsibility to the military comes first before any personal attachments I may have, said Nataro. But Naruto could hear the slight hesitation. A part of her obviously thought otherwise, but he wasn't going to say anything because he had spoken enough. He just nodded his head and gestured for Nataro to continue with the tour as the conversation was over. Outer space. Abandoned colony L4. Well, looks like we now have 3 ships and 2 of which are stolen, with one wanted by Zaft and the other by the Earth Alliance. We sure do know how to get into tough situations, said Mew with a smirk. I agree with you there, but what is life without a little excitement? Smirked Andrew Waltfeld as he drank some coffee while sitting down in his chair. The question is what we do now, said Kira, causing everyone to think about that question. It is my hope that these 3 ships will be able to end this war and finally bring about peace, said Lacus. That sure is one hell of a goal to accomplish with just 3 ships, chuckled Mew as he leaned against the wall with his arms behind his head. I would be glad to help you achieve peace, but how do you propose we go about doing it since we aren't very liked by many, said Maru as she stood next to Mew. I hate to say it, but so long as my father is chairman I don't think there will ever be peace between the plants and Earth, frowned Athron as Kigali looked up at him with a sad look in her eyes. Not only that, but no way Lord Azrael will ever agree to a peace treaty with the plants when he wouldn't even negotiate with Orb, said Kigali as her eyes burned unconcealed hate for the man responsible for leading the attack against Orb. Honestly, I am more worried about that new mobile suit the kid was talking about earlier. I mean, anyone who is able to take out both the freedom and justice is a major threat, said Andrew, which everyone agreed to. It doesn't make any sense, we were clearly winning against him, but then in an instant he was able to take us out without any problems, said Athron, confused. I think the pilot of that Gundam may not be as much of a threat as you might believe, since Kira and Athron did say he let them go instead of continuing to fight when he had the upper hand, pointed out Lacus. Any chance you got a good look at the man? Could be useful in the future if we know what he looks like, said Ladonir, Kigali's personal bodyguard. Yeah, he had spiky blonde hair and sky blue eyes, offered Kira, causing Mew to tense, which Maru noticed. Mew? Asked Maru curiously, causing everyone to look at the man. Tell me, when he spoke to you, did he show any emotion at all? Asked Mew as everyone looked at him strangely. No, actually, now that I think about it, his eyes were extremely cold and lifeless, said Athron thoughtfully. This is not good, said Mew as he started to shuffle around nervously. Do you know who he is or not? Demanded Kigali through narrowed eyes. Mew looked around to see everyone looking at him expectantly, which caused him to sigh before answering the girl's question. Yeah, I know him, and so does every other person in the Earth Alliance, said Mew. Why don't you just give us a name instead of dragging this whole thing out, said Andrew as he finished his cup of coffee. His name is Captain Naruto Uzumaki and he is the top ace of Earth Alliance, frowned Mew as his eyes became hard. Maru gasped while Andrew got a grim look on his face, but the others still didn't know who he was. Who is he? Asked Kigali confused. His name sounds familiar, said Athron as he tried to remember where he had heard that name before. Naruto Uzumaki is probably the most dangerous man I have ever faced in battle, including you, kid, said Andrew with a hard look in his eyes. Kira was surprised by that comment because he had almost killed Andrew and did kill his lover, so who could be worse than him? He is responsible for almost all of the Earth Force's victories against Zaft before those new Strike Dagger mobile suits were put into mass production. I have never seen him in action, but I do know that he is the first natural to be able to pilot a mobile suit to the same level and degree as a coordinator, explained Maru. I remember hearing my father speak with several council members concerning someone by the name of Uzumaki. They were very worried about his abilities and how he was one of the few naturals who had successfully taken out multiple Gin units, said Lacus, surprising Kira and Athron. I believe the strike was originally meant to have been made for his use, said Mew. Have you ever fought besides him? Asked Kira curiously. Yeah, once, but the thing was I barely did any fighting, and the same goes for the others who were there as well. I have never seen a mobile armor do the things he could do with it, answered Mew as he remembered that particular battle clearly. I fought against him once as well back in the desert when he used a modified Skygrasper to fight. He took out 3 of my Boo CUEs before sending us a message that he was only passing through and not there to fight, but he would take out anyone else that continued to fire upon him. If I hadn't been there personally and seen what he did, I probably would have thought he was too arrogant for his own good, but he has skill in spades, said Andrew as he got another cup of coffee. He doesn't seem like some cold-hearted bastard if he sent you a message like that, so why does he work with Azrael? Asked Kigali. I would like to know the answer to that question as well, said Lacus with a slight frown on her beautiful face. Well, if I had to give a reason, I would say it is pretty much the same reason that Natarl had for doing things, which was why she always upset. He does it because he is a good soldier and follows the orders he is given, shrugged Mew. He's very suicidal from what I heard and saw firsthand, so he may just have a death wish, said Andrew with a shrug of his own. Dominion. Why? Why do you keep sending me visions of my past? Thought Naruto as his eyes narrowed in anger. He was supposed to be over what happened, but now he wasn't so sure anymore, and it was all because of these damn visions he kept having. They were visions of him when he was happy as he spent time with his friends and teachers. It was something he had took so much time putting behind him because of the pain he felt as he remembered that they had all died just like everyone else he had come to care for. I don't know what you are trying to tell me, but I have accepted I will be forever alone and nothing will change that, thought Naruto as his eyes hardened. His thoughts were interrupted when he sensed someone behind him and turned around to Lieutenant Bagirul, looking at him curiously before saluting him. Lieutenant, greeted Naruto with a nod before turning to look back up at Wing Zero. Natarl smiled slightly before standing next to the stoic man and looking up at the mobile suit with him. You know, even though it causes the deaths of countless lives, the mobile suit does have a certain beauty to it, said Natarl as she looked upon Wing Zero. She usually kept such emotions and comments to herself, but she felt so safe around this man despite his cold nature. There was something about him that let her know he wouldn't think any less of her if she wasn't always following orders. It's ironic, isn't it, that some of the most beautiful things in the world were designed to cause death, replied Naruto. Everyone looked at the ancient buildings and accomplishments of the past with awe and respect, but Naruto never looked at them like that. He knew the true reason behind many of the great structures and how certain accomplishments were made, and the truth wasn't pretty. I suppose you are right, conceded Natarl as she glanced at the man out of the corner of her eyes. I wanted to tell you that we are headed for the abandoned colonies at L4, where Lord Azrael believes the Archangel is located, along with those 2 new mobile suits, said Natarl as she broke the silence. I see, I look forward to fighting besides you when the time comes, said Naruto with a small nod of his head. I am afraid that it will be my extreme honor to fight with you, sir, since you have been in more battles than I have, replied Nataro as she looked up at Naruto. Don't let Azrael dictate what you want to do because he knows absolutely nothing about being in a real battle, said Naruto as he looked down at Nataro before taking his leave. Nataro just watched him go with a contemplative look on her face. Break, sir. We have reached the L4 colony and we are getting several large readings from inside the colony. One matches the Archangel, said Nataro as the Dominion floated about half-mile away from the colony. Perfect, now is our opportunity to capture those mobile suits, smiled Azrael as he couldn't wait until they managed to capture one. Ma'am, we have detected several Zaft ships located on the other side of the colony, said a tech, causing Nataro to frown. It seems we have some competition, said Azrael, amused. Nataro just glanced at the man before making a decision. We will ignore them unless they make some move against us, but until then we will focus all our attention on the Archangel since that is our main objective, ordered Nataro. Oh look, they even saved us some trouble by coming out to us, laughed Azrael as the Archangel came out of the colony. He was greatly surprised though when Nataro opened a link with them and started to ask for their surrender. It was amusing to say the least as the woman tried to convince the traitors to surrender, but ultimately, it proved useless as they sent out those two new mobile suits. Have Captain Uzumaki launch immediately and start loading the wombats, ordered Nataro as she was prepared to take out the Archangel since they wouldn't surrender. That was most amusing, but make sure to remind Captain Uzumaki that the goal is to capture one of those mobile suits, so make sure he doesn't destroy them both, said Azrael as he sat there with a smug look on his face. I am sure Captain Uzumaki is well aware of his orders, replied Nataro harshly, causing Azrael to blink in surprise. Justice and Freedom versus Wing Zero. Remember Kira, we have to work together otherwise we might not be able to beat him, said Athron as he watched the Wing Zero approach them. Yeah, agreed Kira as he started to aim at the approaching mobile suit. No matter what, he wouldn't lose a second time to this mobile suit because he would not fail in protecting his friends. Wing Zero was in its mobile armor form as it started to fire upon the Justice and Freedom, but both Gundams got out of the way. Zero transformed into his mobile suit form before splitting its buster rifles and unleashing a barrage of shots at each Gundam that was on either side of it. Justice and Freedom started to return fire upon the Zero, which forced it to reconnect its buster rifle before using its incredible speed to weave in and out of each shot. Damn, he is even better than before, cursed Athron as he sent his Phantom Pack at the Wing Zero just as it dodged the shots fired at it from Kira. He then quickly grabbed his beam boomerang and tossed at the spot he predicted Naruto would go to when he dodged his Phantom Pack. Wing Zero dodged the Phantom Pack just as Athron knew he would and his beam boomerang was just about to take off its head, but Zero quickly used its shield to knock it off course. Naruto just knocked away the beam boomerang when the Freedom came at him from above and he barely drew his own beam saber in time to parry the strike, but grunted in pain when he wasn't to block the kick to his chest. The Justice came at him from behind, but the Zero managed to turn just in time to dodge the beam strike that would have taken off its shield arm, though that was exactly what Athron was hoping he would do. The Phantom Pack came speeding out nowhere right at the Zero, but Naruto quickly used the machine guns mounted on his shoulders to destroy the pack before it pierced through the chest of his mobile suit. He was still caught in the explosion, which knocked him backwards as several beeping sounds went off in his to let him know someone was locking onto him. A second later, several beam shots came at him, but he got out of the way just in time before catching the Justice that was sneaking up behind him off guard by slamming his shield into its face. Naruto then quickly used his beam saber to take off the Justice's left arm, but it managed to move out of the way just in time and only lost its shield in the slice. We had him, cursed Athron as Kira's eyes narrowed in anger. He was about to engage the Zero in close combat when he noticed the Archangel was in trouble and quickly went over to help it out by going into full burst mode and taking out multiple missiles that were heading at it from the Dominion. I will not let you destroy the Archangel, snapped Kira as he went into seed mode. Is it possible he has a Zero system too? Wondered Naruto as he found himself completely on the defensive by the Freedom as the Justice waited for an opening to help. The Zero managed to parry the beam saber, but before it could try to overpower the Freedom, it was hit at point blank by the blasts of its rail cannons. Naruto groaned in pain as his started to go on the fritz, but noticed the freedom was almost on top of him while the justice provided cover fire that forced Naruto to dodge rapidly. He couldn't win like this, and just like the last time he fought these two, he activated the Zero system. "Kira!" yelled Athron as he saw his friend just barely dodge a counterbeam strike from the Wing Zero, but still lost both plasma cannons on its shoulder. This caused him to snap and go into seed mode. He quickly grabbed his beam boomerang and threw it straight at Wing Zero before charging at it using his twin beam sabers. Naruto was using his machine guns to keep the freedom at a distance, but was forced to duck suddenly as a familiar-looking beam boomerang passed through the space his just occupied. Zero quickly did a complete 180 and crossed beams with the Justice, but was overpowered as the Justice powered up its thrusters to full blast to push Naruto off balance and into the beam boomerang that was coming at him from behind. The Freedom was coming from above with its own beam saber ready to disable the Zero once and for all, but Kira's eyes widened in shock when the mobile suit did a backflip in slow motion and watched as it caught the beam boomerang in its right hand. At the peak of its flip, he fired several shots at the Justice with its Buster rifle before twisting his body and using the momentum from his flip to throw the beam boomerang right at the Freedom. Freedom raised its shield to block the attack, but the beam boomerang cut right through it, though Kira released the shield at the last second so he didn't lose his mobile suit's arm too. The Zero was about to power up his Buster rifle to 75, but stopped when he saw the retreat flares from the Dominion. He noticed that the orb ship, Kusanagi, had teamed up with the Archangel and forced the Dominion to retreat as the two enemy warships overpowered it. Naruto quickly transformed into his mobile armor form and headed back to the Dominion. Kira and Athron just watched the Zero Gundam leave as they both panted heavily as they came down from their seed mode. The Dominion may have been forced to retreat, but both pilots knew they had lost against the Earth Force pilot and were lucky to be alive. "There is no way he is a natural," panted Athron as he came out of his seed mode. "Yeah, but I get the feeling he isn't a coordinator either," panted Kira as he came out of his seed mode as well. "We have to get back inside the colony and get fixed up because we don't know when we will be needed out here again to face Zaft or the Earth forces again," said Athron as he headed back towards the colony with Kira following right beside him. We almost had them until that annoying orb ship showed up. I swear that country is like roaches because just when you think you killed them all more start to show up," sighed Azrael in annoyance. "It wasn't a complete failure since we did manage to damage the Archangel greatly and Captain Uzumaki also managed to deal several decisive blows to those new mobile suits," said Nataral as she was still in awe of his abilities as she looked over the tapes of his battle against the Justice and Freedom. She had only ever seen Kira fight with such skill before, and it was just plain incredible that a natural was able to match the abilities of a coordinator. "I suppose so, but I do expect better results next time, and it better be soon before Zaft decides to stop sitting around and make its move," warned Azrael. "I was impressed with your abilities out there, Lieutenant. It seems that someone made a wise decision in assigning you to this ship," said Naruto as he entered the bridge, and the crew instantly stood up and saluted him, including Nataral. The man just nodded his head before telling them to return to their stations. "Thank you, sir," said Nataral as she kept her face neutral, but inwardly she was beaming to be praised by a veteran like him. "Lord Azrael, I do not believe it is possible to capture those two Gundams as you hoped for. Their abilities complement each other perfectly even if the pilots don't seem to have much team training because with each battle their coordination gets better," said Naruto as he turned to look at the arrogant man. "Then we will have to find a way to split them up, won't we? It shouldn't be too hard since you did say their teamwork wasn't that great, so I am sure you could use the Zero system to analyze a way to effectively split them up," smirked Azrael. He didn't see the heavy glare Nataral was sending him from the way he was talking down to Naruto like that, but it was doubtful it would have bothered him much even if he did. "If you want detailed information on their fighting capabilities, then I can supply you with that information right now since the Zero system has fully analyzed their capabilities. The only thing I wouldn't be able to tell you is what they are using as a power source," said Naruto. "That is the key to everything though, isn't it? Because knowing what powers these unique mobile suits is what I truly want to know," smiled Azrael as he rested his head in his hand. Nataral was about to ask him why it mattered so much, but a small glance from Naruto told her to remain silent. "I see, then I will see what I can do in learning about what power source those two units are using," said Naruto with a small nod at Nataral before leaving the bridge. "Sir," saluted Nataral to Azrael before leaving the bridge to go speak with Naruto. It didn't take her long to catch up with the stoic man, and she started to calmly walk next to him. "You wish to speak with me, Lieutenant?" said Naruto as he glanced at the woman. "Yes, I was curious as to why you take orders from Lord Azrael when you don't fall under his jurisdiction, and it is clear you don't care too much for him," said Nataro with a slight frown, because she knew if she had as much freedom as Naruto she wouldn't let someone like Lord Azrael override her own authority. "You don't care much for him either from what I can tell, yet you still do as you're told," replied Naruto. "I don't have a choice, he is my superior, but he is not yours," argued Nataro with a slight narrow of her eyes. Naruto stopped walking and turned to face Nataro with a cold look in his eyes that sent a shiver down his spine. Flashback. "Why?" cried Naruto as he cradled the hug of a beautiful girl with smooth silky black hair. Her pale eyes stared up at him lovingly before she coughed up some blood, and one could easily tell she was on the verge of death. "I wanted to, it was my choice," coughed the girl as life started to fade from her beautiful pale eyes. "Hinata-chan, why didn't you just agree to their demands? You didn't have to die," cried Naruto as tears fell down from his eyes in streams. The girl smiled painfully at him as she reached out a hand and wiped away one of his tears, which made him cry harder. "I was always told I didn't have a choice, that my destiny was already set for me. I truly believed that until I met you and saw how you constantly fought against such things as fate and destiny. I rather die free than be chained to others my whole life. I love you, Naruto-kun. Please, never give in to fate and stay free," smiled Hinata before giving him one last beautiful smile as she fell into an eternal slumber. "No," howled Naruto as his eyes bled red and crimson chakra started to surround his body as hate rolled off him in waves. That night was a night no one would ever forget, because it was the day Naruto slaughtered every Hyuga from the main branch, leaving only Hinata's sister, Hanabi, alive. It was the day where he started to lose faith in humanity and his eyes started to lose the light they were so well known for. End flashback. Nataro watched worried as Naruto gripped his head in pain, but backed up when he seemed to recompose himself before looking at her with a strange look in his eyes. "Your life is your own, never let anyone else tell you how to live it," muttered Naruto before leaving a confused Nataro behind. What did he mean by that? Thought Nataro as she thought about the words that Naruto had just said to her. "Zaft, damn that boy, he could ruin all my plans, but I won't let him," thought Rao angrily as he flew out of the colony. He had hoped revealing Mew and Kira's true past would have broke the boy, but his plan had failed as Mew had protected him before he could kill him. "Captain," said Rao as he opened a link with his ship. "Yes, Commander," replied an older man as he appeared on Rao's screen. "I want you to put the girl from the Earth Forces in the escape pod and launch her towards the Earth Forces ship, then I want you to engage the Eternal and its allies," ordered Rao to the confusion of the captain. "Sir," started the captain, but stopped when Rao yelled at him angrily. "Do not question me and do it now," ordered Rao angrily before closing the link. That girl needed to deliver that disc to the Earth Forces, otherwise his plans for humanity would fail. The Zaft forces were trying to take down the Kusanagi and Eternal while the Archangel was engaged with the Dominion. They were all at a stalemate at the moment, since the Freedom and Justice were both busy fighting the Wing Zero, so they couldn't really help with the escape of their ships. "Kira, we need to help our ships get out of here or we are finished," grunted Athron as he crossed beams with Naruto. Wing Zero was forced to break their stalemate as several blasts passed through the spot it was just in. "I know, but if we don't deal with this Gundam first, then it will attack the ships," cursed Kira as he dodged several blasts from Zero's own Buster rifle. Justice and Freedom were about to continue their attack when a female's voice came in through one of their links that Kira instantly recognized. "Kira, someone help me please. I have a key here that will help end the war," yelled Flay in a panic as her escape pod floated through space. "A key to end the war? There is no key to end wars," frowned Naruto, but before he could re-engage the Justice and Freedom, Azrael appeared on his screen. "Captain, I want you to recover that pod and bring it to the ship right away. Consider this a direct order to finally destroy those two new mobile suits so long as you get me whoever is in that pod," smirked Azrael before closing the link. Naruto's eyes just narrowed before he activated the Zero system as he saw the Freedom was headed towards the pod as well. "Kira," yelled Athron as he saw his friend speed towards the spot, but didn't get a chance to help him when Zero used his moment of distraction to cut off his left arm and kick him away into the distance. Kira heard his friend's scream of pain and turned around to see the Zero heading straight for him after having taken care of the Justice. Kira was still so worried about Flay that his movements were sloppy and Zero ducked under his beam strike before taking off his right hand in one clean swipe. The Freedom was like a sitting duck as Zero raised its shield arm and fired a shot at point-blank range that took off Freedom's head. "Ah!" screamed Kira as his went haywire while the Zero sped off and picked up Flay's escape pod. His eyes widened in horror as he realized the Zero was heading back to the Dominion with the pod and was about to give chase, but was restrained by the Justice's good arm. "No, Kira, we are in no condition to give chase," yelled Athron as he held his hysterical friend back. Kira just started to scream in anger before slamming his hands down as tears brimmed his eyes. He had once again failed to protect a friend and now she was in the hands of the enemy. The Eternal and Kusanagi had managed to break through the Zaft forces by destroying their main ship. The Dominion had pulled back once Naruto had returned the escape pod to the ship, so the Archangel soon followed its fellow ships off into space. There was only one person truly happy with the outcome of this battle, and that was Commander Rao, as he knew now nothing could stop his plans for humanity. Everything would come to an end soon now that the Earth forces had captured the girl. "Lunar base. Look at this. This is proof that those damn coordinators have breached the treaty not to use nuclear technology," smiled Azrael as he showed them the date on the file he had taken off the girl Flay. That foolish girl had truly given him the key to end this war, because with this data on N-jammers he would finally be able to convince these foolish people to use nukes against the plants. We could use this technology to fix the nuclear problem on the planet while at the same time gathering more resentment towards Zaft, said a general, causing Azrael to grit his teeth in anger. It was true that ever since Zaft launched millions of those N-jammers into the Earth's surface, radio problems as long as many other problems had occurred with the economy. This technology could fix all that, but Azrael could care less about that because he just wanted to nuke the hell out of the coordinators. "No, don't you see, we could end this war right now. If we attack them, using nukes right now, they will be totally defenseless and we can crush them in one swift blow. We didn't build all those nukes so that they could sit there and gather dust, so let's use them already," growled Azrael angrily as his eyes burned with an insane glint in them. Many of the other generals did like the idea of ending this war once and for all, which caused the majority to vote on Azrael's plan. "Very well, I will let you come up with the plan on how you plan to finish this war," sighed the president before calling an end to the meeting. Nothing could wipe the large smile off Azrael's face as he would finally get rid of the coordinators once and for all, for their pure and blue world. Break Naruto was once again standing before his Gundam the Wing Zero as many thoughts crossed his mind. He had been thinking a lot about Nataro Badgarul and the way she reminded him of Hanabi and Hinata. The woman came from a very strict military family, which was easily seen by the way she followed orders to the book, going so far that she ignores her own emotions on things. When he looked into her eyes, he could see the inner turmoil that she suffered on a daily basis, and it pained him for some reason. It was just too eerie how much she reminded him of the Hyuga sisters, and every time he was near her, he felt this urge to protect her. These were emotions he had kept locked up for many centuries so that he wouldn't have to deal with the pain of the past, but ever since getting Wing Zero they had been resurfacing again. He knew he had to stop getting so close to that woman because it would only cause him pain in the long run when she died and he continued to live. If only the pilots of the Justice and Freedom were more experienced, then maybe he would get his wish to finally die, but like all other great warriors he faced, they just didn't have enough experience fighting compared to him. He did respect their abilities though, because they were able to keep up with him even when he had the Zero system activated, but they were too caring of those around them. This allowed them to get distracted during battle, and those distractions had been costing them their fights against him. Ironic, he remembered when he used to care about what happened around him, but now he could care less, or that is what he told himself. "I wonder what you all would say if you saw me now. Would you be disappointed with me, and could you forgive me for what I have become?" thought Naruto as he stared up at Wing Zero as if it held the answers he sought. His thoughts were interrupted when he sensed someone was spying and glanced over to the corner of the hangar to see a familiar girl watching him from behind one of the pillars. He recognized the girl as the one that was in the escape pod and provided Azrael with that file, which contained complete data on the Justice and Freedom. Her name was Flay, if he remember correctly, and it was almost amusing that she thought she could remain hidden with that blinding reddish-pink hair of hers. It almost reminded him of when he used to love to wear the color orange when he was younger, but he quickly wiped those thoughts from his mind. The girl wasn't doing any harm, so he decided to just ignore her and return to looking up at his Gundam. Elsewhere. So the meteor system is finally complete, is it? Said Andrew as he sipped his coffee. Yeah, but it does us little good since we won't exactly be able to use it while we are still hiding, sighed Athron as he crossed his arms across his chest. Do we know what the Earth forces and Zaft have been up to lately? Asked Kira curiously. No, all we know that is Earth has been gathering almost 75 of their remaining forces to their lunar base, replied Andrew as he leaned back in his chair. I wonder what they are planning, said Kigali with a small frown. If you ask me, I would say they are planning for a direct attack on the plants, but even they won't be able to accomplish that unless they have some way to get past Zaft defensive base, offered Mew, causing many to think about what he said. Let us hope that whatever they have planned that we will be able to interfere before it creates more death and destruction, said Lacus softly. Kira just smiled slightly before putting a hand on the beautiful pink-haired girl's shoulders to show he agreed with her. Dominion Nataral was up late as usual going over some data log as she sat in her chair on the bridge of the Dominion. She had been told that she would be leading an assault on Zaft's space fortress Boaz. It had surprised her greatly when she had learned of this, and not because she would be leading the assault, but because they were attacking Boaz. That base had yet to be damaged severely in any Earth Force assault, and Nataral seriously doubted that they would have any better success. They just didn't have the manpower to lead a successful assault against Boaz, which is why it was called a space fortress. You were up late, said a familiar voice that caused Nataral to jump in surprise. She turned around to see Naruto had entered the bridge and floated over to her as she tried to calm down her nerves. Forgive me, I didn't mean to surprise you, said Naruto sincerely. Nataral just waved it off before she saluted the man since he did still technically outrank her. It is no problem, sir, I was just going over some possible scenarios for when we reach Boaz in a few days, replied Nataral before clearing her monitor. I take it you don't know then, said Naruto, causing the woman to look at him curiously. I am afraid I do not know what you are talking about, sir, said Nataral as she looked up into his piercing blue eyes. Lord Azrael has convinced the Earth Alliance forces to authorize the use of nukes using the new N-jammer technology Zaft has created. He has also convinced them to allow me to use the full power of Wing Zero in order to take out the base at Boaz so they can use every nuke against the plants, said Naruto. Nataral eyes widened in horror as she could tell Naruto was being dead serious. It wasn't like her to question her superiors, but was it really necessary to go this far and use nukes against civilians just to win a war? Wait a minute, you said you were allowed to use your Gundam's full power? What exactly do you mean by that? Asked Nataral as she tried to keep her mind off the nukes for a moment. The Calamity and Raider will be deployed to clear the way of all enemy mobile suits so that I can use the full power of Zero's Buster Rifle to completely destroy Boaz. In 2 days, Boaz will cease to exist, said Naruto as he refused to meet the woman's eyes before taking his leave of the bridge. Hopefully, when she saw him destroy Boaz, she would start to hate him instead of still respecting him like she did now. Maybe then, it would be easier to ignore her presence if she wanted nothing to do with him. Break, now remember, it will be up to you two to clear the way so that Captain Uzumaki can destroy Boaz, and if there is anything left, several mobile armors packed with nukes can destroy what is left, smiled Azrael. Clotho and Orga both seemed happy that they would get to destroy more Zaft soldiers, but were both glaring at Naruto with hate from out of the corner of their eyes. He was the one who had killed Shawnee, and though none of them really got along, he was still their teammate. Naruto didn't even bother acknowledging they existed, which caused them even more anger, but knew better than to attack the man because then they would be denied the drugs that kept them from feeling any painful side effects of their unnatural enhancements. Captain Uzumaki, I expect that you won't have any problems with testing out the true power of that Buster Rifle now, will you? Smiled Azrael before taking a step back reflexively as Naruto's cold eyes turned to look in his own. Naruto didn't say anything, but just nodded his head before taking his leave of the man. This caused Azrael to glare at Naruto because he still hated how the man showed him no respect. It didn't matter though, because once they had finally got rid of those damn coordinators, he would then deal with Captain Uzumaki, or that is what he thought. Go get ready, we have a base to destroy, laughed Azrael before heading towards the bridge. Clotho and Orga just smirked before heading to their own mobile suits. Council of Zaft, Plants, Chairman, Boaz has reported that a large number of Earth forces have headed towards them, said a soldier. Those foolish naturals and their damn arrogance to think that their superior numbers will overcome us, scowled Chairman Zala as he pulled up the screen and watched as Boaz deployed its own forces. It seems they are using some new type of mobile suits, said Izalia Jewel, mother of Isaac Jewel, the pilot of the dual Gundam. It doesn't matter, Boaz is a fortress and will not fall to those inferior naturals, said Chairman Zala confidently. Battle of Boaz. These coordinators are pathetic, and I was hoping for a challenge, laughed Orga as he used his cannons to take out multiple Zaft mobile suits. This is too easy, smiled Clotho as he used his mace to take out 2 enemy mobile suits before using his beam rifle to shoot down another 3. The only one who wasn't bragging about their abilities or taking joy in killing a bunch of Zaft forces was Naruto. He had taken out the same if not more mobile suits than both the Raider and Calamity, but knew his real job had yet to come. It was almost disgusting to think about because he would be annihilating an entire base in one shot. This is what made him realize that he truly had become nothing more than a monster, and yet he couldn't seem to care. There was a small clench of his heart, but for the most part, he felt nothing. He only hoped that after he did this that Zaft would hate him so much they would send everything they had after him and not stop until they succeeded in killing him for what he was going to do. In the big picture, it didn't matter whether he fired the shot or not, because if he didn't fire then Azrael would just launch the nukes against the base. With that final thought, Naruto grabbed his Buster rifle with both hands and took aim at the space fortress. The Zaft, Earth forces, and the 3 ships that had created an alliance all watched with mixed reactions as Wing Zero fired at Boaz. The beam from his Buster rifle passed right through the center of the large space fortress before it started to explode from the inside out. Naruto just watched emotionlessly as Boaz exploded in a shower of debris and didn't even realize that the armor on Wing Zero had started to take on a reddish tint. Boaz had been completely destroyed and hundreds of soldiers of Zaft had lost their life all because of one machine. Naruto's wish was granted, because once news got out that he had destroyed Boaz in a single shot, he had become the most hated man in all of the plants in Zaft. They would not be satisfied until he and Wing Zero were destroyed, then burned in hell for what they did. 3-ship alliance, Kusanagi, Eternal, and Archangel. It can't be possible. There is no way one mobile suit can be that powerful, said Kigali in disbelief, as she still couldn't believe at what happened to Boaz. That isn't the only thing we have to worry about, because we just intercepted a message from Zaft saying that they also detected nuclear energy aboard all of the carriers. This means even if Naruto hadn't destroyed Boaz that they would have just launched nukes instead, said Andrew with a grim expression on his face. We need to head to the plants because no doubt that is where they will head to next now that Boaz is gone, frowned Lacus with a worried look in her eyes because she had hoped something like this wouldn't happen. Atheron and I will deal with the nukes before we go after that mobile suit, said Kira with a hard look in his eyes. Kira, said Lacus with a worried look in her eyes because she didn't want to see Kira go up against such an enemy for fear of him losing his life. Don't worry Lacus, this time we will definitely end this war, smiled Kira as he looked at the beautiful girl with a reassuring look in his eyes. Break, does this change mean that I truly am becoming nothing but a monster? Are you starting to give up on me already, Wing Zero? Thought Naruto as he stared at Wing Zero and noticed some of the armor had turned crimson red. He could still remember the last vision he had received, which were the cries of hundreds of people just before they were silenced forever. The vision was the sounds of Boaz just before it exploded, and deep down it was tearing him apart even if he kept a neutral expression on his face. It had taken 2,000 years, but finally he was becoming what the villagers had called him since he was a little kid. A demon that merely existed to take the lives of all those in its path and leave no survivors. Naruto had truly become a fallen angel, and he was losing what little remained of his wings if the slow transformation of his Gundam was any sign. Captain Uzumaki, said a familiar voice, causing Naruto to turn around and stare into the beautiful violet eyes of Lieutenant Badgerul. Lieutenant, is there something I can do for you? Asked Naruto as he turned to face the woman who now looked at him differently since he destroyed Boaz. I have come to tell you that we will be arriving at the plants soon, sir, answered Natarl as she forced herself to look into his eyes. She still couldn't believe that his Gundam contained such power and that he willingly used it to destroy an entire space fortress in one attack. It made her start to question if she was truly doing the right thing by following orders without questioning the morality of them. I take it Lord Azrael wishes to finally finish this war by launching nukes at the plants, said Naruto knowingly. Yes sir, but he has also said that you will be leading the strike, sir, replied Natarl as she glanced at the ground. No, said Naruto, causing Natarl to look up at him in surprise. What did he mean by no? Sir, asked Natarl confused. Tell Lord Azrael that destroying a military base is one thing, but I will not use Wing Zero's power on defenseless civilians whether they are coordinators or not. I have not fallen that far, said Naruto as he mumbled the last part before turning to look at Wing Zero. Natarl's eyes widened in disbelief because she couldn't believe that he would be disregarding a direct order not just from Lord Azrael, but his actual superiors since the president had sanctioned this mission. Maybe he wasn't as cruel as she thought him to be, and her faith in the military started to falter even more so now. If he or any others have a problem with this, then send them directly to me and I will deal with them, said Naruto before brushing past Natarl and making his way out of the hangar. Natarl just watched him go with a confused look in her eyes and many conflicting thoughts in her head. Everything was starting to change, and for once, she was confused if she was doing the right thing. Plants. Chairman Zala, we have detected multiple Earth forces approaching the plants, said a soldier as he saluted the man. It would appear the Earth forces plans to use their nuclear weapons and that new mobile suit to end this war permanently, said Rao as he kept a neutral look on his face, but inside he was grinning insanely. His plan for all humanity to be annihilated was about to come about, and all that was left was for Chairman Zala to activate the Genesis. Those arrogant fools, it is time to activate the Genesis and show them exactly how inferior to us they are, growled Chairman Zala, causing a smile to slowly form on Rao's face. I will deploy all our forces to protect the plants while you prepare the Genesis, said easily a Jewel before taking her leave of the chairman. I shall get going as well, bowed Rao. Soon, all those inferior naturals will be gone, never to bother us again, said Chairman Zala as he headed to his personal ship where it would take him to Genesis. Dominion. Now listen you two, once the nukes are launched and those coordinators are taken care of, I want you both to destroy that annoying Uzumaki, demanded Azrael as he spoke with Clotho and Orga. The leader of Blue Cosmos was pissed because Naruto had refused to obey his orders and use Wing Zero's power to wipe out the plants. He was going to teach that arrogant captain that no one denied him what he wanted. Orga and Clotho started to smirk because they had been itching for a good fight and had been wanting to kill that man for quite some time. Their arrogance in their own abilities wouldn't allow them to accept anyone could be better at piloting a mobile suit than them, which is why they were happy to get the chance to kill Naruto. It would be the perfect chance to prove they were better than that stoic man who never bothered to acknowledge their existence. Can we use any means necessary to kill him? Asked Orga with a glint in his eyes. Yes, but make sure you do after the nukes are launched, that way no one will notice a single mobile being destroyed because their attention will be focused on the destruction of the plants, smiled Azrael. Sounds good to me, smirked Clotho, as he couldn't wait to have some revenge against the man who had humiliated him and killed Shawnee. The three men were so wrapped up in what they were discussing that they didn't notice that their whole conversation had been overheard. The person quickly headed to the hangar where they knew Captain Uzumaki was at to warn him of the danger he was in. It didn't take the person long to find Naruto as he was staring up at his Gundam like he usually was doing during the day. No one really understood why he spent most of his time staring at his mobile suit, and they probably never would because no one was brave enough to dare interrupt the man. Captain Uzumaki, said a female voice, causing the said man to turn his head to look at the girl. Yes, Ms. Ulster, replied Naruto as he stared at the girl through emotionless blue eyes that made the girl shift her feet nervously. It's Flay, and I heard something that I think you should know, said Flay as she tried to remain calm, but Naruto's eyes made her nervous because it was like he was staring directly into her soul. What is it? Asked Naruto, though he really didn't care since he doubted it was that important. I heard that man, the leader of Blue Cosmos, speaking with two pilots, and he was telling them to kill you once they launched the nukes at the plants, said Flay, but was surprised when Naruto didn't even look in the least bit bothered by this knowledge. I see. Was there anything else? Replied Naruto as he turned to look back up at his Gundam. Aren't you worried? Argued Flay as she looked at the man in disbelief. No, but it might be wise to keep this knowledge to yourself since you could be targeted if someone found out you knew what you know, warned Naruto before taking his leave of the girl to prepare for the final battle. Second battle of Jaken-do. Ha ha. Die you weak bastards, yelled Clotho as he took out several Gin with a large grin on his face. Remember the plan, idiot, smirked Orga as he used his plasma cannons to take out multiple Zaft mobile suits. Yeah, I know, replied Clotho as he glanced at their target out of their corner of his eyes. Not too far away from them, Wing Zero was being attacked by a huge amount of Zaft mobile suits, but was easily destroying them all. It seemed they all wanted the chance to take out the man responsible for destroying Boaz, but if only they knew how futile their attempts were. The duel, thought Naruto before using his shield to block several missiles from the stolen Gundam. You bastard, you will pay for what you did to Boaz, yelled Izuku as he engaged Wing Zero as his eyes burned with hate. Thought Naruto unimpressed at the duel's abilities as he easily evaded the shots fired at him from the duel. Izuku was growling in anger because he couldn't believe how fast the mobile suit that he was fighting was, and every time it looked like he had it would get out of the way just in time. Damn it, cursed Izuku as he barely dodged out of the way in time before he was cut in half from a beam saber strike, but couldn't evade the kick to the chest that sent him sailing backwards. Wing Zero took the moment it had to draw its buster rifle and took aim at the two Zaft warships in the distance. Izuku saw what was happening and was about to yell out a warning, but it was too late as he watched Wing Zero fire its buster rifle. The two Zaft ships were completely obliterated. Bastard, you'll pay for that, growled Izuku, but before he could head toward Wing Zero his eyes widened in horror as he saw multiple nukes being launched at the plants. No, everyone follow me and target those missiles. We can't even let one hit the plants, yelled Izuku in a panic as he directed the Zaft forces over to the nukes that had been launched at the plants. He and many others tried their best to take them out, but there was just too many. Now Orga, yelled Clotho as he turned around to go after the Zero Gundam, but both pilots blinked in confusion when they couldn't find it. Where the hell did it go? Growled Orga. His question was answered a second later. A loud beeping sound went off, and both pilots turned around to see Wing Zero about 20 feet behind them with its buster rifle pointed right at them. Their eyes widened in horror as Zero fired at them. Ah! Screamed Orga while Clotho was completely obliterated in the blast to the point there was nothing left of his Gundam. The Calamity managed to escape death, but its right arm was gone and its thrusters had been damaged. Surrender or you will suffer the same fate as your friend, said Naruto as he opened a link with the Calamity after putting away his buster rifle. You bastard, I will kill you, yelled Orga as his eyes burned in rage before he started to fire upon the Zero recklessly. Naruto just shook his head at the insane pilot as he easily weaved in and out of his shots as he slowly closed the distance between the two of them. The Calamity was just too heavily loaded with artillery that it couldn't keep up with Zero's superior speed and maneuverability. In a matter of moments, Naruto was right in front of the Calamity and Orga didn't even get the chance to scream as a beam saber cut his Gundam in half. To an outside viewer, it looked as if Wing Zero hadn't even moved its arm as it passed right by the Calamity in a blur. Wing Zero had its back turned to the Calamity as the Gundam slowly fell in half before exploding in a large explosion. Naruto didn't even bother to look back at the Calamity and went to see how the nuclear strike went. He noticed that all the plants were still there, which confused him because there is no way Zaft could have stopped all those nukes on their own. It was something he didn't get to think too long on when a beeping sound went off and he barely dodged out of the way in time to avoid being cut in half by the largest beam sword he had ever seen. The Justice, thought Naruto as he turned to face his new opponent and noticed that it had some strange pack on its back. His eyes widened in realization as it must have been with these new packs that the Freedom and Justice were capable of destroying all the nukes. Perhaps, now they had the power to beat him and give him the eternal darkness he sought so much. Athrun quickly used the meteor to lock in on Naruto before firing a huge amount of missiles at him. Naruto quickly activated his Zero system and turned his thrusters on at full blasts as he attempted to avoid all the missiles. There were just too many though and he took several direct hits, but nothing that would slow him down for long. Wing Zero's armor was tougher than any other Gundam, which meant it could take considerably more damage without its capabilities suffering from it. His Gundam's armor is incredible if it could withstand several direct hits like that, cursed Athron as he activated the beam sabers on the meteor and tried to take out the Zero with them. Your power is truly impressive with that pack on, but what good is all that power if you can't hit anything with it, said Naruto with disappointment clearly in his eyes. The Meteor was designed for taking out multiple enemies and increasing the speed at which the Justice or Freedom could travel long distance, but in close combat, it was merely a burden as Athron was learning. The best he was able to do was keep Naruto at a distance with his beam sabers, but he was nowhere close to landing a blow on him. It wouldn't be long before the Zero Gundam got within his guard and Athron knew it. Naruto and Athron were about to clash again, when a loud beeping sound filled their ears and Isaac came yelling at the Justice over the international frequency. Freedom, Justice, get out of there now. They are going to fire the Genesis, yelled Isaac as he ordered all Zaft forces to pull back. Less than a few seconds later, a large blast came from about a mile or so away from them and was heading straight for them and the Earth forces behind the Zero. Athron's eyes widened in horror as he realized he wouldn't be able to maneuver out of the way in time and would be annihilated in the blast. He gasped in shock and disbelief when he felt something quickly destroy the meteor pack before grabbing him and carrying him safely out of the blast seconds before it consumed him. Why? Gasped Athron as he looked upon Wing Zero, which was responsible for saving his life. He watched as Wing Zero released him then calmly floated in front of him. The two Gundams stood staring at each other before Wing Zero flew off in the distance to check on its forces. Athron, we need to destroy that weapon before it can be fired again, said Kira as he appeared on his friend's monitor. Athron snapped out of his stupor and looked down at his friend. I'll do it, you just continue to fight out here while I take care of that thing, replied Athron as his eyes narrowed. He knew it was his father that had fired that monstrous weapon and he was going to be the one to stop it. Right, agreed Kira before closing the link. Athron glanced one more time in the direction of which the Zero Gundam took off before heading off towards Genesis. Naruto was heading back to the Dominion because it was clear that the Earth forces were going to lose this battle and war if they didn't retreat. He still didn't know why he had saved the Justice from being destroyed. Something about the way the Justice and Freedom fought seemed so familiar that he couldn't just let them be destroyed so carelessly. They, like him, deserved to die in a battle like a true warrior, and not by some random blast. His thoughts were interrupted though when the Zero system alerted him to several approaching enemies, which caused Naruto to quickly raise his shield to block a blast coming from a familiar-looking Dragoon system. Seconds later, several Dragoons surrounded him and started to fire upon him with deadly accuracy, but he was able to predict their patterns and destroyed two of them before they flew towards a Gundam he had never seen. Impressive. It seems you are truly as good as they say, but I can't allow your existence to remain anymore, smirked Rao as the Dragoons attached to the pack on the back of his Providence Gundam. I have heard of you as well, Commander Rao Lacrescent, said Naruto calmly as he floated in front of the Gundam. Ha ha, then you knows that I will not fail in killing you and that damn boy in order to ensure my plans for humanity succeed, laughed Rao as he fired his beam rifle along with the 5 Dragoons on his back at Naruto. Wing Zero turned its thrusters on to full blast and dodged to the side to avoid being hit before returning fire with its own buster rifle. The Providence Gundam quickly evaded the blasts and released its Dragoons that started to attack Naruto to keep him on the defensive. Thought Naruto as he weaved in and out of the Dragoons that were giving him no time to return fire. If weren't for the fact that he had the Zero system activated and his own superb spatial awareness skills, he probably would have lost an arm or leg by now because of the onslaught. This Providence Gundam was in a league of its own, especially with a pilot like Rao in command of it. Give it up, there is no way you can match my Gundam's power, laughed Rao as he took aim upon Naruto with his beam rifle. We shall see, replied Naruto as his eyes narrowed as he came up with a plan to destroy the Dragoons, but right before he could implement it he received a vision from Wing Zero that made his eyes widen in horror. No, not again, pleaded Naruto as he slammed his hands into the console while his Gundam shook from being hit by several beams. He had just been sent a vision of Lieutenant Badgarul being killed by Lord Azrael because she refused to fire upon the Archangel. She died with a smile on her face just like Hinata because she finally chose to make her own decisions and not do as others tell her. Goodbye, grinned Rao as he had all his Dragoons return to him as he prepared to destroy Wing Zero in one final blast. Just as he was about to fire upon the immobile Gundam, a bright light exploded from the Gundam, and temporarily blinded him. When he was finally able to see again, he noticed that Wing Zero was nowhere in sight. He cursed, but decided to go after the freedom, and then after he had dealt with that boy he would find Wing Zero and make sure it couldn't escape him a second time. "Is there anything I can get you, sir? Is there anything I can get you, sir?" asked Missy as she approached a man at the counter with spiky blonde hair and beautiful sky blue eyes. The man was absolutely gorgeous in her opinion, and she would have wasted some of her time flirting with him if it weren't for the fact that he scared the hell out of her. No one really knew anything about the man except that he had shown up about 2 months ago and since then stayed at a local motel. He came in every morning for a mug of coffee and would drink it slowly while staring up at the ceiling with a blank look in his eyes. It was rather creepy, which caused most people to avoid him like a plague, but Missy needed the money to pay for her bills, so was forced to see if he wanted anything. "I'll have some coffee," answered the man as he didn't even bother to look at her. "Sure thing," smiled Missy hesitantly before quickly leaving. The man sat there with a blank look in his eyes and waited patiently for his coffee. His eyes betrayed none of his thoughts, and when his coffee was served, he thanked the woman before calmly taking a sip from it. As he was drinking, his ears picked up the sounds of the door opening and closing. A few seconds later, he heard footsteps approaching his table and wasn't long before sat down across from him. He glanced up from his drink and found himself staring into the amused eyes of a handsome man with long flowing black hair wearing some expensive clothes. "I must say, you are a hard man to find, but I should have expected you would be in some desolate place like Canada," chuckled the man before signaling the waitress that he would like some coffee. "Why are you here?" asked the blonde-haired man as he put his coffee down gently. "I take you know who I am then, since you haven't assumed I am here to kill you," smiled the man. "You are the current chairman of the Plants and Zaft, Gilbert Durandal," replied the blonde-haired, not in the least bit impressed. They both stopped talking when the waitress came by the table and poured Durandal some coffee. Once she left, Durandal calmly took a sip of his coffee and smiled in delight before placing it down in front of him. "Yes, I am, and you are Captain Naruto Uzumaki, pilot of the Gundam known as Wing Zero, and many other titles," said Durandal with a small smirk. Naruto just stared at the man with a blank look in his eyes because he still hadn't answered his previous question. Durandal could see why people were so intimidated by the man, as it was like he was peering into your soul with those eyes, and it was very unnerving. "Anyway, I heard about how the Earth Forces has been trying to get rid of you for not turning over your Gundam once the war was over, and I was hoping I could help you with that problem," said Durandal as he took another sip of his coffee. "Offering me sanctuary in the plants when I am hated by the entirety of coordinators for what I did at Boaz. I don't see how that helps me," replied Naruto. "Actually, I was hoping you would consider joining Zaft and then you wouldn't have to worry about such things," corrected Durandal. "You want the power of Wing Zero on your side when the next war comes around," said Naruto knowingly. "I am glad to see I am not the only one who sees that another war is inevitable, and you are correct in a way. Whether Wing Zero fights for Zaft or not doesn't concern me because you are the only one who can pilot it from my intelligence," started Durandal, but paused when Naruto finished. "So by me joining Zaft you have guaranteed that Wing Zero won't be used against you, as no one else could pilot it but me, and since I would be on your side it couldn't be used against the plants," finished Naruto as he took a sip of his coffee. "Exactly, and I am willing to meet almost any demand to get you to join Zaft to ensure the plant's safety from Wing Zero," said Durandal firmly. Naruto stared at the man with a blank look on his face as he thought about what he was being offered. He already knew the man was hiding things from him, but that was nothing new, so it didn't bother him too much because he could always find out what he was hiding if he wanted to. The Earth Forces had betrayed him, and though he didn't like to think about it, he wanted to avenge the death of Natarl Badgarul. It wasn't that he wanted to join Zaft, but merely show the Earth Forces what all traitors deserve. "I will give you my answer in a week," said Naruto as he left some money on the table, then calmly left. "Perfect," thought Durandal with a satisfied smile. Somewhere in northern Canada, Naruto calmly walked on top of the snow as if it were solid ground as he made his way to some unknown destination. It was as cold as can be this evening as the snow fell down from the sky lightly, but Naruto didn't seem to be bothered by it as he wore some casual clothes with no jacket or anything else. He just continued to walk as if it were a warm summer day and showed no signs of slowing down. It wasn't about until 10 minutes later, he stopped walking and raised his head to look up at the large machine in front of him. The mobile suit was half buried in snow as it rested against a large hill, but if looked closely could easily see its blood-red, crimson armor standing out from within the snow. Naruto just stood there standing in front of the demonic-looking mobile suit. 2 months since the war ended and you were born. Now I am being recruited by the chairman of the plants to join Zaft, thought Naruto as he stared up at the Gundam. Tell me, Epion, has my desire to fight increased because of you, or are you merely a representation of what my own selfish choices have turned me into? Thought Naruto. The Gundam just stared back at him through the same lifeless look that he always held on his face. Perhaps, this change was inevitable. I guess it doesn't really matter, as another war will be coming soon and together we will fight. Let us hope this time that there is someone out there to give us a challenge, said Naruto as he walked towards the Gundam. His destiny was to live forever and fight in numerous wars, one day seeking an opponent that would be able to beat him. He only hoped that this next war provided him with the challenge he sought so much. Naruto looked out over at the city of Armory 1 and couldn't deny that it truly was a beautiful sight. Naruto looked out over at the city of Armory 1 and couldn't deny that it truly was a beautiful sight. Even though he was in space, he had always enjoyed the natural beauty and smells of nature. It was good to see that even though countless wars had ruined Earth beyond compression, that there were still some people out there willing to recreate the once beautiful atmosphere of Earth. Too bad they weren't doing it down on Earth and merely doing it to make their colonies look beautiful. He didn't get to appreciate the sight any further when the elevator stopped and he turned away from the beautiful sight. Calmly, he made his way past the secretary and entered the temporary office of Chairman Durandal while he stayed at Armory 1. The chairman looked up and smiled when he realized who it was that entered his office. Commander Uzumaki, it is good to see you. I hope the past week here has been to your satisfaction, smiled Chairman Durandal. Naruto was dressed in red and black ZAFR uniform that was customized designed just for him. On the right collar was a small pin that let all Zaft personnel know that he was a member of Faith. Chairman, you wished to speak with me, said Naruto as he stood in front of the man. Yes, I was hoping you could give me your honest opinion on what you think of the new mobile suits being put into production, said Durandal as gestured for Naruto to have a seat. The Gundams are the new Zaku units? Asked Naruto as he took a seat in one of the comfortable chairs. Durandal smirked at that because if there was one thing about Naruto that he respected, it was his insight. The chairman had no doubt that Naruto could easily find out anything he wanted to, but instead merely did his duty and nothing more. I was hoping you could give me your opinion on the new Gundams put in production, answered Durandal as he leaned back in his chair. They are all powerful mobile suits, but because of how they are built they each have a weakness that I am sure you know all about, replied Naruto. Yes, I am aware that the Gaia, Abyss, and Chaos each have a very exploitable weakness, but I do wonder what you think of the Impulse. I have great hopes for that mobile suit, smiled Durandal with a gleam in his eyes. The Impulse is no different than the Strike except it uses a different power source. I believe both mobile suits are a liability in battle, said Naruto to the surprise of Durandal. Why do you say that? Asked Durandal curiously. It is a Gundam designed to reach optimum efficiency by being able to change its parts during battle to fit any situation. That is the main problem with it. Those few seconds that it takes to change gear leaves it wide open for an attack that any smart opponent would take advantage of. It would need to work in tangent with some other mobile suits that have some competent pilots to cover it while it changes gear, explained Naruto. I never thought of it like that and I do see your point, confessed Durandal thoughtfully while Naruto looked at him blankly. Gundam Epion has a weakness in that it has no long-range capabilities, though its incredible speeds and maneuverability do make up for it, said Naruto as he finished evaluation of the Gundams. Yes, I have received several requests from certain factions wishing to study your mobile suit. Not that I can blame them since your Gundam is obviously different from any other Gundam I have seen, said Durandal with a small smile. If you wish to see its capabilities, then prepare a real-life battle simulation in space and I will show what it is capable of. If it is just my own abilities you worry about, then assign me a Zaku and I will use that instead for the simulation, said Naruto. I take it you know about the meeting I had about 2 days ago with several of the members of the board, chuckled Durandal. If they really want me dead that badly, then give them the opportunity. If they should succeed or fail, they won't be able to bother you anymore because you gave them the chance, said Naruto. You could always change your appearance and take on a different name like I first suggested, smiled Durandal. I don't hide from anyone, replied Naruto as his eyes narrowed slightly and Durandal backed off a bit. I understand, I just wish we didn't lose so many fine soldiers, sighed Durandal as he remembered the many assassins Naruto would bring in, but they would always use a poison on themselves before they could be interrogated. I will look for a proper mobile suit while you schedule the battle simulation, said Naruto as he got up and left the office. Durandal watched him go with a contemplative look on his face. Break. It was the middle of the night, and all the lights in the colony were out. At first look, it would seem all was quiet, but to the trained eye, one could vaguely make out a group of men breaking into one of the hangars. Sir, we are in, whispered one of Special Forces men. Good, let's hurry up and destroy this mobile suit, then we will go after that damn natural pilot, replied the leader with a large grin on his face. The others just nodded with a determined look in their eyes as they all snuck into the hangar undetected. It didn't take them long before they were all standing in front of a demonic-looking Gundam. They stared up at it in anger because they knew who piloted it and still couldn't believe the man had been allowed to come anyone near the plants, let alone join Zaft. Get the explosives and set them to go off in 5 minutes, said the leader. All he received was silence, which caused him to front as he turned around and his eyes widened in horror. He started to back up in fear as he stared into the emotionless sky-blue eyes of Commander Uzumaki, and all around him lay the unconscious bodies of the Special Ops members. Surrender, said Naruto as his eyes bored into the man. Damn you, you are nothing but a monster, yelled the leader as he grabbed his machine gun. Just as he pulled the trigger, a large mechanical fist came between him and Naruto, much to his shock. You should have surrendered, said a voice from behind him before he felt a chop to his neck. Thank you, Epion, nodded Naruto as the Gundam's arm returned to its side. He then started to gather up the unconscious Special Ops soldiers. This had to be the 10th or so attack on him or his Gundam since he had arrived at Armory 1. It was kind of sad how the coordinators believed that their enhanced genes would give them an advantage against him. Reminded him of the many clans he had faced in his past who thought they were better due to their own special gifts. Some people would never learn that true strength and power was earned, not given to you at birth. Zaft Council, Chairman Durandal, letting this man join the ranks of Zaft is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what you were thinking of when you decided to make this decision, but it was highly foolish of you, said one of the generals as his eyes burned in anger. I have to agree with him. He is responsible for the destruction of Boaz and countless soldiers who fought for Zaft. Don't you think once people start to realize who he is that others will start to question your sanity? Said a woman as she peered over at Durandal. I know it may have seemed I made a completely irrational and hasty decision, but I believe with him on our side we are much safer than if he were to rejoin the Earth forces. You saw what the destructive power he wielded when he was our enemy, so it makes much more sense to have him as an ally, said Durandal calmly. The other council members may not like to admit, but what he said was the absolute truth. The man was a major threat to them during the Blood Valentine War, and they really couldn't afford to have him as enemy again. If it will make you happy, he has agreed to participate in a real-life battle simulation. He is willing to go up some of our best pilots and won't even use his Gundam if it will appease you all. I am sure he will even go so far as to allow the pilots to go for killing blows against him, while he will limit himself to only immobilizing his opponents, smiled Durandal as he knew they would jump at this opportunity. He really had to thank Naruto for the idea because it would get them off his back permanently. How do we know we can trust him to keep up his end? Asked the general from earlier. Simple. His mobile suit will have a self-detonation switch attached to it, and should he break any of the rules or turn on us, then you can activate the self-destruct mechanism, replied Durandal simply. Fine, but I want our best pilots, said the general with a smirk. He planned to pick their best pilots along with the newest models to make sure that this Naruto Uzumaki didn't survive this simulation. Good. I will have it scheduled a week from now, and I will allow our current Zaft trainees watch the fight so they can learn something about live combat, smiled Durandal as he got and left the room. I do hope you put on a good show, Naruto. I look forward to what you can do, thought Durandal with a smirk as he headed towards his office. Armory 1. Gundam Epion Hangar. Naruto was sitting in the of Epion with the Zero system activated as he looked over the many possible mobile suits there were. Unlike with the Earth forces, Zaft were first to design mobile suits, so they had a much larger selection to choose from. Using the Zero systems, he was able to receive detailed information on each mobile suit in a matter of seconds and had narrowed his choices down to 2 mobile suits. The first one was a Zaku gunner, Zaku that Luna Maria pilots, which excelled in long-range combat and had close combat capabilities. He usually didn't like using guns and weapons such as those, but he had to be realistic. There was no doubt in his mind that he would be facing some of the best pilots they had, and he would need a mobile suit that could fight against multiple opponents. This mobile suit had impressive long-range capabilities and he could definitely use it to his advantage. The only problem was that it was a fairly new mobile suit and not many were put in production yet. The other mobile suit was the ZGMF-601 Arguez R that was currently in mass production, but was about to be replaced by the Zaku units. It had 2 rail cannons, one on each hip along with a beam saber mounted on the left arm. Came with 2 XMMIGAU-2, Picus, 76mm CIWS, fire-linked, mounted in head and a MA-MV-05 composite shield. The mobile suit also came with a powerful beam rifle as an optional weapon. There is no denying ZAFT's genius when it comes to designing weapons of mass destruction, thought Naruto as he went over each mobile suit. After going over their capabilities a few more times, he deactivated the Zero system and prepared to go look at these mobile suits personally. There could only be so much learned from study design layouts, which is why Naruto wished to see these mobiles up close. As he walked through Armory 1, he noticed many of the soldiers look at him with respect and awe. They obviously took notice of his uniform and the faith pin, which is why they were giving him such looks. If only they knew who he was, then no doubt they would be trying to kill him instead of looking at him as they did now. It wasn't like he was hiding his identity, and he even introduced himself to people with his real name. The only problem was that even with him giving his real name, people didn't know who he was because no one except for those at the top or the elites knew that he was the pilot of Wing Zero. His identity in the Earth Alliance had always been kept a secret from Zaft so they couldn't target him for assassination. Chairman Durandal hoped to keep it this way, but Naruto knew eventually it would get out and the attacks would increase. Who knows, perhaps one of his attackers would succeed and manage to kill him. Not likely, but it was something that Naruto could hope for. "Hey Shin, look, it's one of the new Zaku units that are starting to come out," said a beautiful teenage girl with short purple hair as Naruto entered one of the hangars. "Calm down, Luna, we are still trainees, so don't get your hopes up," said a boy with messy black hair and sapphire red eyes. "Both of you need to stop talking before we get in trouble with any military personnel," said a boy with long platinum blonde hair that fell down past his shoulders. "You and Ray are such killjoys. I can't wait until we graduate and are able to get a mobile suit of our own," said Luna with stars in her eyes. "What exactly do you know about this mobile suit unit?" asked a voice from behind the three. Shin and Ray turned around and their eyes widened in awe as they recognized the uniform. "It is known as the Zaku Gunner. It specializes in long-range support by using its Orthro, long-range beam cannon to take out enemies and even bases with enough firepower. I believe they also come with AM4M8 beam tomahawk for close-range combat as well," answered Luna excitedly. "Luna," whispered Shin, causing the girl to turn around and look at the boy. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized who had asked her the question. "Forgive her, sir. She didn't realize who you are," said Ray as he saluted the man along with Shin and Luna. Naruto just shook his head at them, causing them all to relax before he started to speak again. "I am impressed with your knowledge since the unit hasn't even reached mass production yet," said Naruto with a small respectful nod. He usually kept to himself, but the girl's knowledge on the Zaku was helpful and impressive for someone who had yet to become an official soldier. The girl would go far if she is as good a pilot as she is knowledgeable on those mobile suits. "Thank you, sir," blushed Luna lightly at the praise. Ray took the moment to study the man in front of him and noticed the pin on the left collar of his uniform. The man was a member of Faith, which meant he took direct orders from the chairman, but he couldn't remember ever seeing the man with the chairman, and he spent a great deal of time with the chairman when he was smaller. This piqued his curiosity because now he wanted to know exactly who this man was. Sir, I don't mean to be rude, but are you here to test pilot the gunner Zaku?" asked Luna. "Something like that," replied Naruto before brushing past the three and heading towards the Zaku. "Did he just brush me off?" said Luna with a cute pout as she was hoping to talk more with the gorgeous commander. "How would I know?" shrugged Shin as he and Rei headed away from the hangar. Luna just watched the commander leave before chasing after her friends. "Sir," saluted a bunch of mechanics as Naruto came by their station. "Is this mobile suit battle ready?" asked Naruto as he stared up at the gunner Zaku. Yes sir," answered the mechanic as he gave Naruto a curious look. "Good, set up a battle simulation exercise and feed it to the... I want to test out exactly what this mobile suit can do," said Naruto as he brushed past the mechanics. "Yes sir," said the mechanic as he started to order the others do as the commander told them. "Break, you wish to fight, but now is not the time," thought Naruto as he stared up at Epion. All mobile suits were designed for warfare and used to destroy their enemies. A Gundam was a mobile suit that could perform incredible feats in the hands of a proper pilot. In truth, a Gundam was not just a mere weapon, but something far more powerful than any type of nuke or genesis. Nukes and other weapons of mass destruction like it could only be used once or had to take a considerable amount of time to recharge and build. Not a Gundam. A Gundam could recharge quickly and could cause just as much damage if not more so than those weapons. Placed in the hands of an ace pilot, the destruction that could be accomplished with a Gundam is off the scales. Naruto had fought in countless battles and wars, but never had he encountered anything that could match a Gundam in raw power. Ironic, he used to think that the most powerful thing in the world were a bunch of demons with tails of power. No, the demons knew all along who was more powerful, which is why they attacked humans to begin with. Man was definitely the single greatest threat to the world, and unlike with animals, their hunger was never satiated. Their stubbornness knew no bounds and they were willing to sacrificing everything to accomplish some goal. It made him wonder how the world had survived for so long, as it was a miracle to him. Of course, in truth, a Gundam, or any other mobile suit were just swords used by men to defeat their opponents. Whoever was better at wielding their respective sword would no doubt be the one to emerge victorious over his enemies. Then again, Naruto had come across many ancient and modern weapons that had minds of their own, which allowed them to affect their user if they didn't have a strong enough will. This was the main reason he spent countless hours with Gundam Epion and in the past, Wing Zero. Naruto didn't know how it happened, but Epion and Wing Zero seemed to have some type of conscious. He didn't know if it was a side effect from his timeless mind and power merging with the Zero system or something else, but it was there. The only difference between the two Gundams was the way they interacted with him. When he used to pilot the Wing Zero, he would always receive visions of his past, mostly dedicated to those he loved and gave his life numerous times to protect over the course of 1,000 years before he started to let go of his emotions. It was trying to tell him something through those visions, but he never understood what. He doubted he would ever understand it, since he had spent the past 9 centuries locking away his emotions once he had finally given hope on humanity. Still, a part of him desperately wanted to understand the message Wing Zero was trying to send him and wished for one more chance to speak with the Gundam. The chances of that happening were extremely low, as he now had Epion and Wing Zero was long gone. He had never used Epion in battle since the last war had ended before he got the opportunity, but that didn't mean he didn't know its purpose. Unlike with Wing Zero, Naruto could already feel what the purpose of Epion was and its desire. Epion wanted to fight, plain and simple. The Gundam wanted to enter as many battles as possible where it could fight and die like a true warrior. It didn't care about the past or future, and only wanted to live and die as a warrior. In a way, it fully represented what Naruto believed he lived for. If you truly represent my heart's desire, then why do the visions of Wing Zero still plague me? Thought Naruto as he stared up at Epion. He may have lived for 2,000 years and be able to find out any piece of information he wanted that was on paper, but when it came to his own internal conflicts, the answers would not be obtained so easily, much to his disappointment. Break. I can't believe this. Why would the chairman let that natural join Zaft? growled Izik as he punched the wall in anger. I don't know, but do we really have the right to judge after all we did in the war? Replied Dirka as he leaned against the far with his arms behind his head. Izik looked down at the ground and clenched his fist as he knew his friend was right, but didn't want to admit. How could he be mad at that natural? He may have been an enemy, but he never attacked any civilian citizens of the plants, which couldn't be said of him. After the war, he was actually charged and indicted for war crimes against civilians. If it wasn't for all he had done for the war while pilot of the duel, he probably wouldn't had just received a slap on the wrist. Still, that natural had destroyed Boaz and hundreds of soldiers lost their lives. I know that, but still, we can't trust him and I won't hold back on him during the so-called training exercise, argued Izik before stomping out of the room with an angry scowl on his face. I better keep an eye on him in case he does something stupid, muttered Dirka as he followed his friend. Battlefield exercise. Naruto was sitting in the of the gunner Zaku he would be using and doing a quick checkup to make sure everything was working good. He continued to work even as a monitor opened up on his screen with Chairman Durandal on it. Naruto-san, I take it you are ready, smiled Durandal kindly as the man continued to run over some data. Where will the battle be located? Asked Naruto as he finished typing something in the council. The carrier will be taking you to the abandoned colonies at L4 so that you are far away from the plants in our facilities. There will be 2 Nazca-class ships in the area to make sure everything goes okay, explained Durandal. There is no self-destruction switch in my mobile suit, so I take it they will shoot me down instead if I break the rules, said Naruto knowingly. Yes, I felt that someone might too tempted to hit the self-destruct button during the fight if you showed signs of winning, so I took it out and went with this option instead, replied Durandal with a small smirk. HN, responded Naruto as he finished his checkup of the mobile suit and started to power it up. I look forward to seeing what you are capable of, smiled Durandal as he closed the link between them. Naruto didn't even say anything as the visor came down over his eyes and he prepared to launch. Armory 1. Hey Ray, do you know why they called us all down here? Asked Shin as he took a seat next to his friend. Yes, apparently, there will be a real-life training exercise going on to test the capabilities of 3 of the new production models, answered Ray, as he looked up at the many large screens that each showed a different angle of the abandoned L4 colonies. Did you two hear? 3 new Zaku units will be tested today and they're allowing everyone to see so that the chairman can see what everyone's opinion on the new mobile suits are, said Luna excitedly as she took a seat in front of Shin and watched the screen intensely. I didn't know they did things like this, blinked Shin as he looked up at the screen. They don't, but I am sure the chairman has a perfectly good reason, and you have to remember only military personnel are allowed to see the fight, not civilians as well, explained Ray, as his eyes narrowed slightly. Wow, that gunner Zaku looks so cool, squealed Luna as the screen did a close-up on the mobile suit. It was painted in midnight black with the joints painted red, as was the shield on the left arm. In its right arm was a huge beam cannon about the size of the whole mobile suit, which let people know it was packing some serious firepower. A blaze and slash Zaku, said Ray, as 2 other Zaku-type mobile suits showed up and floated in front of the gunner Zaku. Wait a minute, is this a 2-on-1 match? Asked Shin confused. Looks like it, replied Luna, but didn't bother to take her eyes off the screens. L4 colonies, remember Izik. These are just prototypes, so don't kill yourself trying to take him down, smirked Dirka as he opened a link with his friend. I know that, now shut up and stay out of my way, growled Izik as he prepared to take aim at the gunner Zaku, but his eyes widened in shock as he realized it was about to fire at them both. Dirka and Izik both flew out of the way as a large beam passed through the spot both were in. They both turned to take aim at their opponent, but found he was flying away and headed towards the debris of the abandoned colonies. Trying to hide, are you? I don't think so, glared Izik as he increased his thrust while shooting at his opponent using the Gatling guns on his mobile suit's shoulders. Really need to work on that anger of yours, sighed Dirka as he started to take aim at their opponent. It was amazing to see how well the gunner Zaku was dodging the shots from Izik as it held that large cannon in its right hand. Gotcha, smirked Dirka, but before he could pull the trigger, he cursed as the gunner Zaku disappeared behind the colony. Damn it, we need to be careful, cursed Izik as he spoke to Dirka. He's definitely good, It would probably be best if we stick together since he might be hoping for us to split up and look for him, said Dirka logically. That bastard can't hide forever, muttered Ezek. The Blaze and Zaku started to explore the remains of the abandoned colony as they searched for the gunner Zaku. What they didn't know was that the captains of each Nazca-class ship was trying to open a link with them to tell them where Naruto was hiding, but for some reason it wasn't working. Chairman, if you thought I was going to let you have the complete advantage, General, then you were sorely mistaken, smiled Durandal as he had some of his most trusted advisors jamming the Nazca-class communication so they couldn't interfere. Battle aka training exercise, so they sent the former pilot of the duel and some other after me, thought Naruto as he pulled out one of his frag grenades and placed it at a strategic location, before quickly leaving the area. He recognized the duel pilot from the way he fought, but had no idea who the other pilot was. It didn't bother him though because he already had a plan to take them both out. A beeping sound went off in his and he quickly dodged to the right just in time to avoid being destroyed. He gripped his ortho beam cannon with both hands of his Zaku and fired it at his two opponents, before getting cover behind a large piece of floating debris. Dirka, you go to the right while I go left, ordered Ezek as he took off before his friend could stop him. Why do I get the feeling this is going to turn out bad? Said Dirka, but did as his friend wanted. Now, thought Naruto as he came out from behind the debris and took aim at Ezek. He got off one shot before releasing the cannon just as Dirka filled the spot he was just in with multiple beams. Naruto watched as his beam cannon was destroyed, but it had served its purpose. Ah! Screamed Ezek, causing Dirka to stop firing and Naruto look over at his friend. His eyes widened in horror as he saw Ezek's suit get blasted back from a blast from within the colony, and now his mobile suit was missing its right arm and the whole right side was in bad condition. His main weapons were damaged as well, so Dirka knew he was out of the fight for the moment. What the hell? Cursed Dirka as his eyes narrowed in contemplation. He knew there was no way Ezek got hit by that beam, so what had happened? A bomb? No. Where could he have got the explosive since the gunner Zaku only comes with several types of grenades besides its main weapons, thought Dirka, but stopped when he realized what had happened. The pilot of the gunner Zaku hit a proximity grenade in the colony, and when Ezek dodged the beam cannon blast, he came too close to the colony and got caught with the grenade. He didn't get to think more on the matter when he picked up two small objects headed right for him and recognized them as more grenade. With incredible speed, Dirka took aim and fired at the grenades before they got too close. His shots hit the grenades right on, but something unexpected happened. Instead of two small explosions full of flames, he got a large thick smoke that blinded him temporarily. Damn it, he used the smoke grenades in space, what a crazy bastard, cursed Dirka, but before he could fly out of the cloud of smoke he saw some fast coming right at him. He screamed in pain as something cut off his left arm at the elbow joint, which caused a small explosion that rocked his mobile suit. A beeping sound went off in his and it showed the gunner Zaku coming straight at him. Dirka cursed angrily because he couldn't fire the missiles from the pack on his pack because it was closing in on him too fast. He noticed that in the gunner's right hand was a beam tomahawk, which must have been what rendered his left arm useless, but they only came with one tomahawk if his memory of the mobile suit was correct. The man must have equipped a second one and planned exactly for this moment. Just when he thought he was done for, a familiar-looking mobile suit appeared in front of him and parried the gunner's tomahawk with a beam axe of his own. Bastard, I won't be beat so easily, yelled Ezek as he held Naruto off with only one good arm and a severely damaged mobile suit. Impressive, his mobile suit was able to take direct damage from 3 grenades and is still able to maneuver fairly well. These Zaku units of Zaft are definitely better than their previous mobile suits, thought Naruto as he kept close to the Zaku so that the Blaze wouldn't use the missiles on its back in fear of hitting its teammate. You need to pull away so I can fire upon him without you getting caught in the blast, said Dirka as he watched Ezek tried to hold the man off. I know that, grunted Ezek as he parried another strike, but was unprepared for the fist that struck his mobile suit in the head. His started to haywire and he knew that he couldn't take much more. If he just hadn't let his guard down he would have never been caught off guard by those damn grenades. Surrender, this match is over, said Naruto as he appeared on Ezek and Dirka's screen. He was trying to be arrogant, but merely stating the truth. I don't surrender to anyone, especially not some natural. Now take this, you bastard, glared Ezek as he charged right at Naruto recklessly. Foolish, thought Naruto as he stopped the attack with his free hand by grabbed the Slash's wrist, then used his tomahawk to take off the Slash's head. He then got behind the Slash and used it as a shield so the blaze couldn't lock onto him. Your partner is disarmed and defeated, do you surrender? Asked Naruto as he spoke with Dirka, while Izuku hit his counsel in anger at being beat. Yeah, I give up, sighed Dirka as he opened his and raised his hands up in the air. Naruto released the Slash and put his tomahawk back inside his shield. Armory 1. Everyone watching the fight was impressed with the abilities of the new mobile suits, but were more impressed with how the gunner had taken out the Slash and blaze. It had to be one of the best strategies they had ever seen, especially when the gunner was outnumbered. Wow, whoever that is an incredible pilot to come up with a strategy like that, said Luna with stars in her eyes as she stared up at the gunner Zaku. She always had a thing for strong men in cool mobile suits and hoped she could meet that pilot one day. Yeah, that was awesome, agreed Shin with a small smile, as he was more anxious than ever to get his own mobile suit. Ray just kept silent, but inwardly he was impressed as well. Whoever that pilot was, they were good. The only problem he had was that they never gave out the name of the pilots who were participating in the exercise. He would have to do some information searching to find out who the pilot is. Council Chamber, I believe that concludes our little demonstration. Now you see why I have recruited Captain Uzumaki to join Zaft, smiled Durandal. The council wouldn't dare question him again on the matter after seeing that display of Naruto's skill. He would have to thank the man properly for making his job that much easier with that display. There is no denying he is truly an ace pilot, but it remains to be seen if he is loyal to Zaft. For now though, I believe we all agree that he will be a great asset to Zaft should another war arise, said a council member with a nod of his head at the chairman. The other agreed, though a few reluctantly, while the general who started this whole argument just glared at Durandal angrily. I am glad we have settled this matter and I look forward to speaking with you all again, but I am afraid that I need to get back to some business, bowed Durandal as he took his leave and the others started to leave as well. The chairman noticed the looks the general was giving him and decided he would have to do something about that man, but not right now. There would be plenty of time later to get rid of that particular nuisance. Break. Zaft grows stronger each day and I have no doubt the Earth forces are trying to rebuild their lost strength as well, thought Naruto as he stared up at Epion. I thought I might find you here, said a familiar voice. Naruto glanced out of the corner of his eyes to see Chairman Durandal walk towards him before standing right next to him. Chairman, greeted Naruto before returning to look up at Epion. The chairman nodded his head at the man as he too looked up at the intimidating Gundam. After a few minutes of silence, the chairman started to speak. Congratulations on beating two of our best pilots. I think you have successfully convinced me to mass-producing ZAKUs, chuckled Durandal at the end. They are superior to every other mobile suit I have seen besides a Gundam, said Naruto as they both continued to look at Epion. Yes, which brings me to the next reason why I am here. I was hoping you might be willing to offer some pointers to our pilots once they start mass-producing the Gunner and Warrior Zaku. I will be making the Blaze and Slash ZAKUs mostly for our elite, said Durandal as he glanced at Naruto. You want me to get to know the people of Zaft in attempt to make me more loyal to the plants and to your cause, stated Naruto knowingly. There is no need for that because I do not believe in betraying those that I work for, finished Naruto as Durandal could only smirk at the man's insight. Forgive me, but I should have known you would have seen the true reason I wanted you to do such a task, smirked Durandal. The man had just guaranteed him his loyalty with that last comment and that is exactly what he wanted. I would like to request that when you assign me to a ship that it has a pilot that specializes in using a gunner Zaku. It would complement Epion's own abilities perfectly, said Naruto. Well, my people are working on developing a new warship and once it is complete I will be assigning you to it. I was going to assign 2 others depending on their progress until then, but I think I can assign 1 more to increase the efficiency of your own Gundam, said Durandal thoughtfully. Naruto just nodded his head because he knew what warship the man was speaking of since he had seen the designs for it. It truly is a magnificent sight, said Durandal as he stared up at Gundam Epion one last time, before taking his leave. I can't wait to see what it is capable of, smirked Durandal as he left the hangar. Another war is coming, thought Naruto as his eyes hardened and Epion's own eyes seemed to glow a brilliant green in the moonlight showing its anticipation to be able to fight. Have you found him yet? Have you found him yet? Asked Lord Jibril as he glared down at one of the men he had hired. Jibril was a tall man in his mid-40s and had short platinum blonde hair. He was the current leader of Blue Cosmos since Lord Azrael had been killed, and he carried the same attitude as the former Blue Cosmos leader. "No sir, we have not been able to locate any information on Captain Uzumaki or Wing Zero," replied the soldier as he shifted on his feet nervously. "Damn it, there is no way he could have just disappeared. I want him found and then brought to me so that we can interrogate him on where that mobile suit is," demanded Lord Jibril. The soldier saluted before quickly disappearing to do as he was told. "I will have that mobile suit and its power," thought Jibril as he glared at his drink. Break. "Hey Commander. How do you like the new Zaku Phantom? This is the first production model made," smirked Han as he cleaned off his hands with a rag. He was a young man in his early 20s, with short blonde hair and chocolate brown eyes. Though he was young, he was one of the top mechanics and technicians in Zaft. "Impressive," said Naruto as he looked over the newest Zaft mobile suit. "Yeah, unlike those prototype models that were used in that training exercise a few months ago, this model is completely finished. It can be installed with the Blaze or Slash Wizard Pack and its maneuverability to perform a magnitude of tasks," smiled Han proudly as he had helped design this particular mobile suit. "I am still pissed off that they rushed through making those two prototypes because it completely lowered their capabilities. If they would have just gave us some more time, they would have performed much better than they did and probably wouldn't have been torn apart by that gunner pilot," sighed Han as he shook his head. Naruto didn't bother to say anything to that because he knew it was the truth. The Blaze and Slash Zaku should have performed better than they did against him. It was clearly obvious that they had been rushed and certain details were overlooked just to get them semi-battle ready. "Will they be mass-producing these Phantom models?" asked Naruto. "Nah. The average pilot wouldn't be able to bring out its full potential. These are reserved strictly for the aces," answered Han. So then most pilots will be receive of Zaku Warrior or Gunner," stated Naruto, to which Han nodded his head. "Yep, but hey, you don't have to worry about it since you have that Oni Gundam of yours," smirked Han. "Its name is Epion," frowned Naruto as he glanced down at the man. "Looks more like a demon to me," shrugged Han, but gulped nervously as he saw that Naruto was glaring at him. He threw up his hands in surrender quickly before apologizing to the man for his comment. "Hee, name is Epion, got it," chuckled Han nervously. Commander Uzumaki really didn't have a sense of humor when it came to his Gundam. I will be back later to go over the full capabilities of this new unit," said Naruto as he turned away and started to leave. "That's just great, we just get a fully functional production model, and he is going to destroy it with that damn Gundam of his. I mean, I know it's good to test the battle capabilities of every new unit, but does he really have to do it in a real-life battle simulation every time?" mumbled Han as he headed over to where his workers were. Chairman of Plants Chairman Durandal was calmly sitting at his desk going over some records on his computer as he learned some recent news. It seemed that reports of Blue Cosmos activities were increasing on Zaft soldiers located on Earth, but there was no actual evidence to put the blame on them. He could only smirk at this development because he knew exactly why their attacks were rising so much lately. They were trying to find Naruto and were desperate to find any information they could on him. Fools, they should have never charged him with treason when he refused to hand over his Gundam, thought Durandal with an amused look in his eyes. Those fools were so desperate to get rid of the bad publicity that occurred from attempting to use nukes on the plants that they drove away their strongest ace. Durandal knew without a doubt that Naruto was far stronger, smarter, and intelligent than any coordinator he had ever met. The man was an absolute genius when it came to tactics, whether they be about battle or something trivial. The best part was that the man seemed to have something against traitors, so he didn't have to worry about him betraying Zaft. It didn't matter that he was looked down at from most of the council for recruiting him because of what he did to Boaz, as he would clearly make up for it in the next war by destroying many of the Earth Alliance forces. "Everything is going according to plan. You truly are the most powerful person I have met, Naruto Uzumaki. But hopefully, once Shin receives the impulse, the seed in him will awaken. Then I will have someone to get rid of you when the time comes, since I can't have you around when I put in action my destiny plan," smiled Durandal as he leaned back in his chair. Plants Mir was not having a good day. She had just got off work, and was going to head over to the studio to record a new song she had written, but found out that it was closed for the day. Now here she was sitting on this bench with nothing to do as she stared at the new song she had written. She had always loved singing and remembered spending all her free time singing when she was a child. It was her dream to become a famous singer like Lacus Clyne, and she had really worked out at it too. Of course, with Lacus being the daughter of the former chairman and a high-ranking member in the plants, it was almost impossible for her to get any recognition. Mir wasn't a jealous person by nature, but she was envious of Lacus because the girl had everything that she desired. A large part of her was happy when she found out that the girl had been labeled as a traitor because it meant she now had a chance to rise up to stardom. Those dreams were quickly crushed though when she realized people of the plants still loved Lacus, especially when the girl had helped in ending the war. Life just wasn't fair and she was beginning to lose faith that she would ever accomplish her dream. Little did she know, her whole life was about to change in a matter of moments. "Excuse me, miss, but are you Mir Campbell?" asked an older woman, wearing see-through shades and had short brown hair. Yes," blinked Mir, as she didn't recognize the woman. "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Campbell, and I hope in the future to know you better, but right now I am afraid I need you to come with me. The chairman wishes to speak with you," said the woman with a friendly smile. "The chairman wants to see me," spluttered Mir with wide eyes, as she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Why would the chairman want to see her? "Yes, so if you would please come with me now, then the sooner you can meet with him and he will explain why he wanted to see you," smiled the woman as she held out her hand to Mir. Mir still had trouble believing that the chairman wanted to meet with her when she was just a small-time singer, but a flicker of hope started to burn. Maybe this would be her shot to finally achieve her dream. Then again, it could be something entirely else, but she was so desperate to become a star that she slowly let the woman help her up. "Thank you, now come," smiled the woman. Mir just nodded her head and followed next to the strange woman, not knowing that her whole world was about to change. "Captain, where are we going again?" asked Arthur sheepishly. Arthur was an average-sized man with short brown hair and wore a Zaft uniform that signified his rank as lieutenant. He was walking next to the woman he had started to work under for the past 3 months and held great respect for her. Captain Gladys was a beautiful woman with brown hair that fell just short of her shoulders and beautiful piercing blue eyes. Like many other women who were coordinators, she had a very desirable physique and flawless skin. She wore a white Zaft uniform to show her rank as a commander and walked with grace and authority through the streets of Armory 1. "Try to pay attention, Arthur. We're here to meet with one of the pilots who will be assigned to the Minerva when it is finally completed," sighed Captain Gladys. "Sorry ma'am, it just you never told me his name so I forgot," replied Arthur apologetically. Captain Gladys frowned at that comment because the truth was that the chairman never gave her the name of the pilot either. They were just ordered to report to a certain hangar at a designated time to meet with the pilot. "I wish I knew his name, but the chairman left that little detail out," frowned Captain Gladys. "I wonder why he would do that," said Arthur thoughtfully. "It is possible that it slipped his mind or something along those lines. Either way, it doesn't matter now since it is too late to do anything about it," replied Captain Gladys. Arthur nodded his head in agreement and the two walked in silence the rest of the way. "Here we are, Hangar 6, said Arthur before following behind Captain Gladys. "Aren't the Gaia, Chaos, and Abyss located in over by this hangar?" asked Captain Gladys curiously as they entered the hangar and found it completely empty except for one man in the distance. They both noticed he seemed to be staring up at something and followed his gaze to see a mobile suit they had never seen before. "Is that a new Gundam?" gasped Arthur with a slight shiver as he found it to look be a little on the demonic side for his tastes. "I wasn't aware there were any other Gundams besides the 3 I mentioned earlier and the newly built Impulse," frowned Captain Gladys as they approached the man. He didn't seem to realize anyone else was in the room with him as he continued to stare up at the scary-looking mobile suit. "Excuse me?" said Captain Gladys, causing the man to turn to look at them. If there was one thing that Captain Gladys was proud of, it was the fact that she had a very tight control over her emotions and didn't let anything shake her. This didn't seem to matter though, as she couldn't stop herself from gulping nervously as the man slowly turned to gaze at her with such piercing cold blue eyes that seemed to bore right into her very soul. She noticed that Arthur seemed to have shivered and even took a reflexive step backwards as the man's eyes turned to gaze at him for a moment. "I take it you are Captain Talia Gladys and Executive Office Arthur Trine," stated the man as it wasn't a question. "Yes I am, and I take it you are the pilot we are supposed to meet," replied Captain Gladys with a small smile. Naruto Uzumaki greeted the man with a nod of his head. It is a pleasure to meet you, Commander Uzumaki, smiled Talia. Arthur just gave the man a small hesitant smile as he saluted him. Naruto just nodded his head and returned to gazing up at Epion while Arthur and Talia just looked at him curiously. There was silence for about a minute until Talia realized she would have to be the one to break the silence. Commander Uzumaki, if it isn't too much trouble, could you tell us about this mobile suit? It isn't a model that I recognize at all, said Talia as she looked up at Epion. This disc contains all the details about Gundam Epion, said Naruto as he pulled out a small disc from inside his uniform and handed it to the woman. Gundam Epion? I thought the Impulse, Gaia, Chaos, and Abyss were the only new Gundams built, frowned Arthur in confusion. They were, replied Naruto as he turned to look at them both before walking away in the opposite direction of which they came. Talia raised her eyebrow at that because he just agreed with Arthur, yet here stood this fifth Gundam. He sure is a strange one, Captain, said Arthur as he tried to lighten the mood. Indeed, but it is probably best if you don't comment too much on his strange behavior, seeing as how he outranks us both, replied Captain Gladys seriously. Arthur just nodded his head as he followed his captain out of the hangar. Chairman of Plants Ray is a promising up-and-coming pilot as he had graduated from the military trainee color as a Zaft Red. He is respected by a great many of his peers for his skills and his analytical mind. The only problem was that he isn't a very popular person as he tended not to interact with anyone. All he ever does is training or work on the mobile suit he had been assigned. Of course, there were many things about Ray that remained a mystery to everyone except certain individuals. One of those things is that he is on very good terms with the current chairman of the Plants and Zaft. People didn't know this because he never mentioned anything about it or approached the chairman when he visited Armory 1 where Ray stayed. Had they known, Ray would probably be more popular amongst his peers and some of the older personnel in Zaft. Right now he is on the way to meet with the chairman as he wished to ask him about a certain pilot that he had met almost a year ago. If there was one flaw about Ray other than his medical problems, it is the fact that when something caught his interest, he tended to try everything he could to learn more about it. The only problem was that he could find nothing about the man he had met so long ago. His picture wasn't in any database. All he was able to learn about the man was his name, and that he is a pilot with unrivaled skill. He hoped the chairman would tell him more about the man, as he is very curious as to his origins. Come in, said a familiar voice after Ray knocked on the door. Ray calmly entered the room and quickly saluted Chairman Durandal, who was sitting behind his desk. Ray, what a pleasant surprise. I must admit I was not expecting to see you today, smiled Durandal as he gestured for the boy to have a seat. I don't mean to interrupt you, Chairman, but I was hoping you could answer a few questions that have been bothering me lately, frowned Ray slightly before taking a seat. Oh, what questions would those be? Asked Durandal with a raised eyebrow. It was rare to see Ray with such an expression on his face because usually the boy was so composed. He wondered what could be bothering him so much. I was hoping you could tell me more about Commander Naruto Uzumaki. I tried to look up his history, but there is no data at all on him, answered Ray, causing Durandal to chuckle lightly. Tell you the truth, I am no longer surprised to see you here today because I had a feeling you would be asking me about him eventually, smiled Durandal. Ray just remained silent and waited for the chairman to continue. The reason you won't find any history on Commander Uzumaki is because of the simple fact that we have none. He was not born in the plants, and when I offered him the opportunity to join Zaft, I admit I wasn't too concerned about his history, though I am curious about it myself, confessed Durandal. Ray frowned at this because it seemed foolish to allow someone to achieve such a high rank when knowing nothing about them. They could be a possible spy or a vast number of other possibilities. Further thoughts were interrupted, as the chairman seemed to sense his distress. I can tell you think that I may have made an unwise decision in recruiting him without knowing anything about his past, but I assure you he is not a threat to us in any way, said Durandal, though inside he was thinking to add, at the moment, to the end of that statement. He is a valuable asset to Zaft and will be a great aid in the future. I apologize for not being able to tell you more, but I ask you to trust my judgment on this matter, smiled Durandal warmly. Of course, sir, I didn't mean to see if I doubted you, apologized Ray with a hard look in his eyes. Durandal smiled at that because he enjoyed the fact that Ray was completely loyal to him and only him. Naruto was sitting in one of the parks located at Armory 1 in the public district and enjoying the cool breeze. It was incredibly silent and Naruto had his eyes lightly closed as he listened to the sounds of nature. Now when Naruto listened to the sounds of nature, it meant that he was listening to the wind, the plants, the organisms living in the ground, and many other things naturals or coordinators couldn't hear. He is connected with the environment in a way that would make any scientist extremely jealous. Humans have always wondered what it would be like if they could speak with animals or the plants. Naruto didn't have to wonder because it was something he learned to do in his immortal life long ago. He found listening to the conversations of nature to be far more enjoyable than listening to that of humans. It was like a sweet music to him that put him in a state of calm and peace, which let him forget about everything around him. Speaking of music, a light yet beautiful sound entered his ears that wasn't part of nature's natural song and made him open his eyes slowly. Thought Naruto as he listened to the sound. Whoever was singing had a beautiful voice, but there was something about the song. It sounded so sad and full of pain, so he did something unexpected and decided to find the person singing. In a matter of moments, he arrived at the small pond where a beautiful young woman was walking around while singing. Naruto's eyes narrowed because the young woman looked just like Lacus Clyne, but he could tell that even though she looked almost like Lacus, there were a few subtle differences that his eyes could pick up. The real Lacus Clyne's hair was a lighter shade of pink and the way the two moved was different as well. The only real thing that confused him is why some girl would transform her whole look permanently to pose as someone else. Oh well, it wasn't his problem, and besides he enjoyed her singing, so decided to merely stay in the shadow of a nearby tree and listen to her song. He leaned against the tree with his eyes closed and enjoyed the beautiful sounds that filled the air. Mir had decided to go out to get some fresh air, as she was tired of staying inside and studying Lacus Clyne's behavior. All she had been doing for the past week is learning everything she could about Lacus Clyne. How she acted, how she dressed, and every other little thing she did. She just wished she could start singing at a concert like she always dreamed instead of having to go through all this trouble. These were just some of the many thoughts that crossed her mind as she walked around the pond and started to sing. Singing always helped relax her, which is why she was out here singing one of the songs she had wrote a while back. Unfortunately, she was so focused on singing that she didn't watch her step and ended up tripping. She gasped before closing her eyes as she was about to splash face first into the pond. Right as she was about to hit the water, she felt herself stop, and opened her eyes in confusion. She found herself inches away from the surface of the water before something pulled her back up. "Thank you," said Mir as she looked up at her savior with a beautiful smile on her face, but gulped nervously as she found herself staring into a pair of cold, emotionless sky-blue eyes. The man was gorgeous, and Mir actually blushed as she got a good look at his body as she seemed to forget about his cold blue eyes. "Are you okay?" asked the man, not knowing why he cared to begin with. "Yes, I was scared there for a moment," flushed Mir as she realized she was gripping his hand and quickly broke free with a deep blush on her face. Replied the man before walking away, much to the woman's surprise. Wait, don't go," whispered Mir with a sad look in her eyes. She was tired of being alone and was hoping maybe she could talk with the man for a bit, but even as Lacus it seemed people still ignored her presence. "What is it you want?" asked the man as he stopped walking and glanced over at the young woman. Stuttered Mir before sighing. "I just wondering if you would let me properly thank you for helping me out. Would you like maybe to join me as I walk around the park?" asked Mir hopefully. The man just stared at the young woman and saw how desperate she was for company. It was a feeling he could relate to as he spent much of his younger life all alone as an outcast in his village. This changed nothing though, he still didn't care about anything other than fighting as he nodded his head to the young woman. "My name is Lacus," smiled Mir as she quickly corrected herself from saying her true name. "Naruto," said the man as he started to walk next to the girl. He just remained silent and only replied when he had to as the girl started to chat away to him. How pointless, thought Naruto as he stared up at Epon through narrowed eyes. He had just received a vision of his past, which was strange because Epon never sent him any visions. Could it be that it was finally speaking to him other than its desire to battle? Or maybe, Wing Zero wasn't as gone as he believed it to be and was trying to reach out to him. Either way, he wasn't going to dwell on the past as he had more important things to deal with. "Whether you sent it to me or Zero did, it doesn't matter. I was not changed the first time and I won't be this time either. You waste your time," thought Naruto as he turned his back on Epon and left the hangar. He refused to admit that the vision was affecting him in any way, but to the trained eye, one could easily see the slightly troubled look in his eyes. Armory 1. Stay on course, Luna, said Ray harshly, as they floated in space each in their own mobile suits. Ray was assigned a Zaku Phantom that he had painted white so that it stood out from others. This was common among aces, as they wanted to show that they were of higher skill by being allowed to have their own customized unit. Yeah, I know, just calm down, Ray, replied Luna through gritted teeth as she was started to become tired of his attitude. She knew this was just the way he was, but sometimes he could be so damn frustrating that she just wanted to punch him. Luna Maria had been assigned a Gunner Zaku, which is what she had requested before even graduating from the academy. She would have liked to have a Gundam like Shin, but knew that even though she was better than most, she didn't have enough skill to warrant her being a Gundam pilot. That suited her fine because truthfully, she had been dying to be pilot of a Gunner Zaku ever since she saw that training exercise about a year ago. Like Ray, her mobile suit was custom painted, but is in a reddish-pink color. Found you too, smirked Shin as he started to fire upon them with the Impulse's beam rifle. Stick to the plan, ordered Ray before they split up and started to return fire upon Shin. The Impulse showed off its amazing capabilities as it easily weaved in and out of the shots fired at it. One could easily tell that it was superior to the two Zaku, but that didn't mean it had the complete advantage. It was still a 2-on-1 fight, and that made all the difference. Luna and Ray may not get along all that well socially, but when it came to a fight they put their differences aside and were able to complement each other perfectly. Damn, I forgot how well they work together, cursed Shin as he used his shield to block several shots from Ray before dodging to the side to avoid being hit by Luna's ortho beam cannon. Wow, you are getting better, Shin, grinned Luna as she started to take aim again. What is that supposed to mean? Glared Shin before firing several more shots at Ray as he noticed his friend trying to close in on him. Right in the middle of the fight, something went wrong, and all of their screens went black. Shin and Luna both cursed angrily while Ray just sighed as he exited his. Damn it, what is up with the power lately? Demanded Luna angrily as their simulation was interrupted for the second time that day. I don't know, but I hope they fix it soon, said Shin as he was lowered to the ground. They are working on the finishing touches of the Minerva so that it will be battle-ready by the end of the week, which is why they are directing most of the power to its hangar, explained Ray before heading out of the hangar with Shin and Luna following besides him. Guess we won't be getting any training done besides our shooting exercises then, pouted Luna, as she preferred the simulation exercises. Hey, doesn't that man look familiar? Asked Luna as she pointed at a commander coming out of a hangar over by them. Yeah, but I can't remember who he is, frowned Shin. His name is Commander Uzumaki and a member of Faith. We met him that one day when we were taking a look at the first production gunner type model mobile suit, said Ray as he watched the man through narrowed eyes. Oh my gosh, he is the pilot of the Gunner Zaku that was used in that training exercise that we were allowed to watch in the academy, gasped Luna, causing Shin and Ray to look at her curiously. She noticed the looks they were giving her and quickly composed herself as she didn't want them to know that she had a slight crush on the commander. He doesn't look all that great to me, scoffed Shin. Luna just sighed before smacking him upside the head. You can be such an idiot at times. He is one of the top pilots, if not the top pilot in Zaft, said Luna as she shook her head at Shin. Sometimes Shin's arrogance just bordered on stupidity as he ended up saying things that he should have not said at all. She is right, it would not do to underestimate him. He was personally recruited to Zaft by the chairman, and he is a member of Faith, agreed Ray. Fine, but enough talk. I am hungry, so I am going to get something to eat. I'll catch up with you both later, said Shin as he headed over to the market district. I am going to see how the finishing touches on the Minerva are going because word has it the chairman will be visiting soon to overlook the final stages himself, said Ray before taking his leave. I'll go see how Myron is doing, shrugged Luna. Break. Do you really think that is the proper thing to be wearing to a meeting like this? Asked Alex as he walked next to the current leader of Orb. If were one to look closely they would notice, he looked remarkably like the former pilot of the Justice, Athron Zala. What is wrong with what I am wearing? Replied Kigali angrily. She was wearing an expensive suit that made her look every inch of a serious businesswoman. I am just saying that you have an image to uphold, and even though this is merely a visit with the chairman, you still need to keep up appearances. Never forget that you are now the leader of a nation, explained Alex seriously. I know that, sighed Kigali as they entered the elevator. Alex just smiled softly as he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder before changing the subject. "How come you want to meet with the chairman anyway? This meeting does seem kind of sudden," said Alex curiously. "It was the only time that I could find to meet with him as he is always so busy. I want to talk about him with all the reports I have been getting about the building up of Zaft military power during times of peace. I am afraid if this continues that it will shatter the peace we have worked so hard to create," said Kigali as she clenched her fists tightly. "I see," frowned Alex. He understood what she was trying to say, but didn't know if that was something she really had to criticize Zaft about, as Orb had been keeping their own updating their own forces with all the new technology that had come about in the past year and a half. "The last thing we need is another war to start. So many were lost in the last one and we still haven't fully recovered from that. Another war would just cause more pointless deaths," said Kigali grimly. She could still remember the look on her father's face as he pushed her into the shuttle while he stayed behind and burned down with Orb just to prevent the Earth forces from obtaining their mass driver. Orb had been rebuilt, but there was still much work to be done and she would not watch as her nation was dragged into another war. No matter what, she would do whatever it took to keep her nation safe and not let it fall ever again. The two couldn't say anything else as they reached the bottom floor and the doors opened. They exited the elevator and were surprised to see the chairman had just entered the building and was walking straight towards them. "Princess, it is an honor to finally meet you," smiled Durandal warmly. Alex noticed the chairman glance at him and kept his face neutral so that no one would recognize him. He was dressed in some casual clothes and wearing some blue, see-through shades so he wouldn't stand out and remain inconspicuous. "Chairman, it is a pleasure to finally meet you as well and thank you for agreeing to meet with me on such short notice," bowed Kigali, which Durandal mimicked. "I would have met with you sooner, but I hope you understand that I have been increasingly busy as of lately. You can understand how hard it is to run a nation," said Durandal, the smile never leaving his face. "Of course," conceded Kigali as they continued to make small talk. "I take it this is your bodyguard?" asked Durandal as he glanced at Alex. He didn't miss the fact that he looked remarkably like the former chairman's son and Zaft pilot, Athrun Zala. "Yes, his name is Alex," replied Kigali before changing the subject. She didn't want Alex's true identity to be discovered, so quickly went on to the main reason why she was here. Perhaps I can ease your mind if I show you around our facilities. I hope that I will be able to convince you as to why you have received the reports you have," gestured Durandal. "Very well," agreed Kigali as she started to walk besides the man and out of the building. Alex just walked silently behind them, followed by several of the chairman's own bodyguards. Elsewhere. "Man, this place is boring," complained Owl as he walked next to his fellow comrade Sting. Owl possessed short blue hair, hazel-colored eyes, and looked to be around the age of 17 or 18. "Don't worry, once we are given the word, we will have some fun, and you can destroy this entire place," smirked Sting. He was around the same age as Owl, but possessed short green hair and light brown eyes that were half-lidded to show his boredom. "Hee, I can't wait until we can destroy this damn place," laughed Owl. His laughing was interrupted when he noticed his other comrade had started to dance. "What the hell is she doing?" frowned Owl as he glanced at the only female member of the squad. Playing the role of a ditzy airhead, shrugged Sting as he continued to walk. "Let's go, Stella, you can play around later," yelled Owl with a scowl on his face. Stella was a beautiful young woman with short blonde hair and enticing chocolate brown eyes. Right now, she was standing in front of a shop window staring at a dress and picturing how it looked on her. A large smile appeared on her face before she started to dance around without a care in the world. It would seem to most that she was strange, but the fact was she was mentally unstable, much like her comrades, except it was more prominent in her. This was a great advantage to her as it helped immensely with her job because people tended to underestimate her due to her condition and she was able to easily dispatch of them. She was so focused on twirling around that she didn't watch where she was going and ended up bumping into someone, but they caught her before she fell. "Whoa, you should watch where you are going," said Shin as he dropped his groceries and held the girl in his arm. Stella looked up at him curious before an angry scowl appeared on her face. She quickly knocked Shin to the ground, then ran off to catch up with her two teammates. Shin watched her run off with a confused look on his face, but snapped out of it when he heard his friend laughing at him. "Oh, shut up," grumbled Shin as he picked up his groceries. Chairman and Orb representatives, All this power isn't necessary, it will only lead to more suspicious from other nations, which could lead to another war, argued Kigali as she glared at the chairman. I mean no offense princess, but, started Durandal, but before he could finish several loud explosions occurred. The chairman's bodyguards quickly ran to his side while Alex grabbed Kigali and dragged her off somewhere safe. Alarms started to sound everywhere and soldiers raced to their stations to figure out exactly what was going on. Damn it, what is going on? Demanded Durandal. Hurry sir, we need to get you to safety, said one of the bodyguards as he gestured for the chairman to follow him and his men. Durandal just nodded his head as more explosions started to occur throughout Armory 1. Athron, what is going on? Asked Kigali as they ran to somewhere safe. I don't know, but we need to get you out of here or at least somewhere safe. I won't let you die in a place like this, replied Athron as he looked around everywhere for a safe place to hide or something. If you are so anxious to leave then take this Zaku, said an unfamiliar voice. Athron and Kigali both turned their heads quickly to see a man leaning against one of the hangar walls with his arms crossed across his chest. He looks familiar, but I don't know why, thought Athron as he studied the man carefully. He was wearing a commander's uniform and had piercing sky-blue eyes that were lifeless. It would be a shame if you were to die here, Athron Zala, said the man, causing both of their eyes to widen. Before they could say anything else, a loud explosion rocked the area, and the two were forced to use their arms to shield themselves from the dust. When it finally settled down, they looked up to see that the man had disappeared, and they were once again by themselves. Come on, we need to get to that mobile suit and escape before we get caught in whatever is happening, yelled Athron as he dragged Kigali over to the Zaku. Okay, spluttered Kigali as she tore her mind off the strange man they had just met. Elsewhere Naruto watched as the Gaia, Chaos, and Abyss started to destroy everything in Armory 1 through emotionless sky-blue eyes. He would go out there to help, but first he had to make sure that boy made it out of here alive. Athron Zala was one of the few people who could offer him a challenge in battle and maybe stood the chance of beating him, which would grant him his wish to die in battle like he so desperately wanted. So another war begins, thought Naruto impassively, as the impulse showed up and started to battle the 3 stolen Gundams. The sounds of battle reached his ears and his body started to relax. It was not surprising to see a man who had spent all his life fighting in pointless wars to feel most at comfort when a battle was going on, but it was sad. For a soul to find more comfort in warfare than in peace was just terrible, and yet there stood Naruto, perfectly calm with his eyes closed, but still able to see everything that was going on. Your desire to fight is raising Epion, and it seems I will be able to cage you no longer. I have no doubt together we will cause much destruction. I only hope someone is able to kill us before we both go too far, thought Naruto as he slowly opened his eyes before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. So began the Second Bloody Valentine War, one that would just as horrible as the first, and cause the death of many more innocents. Naruto entered the military command center at Armory 1 and wasn't surprised to see everyone running around half-crazed. It was less than an hour ago that some unknown unit had captured all of their new Gundam units except for the Impulse and took out over 60 of the base before making their escape. One of the generals had called him here as they realized his unit hadn't been damaged. Commander Uzumaki, would you care to explain why you didn't help in the recapture of the stolen units? Asked the general as he approached Naruto with a heavy glare on his face. I was protecting the civilian areas at the time, replied Naruto truthfully. He wasn't lying either, because after he had made sure that the Zala boy had got to that Zaku, he headed straight for the civilians to protect them from any debris or stray attacks. When it came to war he had no problem with killing opposing soldiers and personnel, but always held off from harming civilians if he could, as there was no honor in killing people who didn't fight. All military personnel was ordered to take back our stolen units, not go protecting some civilians that weren't anywhere in range of getting harmed, yelled the general, but took a step back reflexively as Naruto's eyes narrowed just a tiny bit. I am not under your military jurisdiction, as I only take orders from the chairman, said Naruto as his eyes returned to their normal apathy. The general gritted his teeth at that comment because he knew it was the truth, but he couldn't help but feel there was another reason why the man didn't help join in the recapture of the stolen units. Very well. In that case I would like to ask you that you leave immediately to go help the Minerva chase down the stolen units and the ship that attacked Armory 1, said the general as he calmed down. Naruto just nodded his head before calmly leaving. Faith members, all of them are just arrogant good for nothing, scowled the general, as he went back to ordering some men around. Minerva, Princess, I am surprised to see you on board the Minerva, but I am glad that you are safe, smiled Durandal as he greeted the younger woman. Thank you, Chairman, but I was wondering if you could tell me what is going on, frowned Kigali. Alex just observed the ship they were in as he walked behind Kigali and Chairman Durandal. As of the moment, we are currently hunting down those people who attacked our base at Armory 1 and stole our mobile suits. I do hope you understand that we just can't let them get away with what they did, explained Durandal as they entered the captain's office. Of course, this people cannot be allowed to get away with what they did as it could disrupt the fragile peace that we are currently in, conceded Kigali. It pleases me to hear you say that because it shows that we both have the same idea. If you like, I would love to show you around the ship as a sign of good faith, smiled Durandal. Kigali glanced at Alex before replying to the chairman. Thank you, I appreciate your generosity, said Kigali with a nod of her head. I will ask the captain to have one of the pilots show us around, said Durandal, as he used the intercom to speak with Captain Gladys. Minerva. Hangar. Shin was slightly upset from failing to recapture the stolen units, but he was more curious about the damaged Zaku unit that was located in the hangar. He didn't recognize it as any of the mobile suits assigned to the Minerva, and he was sure this unit had been the one to save his life back at Armory 1 when the Abyss had snuck up behind him. Who was the pilot of it though, because he had to be good to use a regular Zaku warrior to fight off a Gundam? Hey Shin, why are you staring at that Zaku unit? Yelled Luna, as she was floating over by her own Zaku unit. Shin just turned to face her and propelled himself over to her. It's nothing, it just I noticed that isn't one of the units assigned to the Minerva, so I was curious to why it is here, replied Shin. Oh yeah, you don't know this, but this unit was piloted by a civilian. Apparently, the man was the bodyguard of the representative from Orb, Kigali Atha, gossiped Luna excitedly. Orb, repeated Shin, as his eyes clouded over in anger. Yeah, but get this. The bodyguard said his name was Alex, but I overheard the Orb representative call him Athron by mistake, smiled Luna as she didn't bother to contain her excitement. Shin's eyes went wide at that because she couldn't mean the Athron he was thinking of. I think he really might be Athron Zala, said Luna with stars in her eyes. She never thought she would get the chance to meet the famous Athron Zala, and couldn't wait to meet him. They didn't get to say anything more when they heard the chairman's voice and looked down to see the man speaking with the representative from Orb, whom Shin recognized very well. Chairman and Orb representative. Ah yes, this is the hangar where all the mobile suits are kept. I don't know exactly how many it can hold, but as you can see it is nowhere near full, smiled Durandal as he had brought Kigali here on purpose. Though he didn't show it, he took great joy in getting a rise out of the girl because it was very amusing. As you can see, we have replaced our old line of mobile suits with these new Zaku units. Of course, our crown mobile suit would be the Impulse as it was created from our latest technology. I am no expert on mobile suits, but I hear it is the most advanced mobile suit we have ever created, said Durandal, and didn't fail to notice the narrowing of Kigali's eyes. I take it you don't much care for it from the look on your face, grinned Durandal inwardly. Well, you sure do seem proud of it, retorted Kigali with unhidden rage in her eyes. Representative, warned Alex. Ha ha, you know you remind me of one of our top pilots. He wasn't very impressed by the Impulse or its abilities either. In fact, he even turned down the offer to have a similar Gundam made for him and stuck with his own unit, chuckled Durandal. The pilots and techs in the hangar that could overhear the conversation were surprised by that last comment because what pilot would turn down the offer to Gundam? Chairman, you speak of wanting to maintain the peace and preventing war, but you continue to make these machines. If you truly want peace, then all of this power shouldn't be necessary, glared Kigali. Durandal didn't a chance to reply as another voice beat him to it. It is just like an Atha to make up excuses, glared Shin as he stared up at Kigali from the ground. Kigali was taken back by the unbridled hatred in his eyes and didn't even reply to his statement against her and her family. Shin, yelled Ray as he grabbed the boy and hauled him off with an apologetic look on his face. I am sorry about that. I didn't expect a comment like that, especially from him. You see, he is refugee from ORB that was transferred to the plants after the war ended, said Durandal. Kigali was surprised to hear he was from Orb and yet still had some type of grudge against her. Nothing else could be said when the captain's voice rang over the ship, letting everyone know they were entering a combat situation. "Follow me. I would be honored if you joined me on the bridge until this ordeal is over," said Durandal with a warm smile. Kigali and Alex just nodded as they followed the chairman to the bridge. Unknown ship. Bogey 1. "Captain, we have successfully anchored ourselves to the asteroid and cut off the engines," said the lieutenant. The captain was a tall, lithe man, with long blonde hair that fell down slightly past his shoulders and wore a black mask that covered his entire upper face. He had a small smirk on his face as he noticed the Zaft ship approaching and was ready to take it out permanently. "Perfect. Launch the Abyss, Chaos, and Gaia immediately. Have them draw the attention of ZAFT's new warship so that we can sneak up behind it and take it out in one go," smiled the captain. "Yes, sir," saluted the lieutenant before relaying the orders. The captain just smiled in delight before sitting back in his chair and waiting for everything to fall into place. Naruto. They didn't get very far, thought Naruto, as he sped through space with Epion in its mobile armor form. It had taken him 2 hours, but he had finally caught up to the Minerva and would reach it in about 30 minutes. His eyes narrowed though when he started to get another signal from behind the Minerva and knew something wasn't right. "That signal, it is a Phantom unit signal," said Naruto. He recognized the signal from the ship as he had served in the Earth forces when the Phantom units were being created. They weren't much use in the war though since it ended before they became a functional unit, but it seemed the Earth forces had kept the unit even after the war. "The stolen units are too far away, so they are probably acting as decoys, which means the real target is the Minerva," analyzed Naruto, as he increased his thrust to full power and made a beeline for the Minerva. Minerva vs. Unknown ship aka Bogey 1. "Damn it, how did they get behind us?" cursed Captain Gladys as the ship rocked from several explosions. "Captain, they used the asteroid as a cover so we weren't able to pick them up on radar," yelled Arthur. "Prepare all anti-beam charges and load the wombats," ordered Captain Gladys with an angry look on her face. She had made a rookie mistake and had underestimated their opponents and now they were all paying for it. "It seems our opponents are first-class veterans when it comes to war tactics," frowned Durandal before glancing at Alex, which the young man didn't fail to notice. "Tell me, Alex, have you ever been involved in a battle of this magnitude?" "I only ask because most people who had never experienced this type of situation before tend to panic a bit, but you have remained perfectly calm," asked Durandal with a knowing look in his eyes. Alex just remained silent, but his hands gripped the seat tighter as he wondered what the chairman was getting at. Durandal wasn't even bothered by the fact that Minerva seemed to be losing the battle with Bogey 1 as he continued to speak to Alex. Kigali and Alex didn't know how the chairman knew his real identity, but he did and that worried them. It is often said that the greatest of warriors are the ones who have the most experience in fighting. Do you agree with that, Alex? Or is it perhaps Athronzala? Smiled Durandal as Alex and Kigali's eyes widened slightly. Forgive me, I didn't mean to imply anything, but something about your eyes tells me you have been in this type of situation many times, said Durandal, but didn't get to say anything more as another explosion shook the ship. Take us down to and full thrust to evade, yelled Captain Gladys. Durandal glanced at Alex one last time and a smile came to his face as the young man yelled out a warning to the captain. It is a trap, get away from the asteroid, yelled Alex, causing everyone to look at him shocked except for Durandal who smiled in delight. What? Replied Captain Gladys, but didn't get answer when Arthur started to yell how they were stuck. Captain, we can't maneuver at all and the enemy is right on top of us, panicked Arthur. Ma'am, Bogey 1 has just launched a mobile armor and it is blocking our escape from the front, relayed Marin. Marin was the younger sister of Luna Maria by a year and had red hair that was tied into 2 separate pigtails, and had the same beautiful blue eyes as her older sister. They are locking onto us, said another crew member. Ray is unable to launch as the launching panel has been damaged, announced Marin as she started to worry now as well too. Fire all your thrusters at the side of the asteroid, it is the only way we will be able to get out of here, said Alex with a hard look in his eyes. I will have to ask you to keep your opinions to yourself as you are a civilian aboard this ship, frowned Captain Gladys. That isn't really important right now because staying alive is the top priority, replied Alex firmly. Captain Gladys' eyes narrowed, but widened in surprise when Durandal spoke up. He is right, and I will take full responsibility if his idea fails, but right now all that matters is getting out of here safely, said Durandal calmly. Very well, Chairman. Arthur, prepare to fire all our thrusters at the side of the asteroid, ordered Captain Gladys. Yes, ma'am, replied Arthur as he relayed the orders. Ma'am, the mobile armor is right on top of us, yelled Marin with wide eyes. Everyone looked up in horror to see the mobile armor heading towards them and taking aim with its main beam cannon. Mobile armor, you put up a good fight, but now it is time for you to disappear, Zaft's ship, smiled the captain of Bogey 1 as he prepared to destroy the Minerva. Just as he was about to fire upon them with his beam cannon, a beeping sound went off, and a red mobile armor slammed into him from the side. What the hell? Yelled the captain angrily, as he regained his bearings. His eyes widened in surprise before narrowing as the mobile armor in front of him transformed into a demonic-looking Gundam. Captain, the Gundams are running low on energy and the Minerva has broken free of the asteroid, announced the lieutenant through their intercom. You got lucky this time, but next time I will destroy that ship, glared the captain before ordering a retreat. Naruto watched the mobile armor retreat before heading towards the Minerva. Minerva, it seems your plan of action worked after all, Alex, smiled Durandal at the young man. No, it was that new mobile suit that showed up that saved us, replied Alex. What he said was somewhat true, but his plan would have worked as well because it did allow the Minerva to break free of their trapped position while the mobile armor had been preoccupied and even deal a heavy blow to the enemy, causing them to retreat. What do you think, Commander? Asked Durandal, as he turned around to face the new person in the room. The whole bridge turned around surprised to see an unknown Zaft commander leaning against the wall near the bridge door, with an emotionless look in his eyes. It's you, gasped Kigali as she recognized the man. He was the same man that had told Alex and her to use the Zaku to make their safe escape from Armory 1. How did you get here so fast when you just docked? Asked Captain Gladys as she too recognized the man. I believe you are correct, Chairman. He helped more than I did in saving the ship, said Naruto as he glanced at Athron. Thank you, Commander Uzumaki, smiled Durandal. Uzumaki, thought Athron and Kigali. They both now stared at the man with wide eyes as they now knew who he really was and couldn't help but wonder why he was now in a Zaft uniform. Break, Shin, Luna, and Ray all docked in the Minerva and didn't fail to notice the new unit that was docked in the hangar. They all looked at each other curiously before gazing up at the new mobile suit. Where did this come from? Asked Shin. This is Commander Uzumaki's Gundam. He arrived shortly before the Minerva broke free from the asteroid, said Ray with a slight frown. He was a bit upset that he was unable to launch due to a jamming in the launch panels, but was relieved that everything turned out okay and the chairman hadn't been harmed. Who is Commander Uzumaki? Asked Luna curiously. Shin, Oni-chan, Ray, yelled a familiar voice, and they all turned around to see Marin floating towards them. Marin-chan, said Luna surprised as she caught her sister from floating past them. You probably haven't heard this, but you know that man that was with the ORD representative. Well, it turns out that his real name is Athron Zala, gossiped Marin. The Athron Zala? Asked Shin surprised. The group had left the hangar and was now walking through the hallways of the Minerva. He even came up with a plan that saved the ship. It was amazing, said Marin with a large smile. Athron and Naruto. Athron was sitting on one of the couches in one of the relaxation rooms and staring at the man across from him who was leaning against the wall with a bored look in his eyes. He had escorted Kigali to her room about 10 minutes ago and told her to stay there for the rest of the night as he wanted to speak with Commander Uzumaki. She had wanted to join him, but he told her that she had to keep up appearances as an orb representative and it wouldn't look good if she lost her temper at a Zaft commander. Kigali reluctantly agreed and let Athron go speak the man. The two of them had been staring at each other for the past 5 minutes with neither saying anything until the other. What Athron didn't realize was that Naruto never said anything unless he needed to and he didn't feel the need to explain himself to the young man. Why are you here? Asked Athron through narrowed eyes. I am a part of Zaft and it is my duty to protect the chairman, answered Naruto. That is not what I meant. I mean, why are you with Zaft when you were part of the Earth Forces last time I checked, frowned Atheron. I was never with the Earth Forces, said Naruto, causing Atheron to look at him in disbelief. I was part of private military organization that only took orders from the president, and was considered separate from the Earth Forces, though it did fight along with them. The organization was disbanded at the end of the war, and I have been in exile since, as they want my head for not handing over my mobile suit. I was then offered an opportunity to join Zaft, said Naruto. I see, said Atheron as he thought over what Naruto said. He looked up to see Naruto was staring at him as if he knew he wanted to ask him something more, but before he could the door slid open and they both looked up to see familiar and unfamiliar faces. Oh, it's you, we were just talking about you, said Luna with a surprised expression before smiling at Atheron. Commander Uzumaki saluted Rei, causing all of them to turn their focus from Atheron to look at the man on the other side of the room. They all noticed him from the past and quickly saluted him. Naruto just nodded his head at them and they all relaxed. We will meet again, said Naruto as he glanced at Atheron before walking by Luna and the others. What? How could this have happened? Gasped Kigali with wide eyes. She had just learned from the chairman that Junius was no longer in a stable orbit and was on a collision course with Earth. We don't know. It could be anything from a natural disaster to a possible terrorist action, but we just don't have enough information yet to know, sighed Durandal as he sat across from the girl. This shouldn't be happening. Junius 7 was meant to be a memorial site, not a weapon to destroy others, muttered Atheron as he clenched his fists angrily. I couldn't agree with you more, which is why I must apologize again, but I have ordered this ship to head towards Junius 7 to help in any way it can, said Durandal. Of course, agreed Kigali as she wanted to help as much as she could as well. Thank you. Feel free to walk around the ship while we make our way towards Junius 7, smiled Durandal as Kigali and Atheron got up and left the room. Once they were both gone, Durandal turned his head to look at Naruto, who was leaning against the far wall with his arms crossed across his chest. Tell me, Naruto-san, what you think of this development? Asked Durandal curiously. This is a terrorist action and you should send notice to the demolition crew to prepare for possible combat, said Naruto with the same cold look that was always in his eyes. How can you be so sure? Said Durandal with a raised eyebrow. I was there when Zaft put that memorial in orbit around Earth. It was my job to make sure they didn't try anything, and if they did, to destroy them all. I assure you nothing short of a heavy asteroid would be able to knock it out of its orbit naturally, and you would have detected such a large object heading towards Earth well before it hit Junius 7, explained Naruto. Which means that someone or a group of people more likely did something to throw it out of its orbit, frowned Durandal. As advanced as the plants are, they cannot survive without the Earth, as it would mess up gravity in the entire system should one planet be destroyed. In the end, the plants would be destroyed as well by the after effects, said Naruto. I see your point, but I would be helping regardless if it affected the plants or not, as I would never allow a planet to be destroyed if I could do something. I hope you don't so little of me because of the other things I have planned when the inevitable conflict is over, said Durandal with a small smile. If you say so, Chairman, replied Naruto before leaving the room. Durandal watched as the door shut behind Naruto and released a breath he didn't realize he was holding. No matter how uncaring you act, I have no doubt you would have killed me should I have told you I was going to do nothing to help stop the falling Junius 7, mumbled Durandal with a fearful look in his eyes that he didn't realize was there. Kigali and Atheron, this is horrible. I can't believe something like this is happening after all we went through to achieve the peace we are in now, said Kigali as her fist clenched in anger. I believe the chairman will do his best to stop Junius 7 from colliding with Earth. He seems to genuinely want to help, reassured Atheron. I know, but still, when I see that man with the chairman, I can't help but doubt his honesty. If he truly cared about maintaining peace, then how could he give that man a Gundam, let alone a mobile suit? Argued Kigali. Yeah, I know what you mean, but I have spent some time yesterday speaking to Commander Uzumaki. This may sound crazy, but he doesn't seem to be one of those people who enjoy fighting, said Atheron as he thought about his talk with Naruto. How can you say that? He not only destroyed Boaz, but Orb as well, and practically single-handedly. I went over all reports from our soldiers that survived that fight and they all reported to being wiped out without mercy by his Gundam, yelled Kigali angrily. I am not trying to defend, but he was a soldier of the Earth forces. He was merely following orders just like I was when I was a part of Zaft, explained Athron. I understand that and I know I shouldn't hate from doing his duty, but I can't just forgive him either. Orb is my home and he destroyed it. I will not start a issue over it, but don't expect me to ever forgive him, said Kigali with a hard look in her eyes. Athron just nodded his head at the girl as they reached the recreation room where they noticed a bunch of people speaking about the Junius 7 incident. Minerva Hanger. This feeling of anger, it has been a long time since I felt it. It seems this new development is affecting me more than I thought Naruto as he stared up at Epion. Naruto could feel the hate and anger coming off Epion as well and knew that he would not show any mercy to these terrorists. He had seen some horrible things throughout his life, but never something as bad as an incident where the whole planet could be destroyed. Once again, he was shown how horrible humanity really was. To target a whole planet was just unacceptable and he could feel his blood boiling at the thought. Is this you're doing, Epion? Are you the one bring out these feelings of hate and anger in me? Perhaps, this is your way of changing me like Wing Zero tried to, thought Naruto, as his eyes narrowed at the Gundam. Very well, I will channel this anger and hate, but do not think this means that I care. I am merely doing this to satisfy your own desires, said Naruto. He made the mistake of caring for another during the Blood Valentine War and like always, she died because he had tried to help her. It was a mistake he didn't plan to make again so he refused to admit he cared what would happen to Earth and was merely following orders to help. Hi, you aren't busy are you? Asked a familiar voice. Naruto tilted his head and saw the cheerful face of Luna Maria walking towards him. No, replied Naruto as he went back to staring up at Epion. Luna shifted nervously because usually she was so sure of herself, but something about this man threw her off her game. She honestly wanted to go be with Athron, but he is hanging out with that girl from Orb so decided to come here to check up on her mobile and found Naruto already here staring up at his own mobile suit. I take it this Gundam is yours, said Luna dumbly. What a stupid question to ask, of course it was his. Yes, said Naruto, not bothering to look at the girl much to her ire. I have never seen it before and I thought the Impulse was the only Gundam built in secret, said Luna as she stared up at the Gundam. Honestly, she thought it looked extremely cool, but didn't think that would be a proper thing to say to the commander. Its name is Epion and it was not built by Zaft, said Naruto. Huh, if it wasn't built by Zaft then who built it? Asked Luna confused. I don't know, I received it after losing my first Gundam, answered Naruto truthfully. He still wasn't sure how he received Epion, but he did have an idea though he didn't know what it meant if what he thought was true. Okay, well would you think it would be okay if I checked it out? Asked Luna with stars in her eyes. Naruto turned to face the girl completely and she gulped nervously from the cold look in his eyes. I would suggest you staying out of the. If you were to go in it then there would be no guarantee that Epion wouldn't destroy your mind and leave you nothing but an empty shell, said Naruto as he stared at the girl a few seconds longer before taking his leave. Wow, that was just creepy, shivered Luna, but she couldn't help but wonder why he would say such a thing like that. Now she was even more curious about the strange Gundam residing next to the Impulse. Phantom Ship, Captain Neo, I take it you have heard the news concerning Junius 7. Said Lord Jibril with a hard look in his eyes. Yes, I take it you want us to head over there and make sure that those coordinators aren't involved in the matter, replied Neo as he straightened the black mask that covered his face. I don't care whether this is a natural occurrence or not. I want you to videotape whatever Zaft is doing so that we can make it look like it was something they planned against us. This will help generate hate for those damn coordinators and then we will be able to crush them, smiled Lord Jibril. Of course, I will make sure to record as much footage as I can, sir, smirked Neo. Good, nodded Lord Jibril before closing the link. Neo just tapped his thoughtfully before heading to the bridge. Junius 7, Commander Jewel, we have almost reached Junius 7. The Minerva will be reaching it a few minutes after us, said the captain. Have all our ZAKUs prepped and prepared to launch. I want that damn rock destroyed as quickly as possible, ordered Isaac. Will you be launching as well, Commander? Smirked Dirka with a knowing look in his eyes. Of course, scowled Isaac. All Zaku have been prepped and the demolition teams are ready to launch, relayed the captain. Have them launch immediately. I will be heading out as well, so make sure to keep this ship at a safe distance so you don't get pulled in by Earth's gravity, ordered Isaac. Yes sir, saluted the captain. Let's get going, Commander, teased Dirka as he was already waiting in the elevator. Isaac just glared at him, but didn't say anything as he got in the elevator. Minerva. Athrun entered the bridge with a determined look in his eyes. He had finally decided to lend his help in destroying Junius 7 as it was the right thing to do. Of course, there was no guarantee that they would let him pilot a mobile suit, but he had to try. If one had the power to help, then they should use it to help. That is what Kira was always saying whenever he asked him why he continued to fight in the war. Athrun, I mean Alex, what brings you here? Asked Durandal, as he smiled at the young man. It's Athrun, and I would like permission to pilot the spare Zaku in the hangar. I want to help with the breaking up of Junius 7, said Athrun with a hard look in his eyes. What? I am sorry, but that is definitely out of the question. I cannot just go giving a civilian one of our mobile suits, replied Captain Gladys with a shake of her head. Last time he was given a mobile suit he turned traitor and joined an enemy force, said Naruto as he added his own input. Athrun clenched his fists at that comment, but didn't say anything because it wasn't a lie. I know I may be a civilian, but that should really be what matters at this point. You need all the help you can get to break up Junius 7 and I want to lend you my aid, argued Athrun firmly. Durandal had a contemplative look in his eyes before glancing at Naruto, who just stood up and left the bridge, but not before giving a small nod of his head. Very well, Talia, I would like you to let Athrun pilot the spare Zaku to help with the breakup of Junius 7, said Durandal to the shock of the woman. Sir, said Captain Gladys, I am vouching for him and we can no doubt use his skills out there. Do this for me, Talia, smiled Durandal. If that is what you wish, Chairman, sighed Captain Gladys before giving Athrun permission to take the spare Zaku. Thank you, ma'am, saluted Athrun before taking his leave. Now Athrun Zala, you are falling right into my plans, thought Durandal with a satisfied smile. Junius 7, damn, it's larger than I expected, said Shin as he flew down towards the remains of the colony. Sometimes you can be such an idiot, sighed Luna with a shake of her head. Minerva, this is Commander Uzumaki, said Naruto as he opened a link with the ship. His radar located the Phantom ship that faced about a day ago and knew they would be launching the stolen Gundams. This is Captain Gladys, what is the status? Asked Captain Gladys as she appeared on his screen. Everyone else was listening on the conversation as well because they were curious as to why their commander had opened a link with the ship. Bogey 1 is coming towards Junius 7. They are about to launch Chaos, Gaia, and Abyss. You should also know that have picked up multiple flare motors all over Junius 7 that are the cause for its current course towards Earth, reported Naruto before transforming from his mobile armor form. Just as he finished transforming, several reports came in from the demolition crew came in that they were under attack by multiple Gin units and Bogey 1 had launched the stolen Gundams. What the hell, why are own people attacking us? Yelled Shin, but didn't get time to think much on it when the chaos started to fire upon him. We have to protect the demolition crew at all costs, glared Athrun as he took off towards Junius 7 and let the others deal with the stolen Gundams. Not you again, cursed Luna as she started to engage the Gaia. Demolition crew, son of A, who the hell are these guys? Growled Isaac as he took out a Gin that tried to sneak up behind him. Whoever they are, they aren't rookies, said Dirka before launching missiles from his Blaze Zaku, but most of them were avoided much to his ire. The Gins were concentrating most of their fire on the Zaku trying to launch the missiles inside Junius 7 to break it up. Isaac and Dirka both cursed as they realized that if this continued they wouldn't break up Junius 7 in time. They were about to go help, but found themselves dodging rapidly as 5 Gins started to open fire upon them. Bastards, yelled Isaac as he was about to open fire, but gasped in surprise when what looked to be a metal whip cut right through 3 Gins with incredible ease. The other 2 Gins turned around, but one received a clawed fist through and the other was wrapped up in the chain before it cut in half when it started to heat up. Its speed is incredible, spluttered Dirka as he watched the demonic-looking Gundam removed its hand from the Gin's chest before it exploding in a shower of debris. The Gundam just looked at them both before speeding past them both down to the demolition teams to take out the other Gins. I never heard of Zaft making any other Gundam besides the Chaos, Abyss, and Gaia, said Isaac as his eyes narrowed in suspicion. I am just glad it is on our side, shrugged Dirka before heading to help the crews as well, but stopped when he noticed something that caught his eyes. What the hell, looks like we have bigger problems than we thought, said Dirka, as he dodged several beam shots from the Abyss that had headed towards them. More of our own mobile suits attacking us. Damn it, cursed Isaac as he engaged the Abyss. Let them focus on the Gundams, I will take out the Gins and then destroy all those flare motors to slow down the descent, thought Naruto with a hard look in his eyes. He spotted 3 Gins ahead and drew his heat rod. The Gins started to open fire upon him, but he used Epion's superior speed to dodge in and out of every shot. Epion moved so fast that both Jin's pilots went wide-eyed when it appeared between them both. They didn't even get a chance to scream as Epion spun around like a top and its heat rod cut right through both Jins in one spin before taking off to deal with the third one. 10 more in this area left to go, thought Naruto. He glanced over at the corner of his eyes to see that Junius 7 was starting to break up, but still had a ways to go before they succeeded in destroying the falling colony. Forget the flare motors, destroying those will not buy enough time. Let us see some of your true power, Epion, thought Naruto as he put away his heat rod and drew his beam saber. The beam saber looked to be that of an average beam sword, but there was a main difference between it and others. Naruto could change the intensity and length of his beam sword since it was directly connected to his Gundam's core reactor. Epion raised the beam handle up above its head and a second later, a large bright purple beam burst out of it. The beam was so large that it was easily 3/4 the size of an average mobile suit. Naruto swung the blade at the ground of Junius 7 and watched as it easily cut through it, like a knife through butter. Time to start cutting corners, said Naruto, but just as he was about to take off he was assaulted with a vision from his past. Flashback. Still doing everything on your own, brat, grunted Gamabunta as he looked over the battlefield with an impassive look in his eyes. All around there were dead bodies of ninjas, soldiers, and samurai. The giant toad didn't fail to notice that the only person left alive was the man standing on his head and felt sorry for the man. I know you have come to hate your own race, but you do not have the right to judge others no matter what their crimes is, said Gamabunta as he took a puff from his pipe. They slaughtered several villages for no reason, they deserved their fate, replied Naruto with a hard look in his eyes, but the conviction wasn't there. He just stood there staring at his blood-stained hands and felt only guilt at what he did. Why did he always have to be the one to feel guilty? Damn his emotions for making him feel this way. The age of ninja and samurai is coming to an end, and with it the power of a summons will soon disappear as well. This may be the last time I get the chance to speak with you after the 500 years you have held our contract, so listen closely, said Gamabunta with a hard look in his eyes. Naruto just sat down and closed his eyes because he knew the powerful toad spoke the truth. I would like you to try your best to return to the man you once were. The man they called the Mutekikantai, who could take on a whole army by himself without breaking a sweat, and would give his life to protect all those around him including those he didn't know. Only by doing this will you ever find true happiness and not through this emotionless mask you have started to embrace, said Gamabunta as he used his tongue to place Naruto on the ground in front of him. Why, no matter who I protect, in the end, I always end up failing to protect them and I no longer wish to suffer through such pain, argued Naruto as he clenched his fists in anger. You are the prophesized child that has the power to bring an end to any war and create peace, but not as you are now. Though we may be gone, you will always be recognized as part of the Toad family and our strength will always be with you. Take care, my son, smiled Gamabunta before disappearing in a large cloud of smoke. Naruto would never again see his surrogate family. I will try to do as you asked, but it will prove futile. I have already lost all faith in humanity, thought Naruto before he started to pile up the dead bodies. End flashback. That felt like a vision from Zero and not you, Epion, thought Naruto as he cleared his head and gripped the beam saber tightly. Mutekikantai, one-man armada, was the name given to him because of his mastery of the Kage Bunshin and all other clone-type jutsu. Like his father, He had become feared after taking out over 500 enemy ninja with just the use of his clones and no help from allies. It was a name he left behind just like the rest of his past over 1,000 years ago once the era of technology came around. Naruto gripped the beam saber even tighter because he refused to let the vision affect him, but it was proving futile as he kept receiving more and more detailed images of his past. Finally, it became too much and he shouted in anger. "Fine, just stop sending me those visions of my past," panted Naruto, as he couldn't take the feeling of seeing the ones he loved all over again. Damn, Epion and Zero for conspiring against him like this. You won this battle, but next time I will not be tricked so easily, thought Naruto angrily, as his body started to glow. Had anyone been watching Epion they would have thought their eyes had gone bad as more than one started to appear all holding a large purple beam saber. Seconds later, 5 different colored Epion Gundams took off in different directions and started to break up Junius 7 along with taking out any Gin units they came across. Minerva, Captain, I think our radar is having some technical difficulties, stuttered Arthur, as he stared down at the readings in confusion. What do you mean? Asked Captain Gladys confused. Well, just a second ago I was getting a clear reading on every one of our mobile suits, but now I am getting reading that there are 5 Epion Gundams out there, replied Arthur with a slight frown. That is interesting, said Durandal, not understand what that meant. It was probably just a glitch, which is what everyone else put it off to as well. Ma'am, the demolition crews managed to split Junius 7 in half and Commander Uzumaki has started to break it down into smaller pieces at an incredible rate. His Gundam's power output is off the charts and he is only using a single beam saber and his heat rod to destroy the large pieces that have towards Earth, gasped Marin in shock. Very well, Chairman, I think it would be best if you took the escape ship out of here as the Minerva will be going down into the atmosphere to fire our bow gun, said Captain Gladys to the shock of the whole crew. While they all talked, Kigali just stared there, clenching her seat in anger. Why would he be so willing to help save Earth when he is the one who destroyed Boaz and Orb without a shred of hesitation? Thought Kigali, confused and angry at the same time. Recall all our mobile suits immediately, and prepare to fire our bow gun, ordered Captain Gladys as the chairman left the bridge, but Kigali stayed because she wouldn't leave Athrun behind. Naruto was currently lying down on his bed and had been for the 14 hours. Usually, after a battle, he would spend his time checking over his unit to make sure it was okay, but he is currently suffering from chakra exhaustion so couldn't. Making 4 identical to something as large as a mobile suit is no easy feat and took up almost all his chakra. He refused to show any weakness so decided to rest until he was back to 100 or at least 90 of his original strength before moving around again. The weird thing is that he was holding up his right hand and staring at a beautiful white feather that he was twirling around in his hand. If someone had seen him doing this they would probably be curious as to how he got the feather, as he didn't have it before they landed on the Earth's surface and he hadn't been outside since, so couldn't have found it on the deck. The truth was, he had found the feather floating in front of his Gundam after he dispelled his jutsu before returning to the Minerva. It was crazy to think that a feather was floating around in outer space, but it was the truth and it confused him because there was something familiar about this particular feather. He felt a connection to it, but didn't know why. Animals can't survive in space and this didn't come from the remains of Junius 7, so where did it come from? Thought Naruto, as he twirled the feather between his fingers. Was it some type of sign or message that he was supposed to recognize? Ever since I have started to pilot Zero and Epion, weird things have been happening, but this is even beyond my reasoning, sighed Naruto as he continued to stare at the feather as if it would tell him everything he wanted to know. The life of a warrior was never easy, but throw in a manipulative Gundam and life just became so much more complicated. It was times like these he regretted accepting the position to pilot a Gundam. Perhaps it is time I take a walk. I grow tired of these thoughts, thought Naruto as he slowly got up, but not before placing the feather inside his uniform where it would be safe. Minerva's deck. Kigali and Athrun along with many other members of the crew were outside on the deck looking at the Pacific Ocean. For many of the crew it was the first time they had ever been to Earth and were just amazed by the sight, though it wasn't such a beautiful sight with the dark skies above them. Still, the sight was nonetheless amazing to them as they had never seen such a large body of water in their lives. I am glad you are safe, Athrun. I didn't expect you to go off in a mobile suit like that, smiled Kigali. I'm sorry for not letting you know of my actions, but it was something I needed to do, apologized Athron. No, it's fine. Besides, I am sure the people of Earth are very grateful, started Kigali, before she was interrupted. Shut up, you're such an idiot, yelled Shin, as he couldn't take listening to the girl anymore. He glared at Kigali with a deep hatred in his eyes. The boy hated Orb with a passion, though no one knew why. Apparently, he had been listening in on the conversation and finally grew tired of Kigali and her speeches. You were on the bridge, so you must have seen what was going on. Those soldiers were justifying their actions by carrying on the will of the former chairman Patrick Zala. Yet, you don't even seem to care because all that matters to you is your precious orb, growled Shin, but before he could say anything more, he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned around to see Commander Uzumaki looking at him dispassionately. Naruto didn't even bother to say anything, but Shin got the message loud and clear. The boy either shuts up and keeps his comments to himself or he would be in major trouble. Shin just glared at Kigali one last time before heading back inside the Minerva with an angry scowl on his face. I apologize for the disturbance, representative, said Naruto before heading over to the edge of the deck to stare out at the ocean. Athron looked at Kigali, and when he saw the way she was glaring at Naruto, he knew he needed to get her away from him before she did something stupid. Just because he wasn't in a mobile suit didn't mean the man wasn't a threat to them, and Athron didn't want to see Kigali get hurt. Come on Kigali, let's head back inside, urged Athron with a look that left no room for argument. Kigali wanted to say something, but when she saw that look in his eyes, knew better and kept her mouth shut. She merely glared at Naruto one last time before heading back inside with Athron at her side. Wow, I can't believe you were able to silence Shin with just a mere glance. Usually, when he gets all angry like that, it is impossible to shut him up until he stops ranting, smiled Luna, as she walked up next to Naruto. Naruto just glanced at her with a blank look in his eyes before surprising her by leaping down onto one of the wings. Luna gasped in surprise as he jumped down about 10 or so feet and landed lightly on his feet. She watched him as he kneeled down and placed his hand in the water and let pass through his fingers as the ship continued to move at a decent pace. He is so strange, thought Luna, but her thoughts were interrupted when her eyes widened in disbelief as a couple of dolphins started to swim up near the wing where the commander was. They easily kept pace with the ship and even jumped so close to the commander that he ran his hands over their smooth wet skin. It was a captivating sight and Luna couldn't take her eyes off it. Luna had never seen such wonderful animals before and couldn't stop herself from wondering what it would be like to be close to one. They looked so beautiful and majestic. If it weren't for the fact that she was scared of upsetting her commander, she probably would have jumped down there and seen if he would let her join him. Athron. Athron slammed his fist into the wall as he was now walking the hallway all by himself. He kept remembering what the leader of those Gins said to him about how the path chosen by Patrick Zala was the right one to take. It made him feel like all the deaths that had occurred from the falling debris of Junius 7 was his fault because the man who inspired them to do such an act was his father. His own father was the one who originally wanted to kill all naturals, and now it seemed others were starting to follow his example. Damn it all, muttered Athron angrily before punching the wall again. "HN, you do not belong here." Athron Zala, said a cold voice that Athron immediately recognized. He turned around to see Naruto walking towards him with an emotionless look in his piercing blue eyes. "What are you talking about?" asked Athron, as the comment was so random. "Do not join Zaft," said Naruto as he walked past Athron. "You are making no sense. I am a part of ORB, not Zaft," replied Athron, confused. Naruto stopped walking and turned his head to glance at the young man before replying. "I do not want you as an ally. I would much rather be fighting against you, as you are one of the few people that can give me a challenge. When the Second War officially starts, do not join Zaft," explained Naruto before leaving as he was done talking to the boy. Athron wanted to ask him something more, but couldn't as Naruto had disappeared around a corner and out of his view. So he was stuck there in the hallway alone again, with nothing but the man's last words to him. "Don't join Zaft. Why would he think I would join Zaft knowing I am a part of ORB?" thought Athron. "Never mind, it is time I get some answers from him," thought Athrun with a determined look as he started to walk in the direction of the man. It wasn't long before he spotted Naruto leaning against the doorway with a bored look on his face. He was about to speak with him, when he heard gunshots going off and turned his head to see some pilots and crew members doing target practice. "Oh hi," said Luna cheerfully, as she saw Athrun and Naruto watching them practice. "Training exercises," said Athrun with a small smile, as he remembered the days when he had to go through much of the same thing. "Yeah, it is mandatory, but they let us do it outside this time. As you can see, I am not doing too well," sighed Luna as she reloaded her clips. "Would you like to give it a try?" asked Luna curiously. Athrun was surprised by the question, but quickly declined. "Oh, no thanks," replied Athrun with a shake of his head. Luna just raised her eyebrow at his reaction before turning to face him completely. "All of us know who you are pretty well," confessed Luna as she removed training glasses and looked Athrun in his eyes. "You are a former Zaft Red and a member of the Clues team. During the middle of the war, you were responsible for destroying the Strike Gundam, which was considered the most powerful mobile suit at the time," said Luna as she started to read off his brief history. "Later, you joined a special military team that took direct orders from the chairman and were assigned to be the pilot of the ZGM-FX-098 Justice," said Luna with a small smirk. Athrun's eyes narrowed slightly because he didn't like where he thought this was going. Naruto just remained silent, but his eyes narrowed slightly as well because the girl was leaving out a very important detail. "I don't know much about your father, but you're a hero among us. Especially considering what you did at the Battle of Jakendu," smiled Luna as she walked towards Athrun. "Well, spluttered Athrun as the girl walked towards him. "You forgot to mention that he is a traitor who betrayed his own people and stole the Gundam he was so famous for piloting," said Naruto, causing everyone to look at him. Athrun looked down at the ground because he knew the man was speaking the truth and there was no denying it. Idolize him for his impressive abilities with a mobile suit and his tactical mind, but not for who he is because in the end, he was declared a traitor and betrayed those who put their trust in him, stated Naruto, but before he could take his leave Kigali blocked his path with a heavy glare on her face. "Who are you to speak to him like that? He did what he did because it was the right thing to do and you believe you have the right to judge him," glared Kigali as everyone stopped what they were doing to listen to the conversation. "Whether he fought for the right side or not, when you swear your loyalty to a cause you do not abandon your comrades who place their faith in you," replied Naruto with a slight narrowing of his eyes. "What about you? Aren't you a traitor as well since you are now a part of Zaft?" argued Kigali fiercely. "No, because I was let go after the first war ended, which means I no longer had ties to any nation when I was recruited to join Zaft," said Naruto. "So he should have just stayed with Zaft and helped them destroy Earth instead of helping to end the war like he ended up doing," glared Kigali. "Yes," answered Naruto simply. "You bastard, of course someone like you would say that," yelled Kigali, as everyone looked at her confused except Athrun. Even Shin, who had just come for some target practice, stood in the doorway confused instead of taking the chance to take his anger out on the girl. None of them had any idea what Kigali was talking about as she yelled at their commander. "Why don't you tell everyone aboard this ship who you really are?" Naruto Uzumaki, former member of the Earth Alliance forces, and pilot of the unknown Gundam that destroyed Boaz in one shot along with helping for the destruction of my home nation, Orb, glared Kigali, as her fists had turned white from clenching them so hard. "No way," gasped Luna in horror along with Marin, Rei, and Shin. "Wing Zero was the name of the Gundam I used to pilot during the war," replied Naruto. Kigali just looked at him shocked because she couldn't believe how calm he was acting and it made her even angrier, but before she could hit him, Athrun grabbed hold of her. Naruto just brushed past them as Shin was still in too much shock to do anything but watch him leave. Shin could still clearly remember how his whole family was killed, including his baby sister, during the invasion of Orb, and now found out his commander was the one who piloted the Gundam who helped destroy Orb. Luna and Marin were no better off as they remembered what happened to Boaz as they had friends that were stationed there during the First War. Rei stood there calmly, but his eyes were narrowed with a calculating look in them as he now realized why the chairman had recruited that man to Zaft. It was suffice to say that Naruto's stay on the Minerva was about to get much more complicated as it didn't take long before the whole crew knew his true identity. "Captain, What do you plan to do about Commander Uzumaki? Asked Arthur, as his eyes narrowed in a bit of anger. The whole crew had been alerted to who Commander Uzumaki really was, and since then there had been a rise of hostility aboard the ship towards the man. It was lucky they were about to reach Orb in a few hours, otherwise who knows what would have happened. There is nothing I can do about him because whether you like it or not, he outranks me. He is a member of Faith, which means he only answers to the chairman, and unless you want the chairman to demote us all and assign the Minerva a new crew, I suggest everyone needs to calm down, said Captain Gladys with a hard look in her eyes as she gazed over at the others who were on the bridge with her. Arthur was about to say something else, but was silenced when the captain interrupted him. Listen, I know what you and everyone else is feeling towards that man, since I had many friends and people I considered family killed at the destruction of Boaz, but we are soldiers of Zaft. You will do as you are told, because I will not allow there to be insubordination on my ship. If anyone makes an aggressive move towards Commander Uzumaki, then I will personally put you behind bars for the rest of your military career, so make sure everyone else aboard the ship understands that, finished Captain Gladys, and everyone just nodded their head grimly. Captain, we are within Orb borders and they have sent us a message welcoming us to their nation. We have also received permission to dock, relayed Marin. All right then, let everyone know that we will be docking in 20 minutes in Orb, ordered Captain Gladys. Yes ma'am, replied Arthur before relaying the orders. Athrun and Kigali. Kigali was sitting on her bed and staring at her hands to avoid the piercing look Athrun was giving her. She knew why he was giving her look and knew she deserved it, but wasn't sorry for what she did. Will you stop looking at me like that? Grumbled Kigali angrily. I understand that you are upset with him, but what you did was just plain childish. How many times have I told you to control your emotions, as you represent Orb and can't afford to speak without thinking, sighed Athrun. I know, okay, I know, but they were going to find out eventually, so it doesn't really matter, said Kigali defensively. Athrun just frowned at her, which caused her to stand up and huff at him angrily. Yes, but in your anger, you forgot to mention how he saved millions of lives because of his efforts at Junius 7, which exceeded my own efforts. He probably even saved Orb from destruction with all the debris he destroyed, pointed out Athrun. Fine, I will go apologize, but I won't mean it, grumbled Kigali, as she left the room, causing Athrun to shake his head at the girl. He may love her, but sometimes she could be so thick-headed. Minerva Hanger. It feels oddly comfortable to be hated. So much easier to deal with than to have everyone looking at me in awe and respect, thought Naruto as he stared up at Epion. In less than 20 hours, he had once again become the most hated man on the planet, well, at least on the Minerva. It was amusing to see the looks of betrayal on some of the crew members' faces as they learned his identity, which was stupid because he never lied to them about who he was. He had always used his true name, so it wasn't like he gave them a fake name and background. The fact of the matter is they never cared to ask him more about his background, and as long as they didn't ask him something too personal, he would have freely admitted he fought with the Earth forces in the Blood Valentine War. Oh well, it didn't bother Naruto one bit because he was used to being hated and feared, so it wouldn't stop him from doing his job. He was a soldier of Zaft now and he would do his duty. That was all there was to it, and if someone tried to take revenge on him for what he did, then he would deal with them accordingly. Did you want something? Asked Naruto as he glanced backwards and saw the Orb Princess glaring at him. He had sensed her about 2 minutes ago, but decided to ignore for the moment as he finished going over his thoughts. I came to apologize, mumbled Kigali as she walked up to Naruto and stood in front of him with a defiant look in her eyes. No, replied Naruto, to the confusion of the girl. What do you mean no? I am trying to say sorry and you are just brushing me off. Growled Kigali angrily. You aren't sorry for what you did, so there is no point in you apologizing, said Naruto, still not bothering to look at the girl. Arg, whatever, I tried to be nice, scowled Kigali before leaving the hangar. Naruto just glanced at the girl before returning to his conversation with Epion. Shin, Rei, and Luna. Shin was glaring at his plate of food while he brooded on the new information he had received last night about Commander Uzumaki. He had always blamed the Atha family for the death of his baby sister along with his mother and father, because if they had just signed the treaty with the Earth Alliance, then Orb never would have been attacked. Now though his anger was direct at his commander as well now that he knew he was the pilot of Wing Zero, which played a major role in capturing and destroying Orb. Unlike everyone else, he couldn't care less what the man had done at Boaz, but what he did at Orb, but knew he couldn't do anything against the man without being severely reprimanded. Luna sat across from her two friends and she was having many of the same thoughts they were having about their new commander. She had respected him greatly for his piloting skills and position above them as a member of Faith, but now she didn't know what to think. He was the former pilot of Wing Zero that had destroyed Boaz with a single shot and killed many of her family friends that were stationed there. Then again, she had watched the battle footage of Junius 7 and knew that he had also saved millions during the Junius 7 incident, both naturals and coordinators who lived on Earth instead of at the plants. It was as if his bad deeds with the Earth Alliance were made up for his good deeds while serving with Zaft. Luna was conflicted on whether she should dislike her commander or not. Ray was the last member of the group, which was sitting at their table with a contemplative look as he thought about Commander Uzumaki. He had always known the man was different, and finding out he was the pilot of Wing Zero explained so much. The only problem he saw was that he believed it was impossible for a natural to possess such piloting abilities. There was just no way Commander Uzumaki could be a natural when he possessed such high reflexes along with hand and eye coordination. He planned on finding out more about his commander and learning all his secrets before this new war ended. Attention all crew, we will be reaching Orb shortly. Repeat, we will be reaching Orb shortly, announced Captain Gladys over the speakers. Well, at least we will finally be able to get some rest, said Luna with a hesitant smile. Shin's glare just intensified before he stood up angrily and stomped out of the mess hall to go to his room to brood alone. Don't get too comfortable, chances are we will spend most of our time fixing repairs to the ship, said Ray as much as a killjoy as ever before taking his leave as well. Luna just sighed and wondered how she ever became friends with the two stiffest people in the world. Maybe she should go visit Athron before he leaves for Orb permanently. Orb, I want to thank you for everything you have done for us, Captain Gladys. We are extremely grateful, bowed Kigali with a warm smile on her face. It was our pleasure, representative, and thank you again for allowing us to do our repairs here, smiled Captain Gladys with a bow of her own. Come Kigali, it is time for us to go, said Athron as he came up behind the two women on the ramp. Kigali was about to say something, but didn't get a chance when a familiar annoying voice caused her to turn around in surprise. Kigali, you are back. I am so happy to see you safe, yelled a man with short purple hair as he ran towards the girl with a large smile on his face. Yuna, said Kigali in surprise, before stiffening as the man hugged her. Athron's eyes narrowed in anger, but he kept his mouth shut as it wasn't his place to say anything. Come Yuna. This isn't the place for such actions, said an elderly man with short gray hair. Yunata, it is good to see you and the others, smiled Kigali, at the man who was Yuna's father. We are glad to see you safe and sound, bowed Yunata along with the other council members behind him. I am sorry I wasn't here during this crucial time. How is the damage to Orb? Asked Kigali worried. There was a bit of coastal damage, but luckily, Orb itself didn't take any direct hits. I will tell you more about the rest in the meeting later, whispered Yunata. Sir, I am Captain Talia Gladys of the Minerva, saluted Captain Gladys. Arthur Trine, Executive Officer of the Minerva, saluted Arthur. Commander Naruto Uzumaki, personal envoy of the chairman of Zaft Gilbert Durandal, said Naruto, but didn't salute any of the men like his fellow officers. Naruto Uzumaki, gasped Yunata with wide eyes, but turned in surprise when he felt Kigali's hand on his shoulder. The rest of the representatives were looking at Naruto with either hate or fear as well because they knew very well who he was. Orb's information networks were just as good as they had been back in the war as they are now. Now is not the place, I will explain everything to you in the meeting as well, said Kigali, as she glanced at Naruto with unconcealed anger. I understand, bowed Yunata, but he had other thoughts running through his mind. It might be easier than ever to convince Kigali to accept the alliance to the Earth forces if he could play on the Council's hatred of Naruto Uzumaki. Not only that, but he would be rewards handsomely by Lord Jibril if he had some of Orb's finest capture the man and force him to tell them where his Gundam was. Yes, Perhaps, the Minerva coming to Orb wasn't such a bad thing after all. Poor fool, he didn't even realize that by thinking these thoughts he would be condemning Orb to be destroyed by the man a second time. Some people just never learn to not mess with powers far greater than their own. Elsewhere, it seems Kigali has returned safe and sound, said Andrew Waltfeld, as he stared down at the Minerva. Yes, but I wonder if that is a good thing. She is still so young, and while she had been gone the Siren family has been making deals with the Atlantic Federation, frowned Maru, former captain of the Archangel. Yeah, no doubt she will have her work cut out of her, agreed Andrew with a slight frown. He didn't get to say anything more, when he heard Maru gasp, and turned to see a look of shock and disbelief on her face. It's him, spluttered Maru. Huh, replied Andrew, before following her line of sight to a tall blond man, standing next to the captain of the Minerva. His eyes narrowed as the man seemed familiar, but he couldn't place where he knew him. That's Captain Naruto Uzumaki, but what is he doing with Zaft? Said Maru in disbelief. Perhaps we have bigger problems than the Atlantic Federation, frowned Andrew, before taking a step back reflexively with Maru as the said man turned to look up at them both through emotionless blue eyes. Impossible, does he recognize us, and how did he know we are here? Thought Andrew before grabbing Maru and dragging her away from the window. They needed to get out of here before that man was able to truly discover who they really were. Break. I am sorry, said Naruto, as he kneeled down and placed a bouquet of flowers down on the memorial site for all those who died during the destruction of Orb in the war. He may have been under orders to destroy Orb, but that doesn't mean he took any joy in it. Tell the truth, he was disappointed in the way Orb had acted during the First War and felt sorry for them even now. The nation is a beautiful place where naturals and coordinators seemed to get along peacefully, but because of their foolish leaders they suffered greatly. Lord Izumi, adoptive father of Kigali, was no doubt a very wise and passionate man. His ideals were the basis for Orb that had kept it out of the war until the very end, but in Naruto's opinion, he was a horrible leader. The man was selfish, and sacrificed a whole nation just to uphold some foolish ideals. Being a leader wasn't about making sure you kept to your ideals, but making sure all those that followed you were protected from harm at all costs. The man had made his nation a huge target by taking in a renegade warship, the Archangel, and housing 2 stolen Gundams from Zaft, the Justice and Freedom. A true leader would have never done this because it made his nation a target of both sides, and that is unacceptable. It was like housing several S-rank nuke nin and having 2 villages declare war on you because you refused to give them up. Whether they were good people or not, who suffered injustices at the hands of their village, which made them nuke nins, you gave them up because what mattered most was the safety of your people and not several individuals. Not only that, but he could have saved Orb by agreeing to a treaty with the Earth forces. Sometimes one had to sacrifice their pride and beliefs if it meant saving the majority of people, but once again, Lord Izumi had let his ideals get in the way of simple logic. Naruto knew for a fact that had Orb joined the Earth forces, any attempts to be invaded by Zaft would have been easily held off, as they didn't have the manpower to fight Orb and the Earth forces, especially when the Earth Alliance had just come up with their new Strike Dagger units. Of course, what angered Naruto the most was that the man had stayed behind along with the other council members to die with their destroyed country as if it would make up for sacrificing their entire nation. Such people just didn't deserve to be given the power to lead anyone, as they forgot that the important part was protecting their people and not their damn pride. Now his daughter rules the nation, but she is unfit for such a role. I feel sorry for this nation, thought Naruto, before standing up and staring up into the beautiful blue sky. His peaceful moment was interrupted when he heard a beautiful singing and turned around to see a beautiful girl with long flowing pink hair and a boy with short brown hair coming up to the memorial site from the beach. He knew who they were and wasn't in the least bit surprised to see either of them, Kira Yamato and Lacus Klein. The young man noticed him first and froze as he looked at Naruto with a surprised look on his face. The young woman stopped singing when she noticed the young man besides her stopped walking and looked up to see what he was staring at. She looked at Naruto curiously before flashing him a beautiful, but was stopped from saying anything when Kira started to speak. "It's you," said Kira as he composed himself. "It is a pleasure to meet you, pilot of the Freedom, Kira Yamato," said Naruto as he stared into the young man's eyes. "Who is he, Kira?" asked Lacus with a hint of worry. He is Naruto Uzumaki, pilot of the Wing Zero, answered Kira, causing Lacus to look at Naruto in surprise. Kira knew this because he had spoke with Athrun earlier today and learned all about what had happened, including information on ZAFT's commander. It is nice to meet you as well, Lacus Klein, nodded Naruto at the girl. You as well, Mr. Uzumaki, smiled Lacus. He was so different that she had expected him to be, as everyone made him out to be some horrible killer, but that isn't what she saw when she looked into his eyes. No, to some his eyes may be cold and uncaring, but she could see the great pain and anguish they held. This man was not some killer or evil person, but just someone who was suffering from a great deal of pain. Her heart cried out for him because she wished she could help him as he looked so lost. We will meet again, said Naruto before taking his leave of the place. There was no more reason to be here as he had paid his respects, which is what he came to do in the first place. Kira and Lacus both watched him leave with different thoughts about the man they had just met. He is suffering, whispered Lacus with a caring look in her eyes. Kira didn't know what to say to that, so just remained quiet, but soon reminded Lacus of why they had come. Soon both returned to their original goal of paying respects to the memorial site and were surprised to see a bouquet of flowers already in front of the tomb. Did he leave these? Asked Kira, surprised. It seems, he is not the cold-hearted person we believed him to be, smiled Lacus as she placed their own set of flowers next to the ones already there. Plants. Sir, we have just received a message from the Earth Alliance and Atlantic Federation, saluted a soldier. Thank you, you may leave, said Durandal as he took the documents. The soldier just saluted one last time before taking his leave. So it has finally begun. They are demanding we meet this list of demands or they will take hostile actions against us, thought Durandal as he read over the documents. He would need to put his forces on high alert and there was no way he was going to cave to these demands, and this would cause the Earth Alliance and Atlantic Federation to attack them. I think they will be quite surprised once we easily thwart any attack they attempt on us. I must thank you, Lord Jibril, because once I stop this attack, then I can release the true footage of what happened on Junius 7. Then I will have the support of the people and my plan can be finally put into motion, smiled Durandal. With this thought, he placed the documents off to the side and hit the button on his intercom. Sir, said a voice over the intercom. Hello, I would like you to bring Miss Lacus to me, said Durandal with a glint in his eyes. Yes sir, replied the voice before the link closed. Now Mir, you will finally get your dream of being loved by everyone while helping me rally the support of not only the coordinators, but the naturals as well, smiled Durandal as he leaned back in his chair with a satisfied look on his face. Kigali sighed as she sat at her desk with a depressed look on her face. She wished Athrun was here, but he had gone to the plants to speak with the chairman concerning the footage that was released. Now she had to deal with the council forming a treaty with the Atlantic Federation, which would put Orb on their side during this rising crisis. She had tried so hard to keep up with her father's ideals, but she didn't want to see Orb destroyed again because she refused to make a treaty. Yuna and his father made it quite clear that sacrificing Orb and its people for a bunch of ideals was foolish and irresponsible. Kigali knew they were right, but she still felt forming a treaty with the Atlantic Federation was a mistake. Why is this happening? The war was supposed to be over and a time of peace was supposed to be going on, thought Kigali with a sigh before looking over at the photo of her father. What should I do, father? I am so lost, said Kigali as she touched his picture lightly. Minerva, I can't believe this happening and they are actually going to declare us as enemies, said Arthur in disbelief. Yes, it seems all that we have worked for is about to be destroyed because of some false footage, sighed Talia. Naruto didn't say anything, but continued to watch the video feed of the president giving a speech about the list of demands they have made towards Zaft. They were all located on the bridge at the moment, while watching the feed while everyone else was probably in the recreational or mess hall watching the news as well. Commander, you don't seem too surprised by what is occurring, said Talia as she looked over at Naruto. Arthur glanced his head over at Naruto, but knew better than to glare at him because last time he did, he thought he was going to have a heart attack from the cold look he was given. No, I am not, replied Naruto simply. Talia sighed because she knew he wouldn't elaborate until asked because that was how he was. If you don't mind, I would like to know your opinion on why you think the president of the Earth forces would be doing something like this instead of trying to maintain the peace, said Talia. The same reason those terrorists tried to drop Junius 7 on the Earth. Revenge, explained Naruto as he glanced at the woman before looking back up at the screen. They can't really believe we will meet these demands, do they? Asked Arthur. It isn't about meeting the demands, it is about gaining control, and placing the blame on someone to gain favor. They are using the Junius 7 to justify their actions without worrying about any political ramifications. Millions of people just died. It is the perfect opportunity to manipulate the population's emotions and keep them from looking at all the facts, stated Naruto. Yes, it would seem they are doing a good job at it as well, frowned Talia. HN, replied Naruto before pushing off the wall and making his way out of the bridge. Talia and Arthur just watched him leave with matching contemplative looks in their eyes and couldn't help but wonder where he was going. Plants. Sir, the Earth forces have launched from their lunar base and are headed towards the plants, reported a soldier. Alert the defense forces immediately and prepare to defend the plants at all costs, ordered the chairman. The soldier saluted before he went off to do as he was told. The chairman had contemplated look in his eyes before he received a message on his terminal from his private line. Ah, Naruto-san, I have been waiting for your call. Did you find out anything? Asked Durandal with a smile. Zero was easily able to hack into all satellite communications, and predict the current course of action by the Earth forces. They will be using their main force as a distraction while they attack you from the polar northern side with nukes, relayed Naruto as he appeared on the screen. It was easily to tell that he was in his from the way he was sitting in the background. It seems we will have to test our newest weapon then if it has come to nukes, frowned Durandal. According to all calculations, the neutron stamper will wipe out all the nuclear weapons, but you will need to fire it when the nukes come within this distance, said Naruto. Very well, I will have the Nazca-class ship with the neutron stamper waiting for the Earth forces, smiled Durandal. I will not be able to hack into the satellite feed again with the Zero system as they will no doubt realize I used my old access code and change it, said Naruto before closing the link. Durandal already knew that and was okay with it because next time they would be more prepared than they were now. Break. Zaft had successfully repelled the Earth forces using their new weapon, the neutron stamper, to destroy the entire nuclear task force sent after them. The plant's people who had started to lose faith in the chairman soon gave him their full support because of the defensive measure he used to protect the plants. The Earth forces were in shock because they had expected to be done with the plants, but instead they were forced to retreat. Now they looked like complete fools while the chairman looked like a hero for not pressing his advantage and continuing negotiation for a peaceful solution. One man in particular was extremely pissed off, and that was Lord Jibril because his plan to destroy the plants was falling apart. Even his own supporters were turning against him as his plan had failed and they were now facing persecution from their people. Lord Jibril knew he would be forced to do something and do it quick before all his plans fell apart and he lost his influence. Nighttime orb. Ray had just finished his shooting exercises and was heading back to his room to get some sleep when he heard some noises coming from the hangar. He decided to go check it out, but not before getting out his gun just in case it posed a threat to him. Silently making his way to the hangar, he stuck to the shadows, and soon made his way into the hangar where he was surprised to see his commander surrounded by a bunch of knocked-out soldiers. It didn't take him long to recognize that none of the soldiers were Zaft, but before he could take a closer look a voice behind him made him freeze in horror. "They are soldiers of Orb Special Ops," said Naruto, as he appeared beside Ray from out of nowhere. "Impossible, there is no way he could have covered that much distance in so short a time without me noticing him," thought Ray as he turned his head and looked at Naruto in disbelief. "Why are Orb soldiers here?" asked Ray as he regained his composure and put his gun away. He wanted to ask how Naruto got behind him, but knew that the man probably wouldn't tell him. "They wanted to kill or perhaps capture me along with Epion," answered Naruto before walking over to the fallen soldiers. Ray followed beside him and started to help his commander carry the bodies out of the Minerva. As a coordinator he had enhanced strength and was easily able to carry 2 men, but was once again shocked when he turned to see Naruto carrying the other 4 without any type of strain. "Come, I know a place where we can leave them," said Naruto as he led the way out of the hangar and off the Minerva. How were they able to get so far into the ship without detection? Asked Ray curiously. Orb is the one making repairs on our ship, and to do that they need certain design plans, replied Naruto. They were able to disable the security measures using the designs, finished Ray in understanding. Naruto just nodded their head as they made their way down the ramp. Over here, said Naruto as he led the way towards a corner of the dock bay where he tossed the 4 bodies in the corner. Ray followed suit and soon 6 bodies were piled on top of each other hidden in the corner. They were dead otherwise, they would have tossed the bodies into the ocean, but they would wake up with some major cramps from the position they were in. Why did you not kill them? Asked Ray as he walked back to the ship with his commander. Naruto stopped walking, pulled out his gun, and loaded it before handing it to Ray. Why don't you? Asked Naruto impassively. Ray held the gun and turned to the men lying unconscious in a pile before taking aim with the gun. He glanced at Naruto and saw the man was looking at him without a shred of emotion in his eyes. Ray just looked at the unconscious men, but for some reason he couldn't pull the trigger. This confused him because he should have no problem killing these men since they had snuck onto the Minerva and were planning to kill a man that the chairman had planned to use in his future plans. To him that was unacceptable, as the chairman was like a father to him, and anyone who went against the chairman Durandal deserved to be eliminated. So why couldn't he kill these men? Said Naruto before taking his gun back, then heading towards the Minerva. Why couldn't I kill them? Thought Ray as he looked down at the ground with a confused look in his eyes. Orb. Lacus couldn't sleep as she heard about how the Earth forces attacking the plants with nukes and feared another war coming. She had hoped that the animosity between naturals and coordinators had lessened, but she was wrong. So here she was walking around the beach in bare feet and felt the cold sand running through her feet. She was surprised to see that someone else was also outside and recognized the person as the man she had met earlier with Kira. Hello, smiled Lacus, as she slowly approached the man. Naruto turned his head to the side and glanced at the woman before returning his gaze towards the ocean. Replied Naruto with an unreadable look in his eyes. I am sorry if I am bothering you, but I was hoping to get the chance to meet you again, said Lacus as she looked at him with that same beautiful smile. My reasons for fighting are my own, said Naruto randomly. Lacus just frowned though because he seemed to know exactly what she wanted to ask him. I understand, and I don't mean to pry, but you don't seem like the kind of person who fights for just the simple reason of following orders, said Lacus. Someone who betrays their own people could never understand the concept of loyalty, replied Naruto coldly, before walking away from the girl. I did what I thought was right to bring peace. Is that so wrong? Asked Lacus, but received no reply as Naruto continued to walk away. Now she felt bad because she didn't mean to upset the man and hoped he would forgive her the next time they met, because she knew somehow they would meet again. Plants. No, you can't be serious, said Athrun with eyes wide in disbelief as the chairman told him that not only did the Earth Alliance declare war on plants, but fired nukes at them an hour later. Yes, though I much rather believe it didn't happen myself, but it did happen, said Durandal before turning on his huge widescreen TV that had the current news on. They both watched as the news reporter told of what all happened to everyone, to the plants and to anyone else watching. Athrun clenched his fists in anger because this wasn't supposed to be happening. The war was supposed to be over, but it was starting all over again. Durandal saw the conflicting emotions passing through Athrun's eyes and started to smirk inwardly. He could easily use this opportunity to manipulate Athrun to rejoin Zaft and lend him his power in his plans. With Athrun and Naruto both working for him, there was no way Zaft would lose this upcoming war, and then he would be that much closer to completing his own goals. Minerva, have you received any word from the chairman or anyone about what we should be doing? Asked Talia as she sat down in her captain's seat and looked over at Naruto. We are to stay put until receive orders otherwise, or are forced to leave, replied Naruto as he leaned against the far wall. I see, I guess everything truly has become chaotic. Not only are the Earth forces in disarray after their failed attempt on the plants, but the chairman must have his hands full trying to come up with a peaceful solution to reply to their attack, sighed Talia. No, a decision has already been reached that Zaft will deploy their forces, but only for defensive measures, said Naruto. I thought you said you hadn't heard anything from the higher-ups," said Talia with a raised eyebrow. "You asked on what the Minerva should be doing and not what the other forces of Zaft would be doing," said Naruto, causing Talia to contain her urge to roll her eyes. She hated how damn technical Commander Uzumaki was at times because it made him so much more difficult to talk to. "Captain, we are receiving a message, but are unable to identify who it is from," said a tech at a nearby council. He played the message for her and Naruto here, though it didn't mean Naruto cared to listen. "Minerva, do you copy? Be warned that a nation surrounded by all black ships will soon become a black ship as well, and then you will have nowhere to run," said a voice. Naruto recognized the voice immediately as he had heard the man speaking with a woman who used to be part of the Earth forces when the Minerva first docked at Orb. His name was Andrew Waltfeld, the Desert Tiger, and the woman was former Captain Maru Ramius of the Archangel. Both traitors to their respective nations, so it was easy to see Naruto had no love for either of them. "This is Talia Gladys, captain of the Minerva. Who is this?" demanded Talia. "Well, hello there. Glad to see someone is listening after all. Anyway, it is like I said before. ORB has just received an ultimatum from the Atlantic Federation and they will be forced to join with them. If you don't want to be captured and killed, I suggest getting out of there as soon as possible," said the voice. "You didn't answer my question," replied Talia. "Ever heard of the name Andrew Waltfeld?" asked the voice with a bit of humor. Talia's eyes widened slightly before narrowing as she had definitely heard of the Desert Tiger. "If you want, I can use the Zero system on Epion to trace the signal and bring this man to you," offered Naruto impassively. The frequency instantly flat-lined and Talia turned to frown at her commander because she knew he knew that would happen once he made that comment. "Was that truly necessary, Commander?" asked Talia with a small sigh. "You received all the information you wanted from them, so there was no point in continuing the conversation. I recommend preparing the ship to leave the dock as Orb will no doubt join the Atlantic Federation and they will demand we be turned over immediately once they do," said Naruto before leaving the bridge. Talia sighed a second time before her eyes hardened and she started to give out the orders for all hands to report to their station. If Commander Uzumaki believed the man over the frequency was telling the truth, then so she did, because she knew her commander did not joke or make careless suggestions in such situations like these. Hopefully, they would be able to leave dock in time before the Earth forces blocked their exit. Orb representative meeting. "No, you can't possibly be agreeing to this," said Kigali outraged as she saw the treaty from the Atlantic Federation. "We have no choice. Unless Zaft stops mobilizing their forces, then we will be forced to join the Atlantic Federation to save our nation," said Yunata. "This goes against the ideals of Orb. Joining the Atlantic Federation, then we would be going against what we stand for," argued Kigali. "Are you truly willing to sacrifice this nation when you could have saved it?" replied Yunata loudly. Kigali stared down at her hands in anger because she knew he was right, but still it felt wrong. Yunata smiled over at his son because he knew he had cornered the girl and soon the treaty would be signed whether she wanted it to be or not. "Break. How long until we are out of Orb waters?" asked Captain Gladys as the Minerva had launched when they received official confirmation that Orb would be joining with the Atlantic Federation. Inwardly though, she was wondering how the drop operation was going because Commander Uzumaki had informed her that Zaft would be deploying forces to defend Carpentaria. She wanted to get over there as fast as possible to give them a hand should it escalate to unprecedented levels. "We will be out of their waters in a few minutes, ma'am," replied Arthur. "Any word from Carpentaria?" asked Gladys curiously. "No ma'am, they are still out of our range," reported Myron from her council. "Captain, several signals have appeared on radar. They're Earth Forces ships," panicked a soldier from his council. "What?" gasped everyone on the bridge. "It is a trap," said Naruto, not in the least bit surprised by this turn of events. They all turned to look at him in surprise before Captain Gladys spoke. "Damn it. I want all hands to report to level 1 battle stations and prepare to lower the bridge. Have Rei, Shin, and Luna ready to launch should they attack us. Commander, we will need you to launch as well if they attack," ordered Captain Gladys. Naruto just nodded his head before leaving the bridge and headed towards the hangar. "They are sending us a message telling us to surrender ourselves or they will open fire," said a soldier. Receiving another message from Orb saying that we are no longer welcomed in their waters and will open fire on us should we try to re-enter them, reported another soldier. Orb ships have turned their cannons on us, yelled another soldier. The Earth forces are launching their mobile suits, reported Myron with a worried look in her eyes. Damn, looks like we have no choice but to break through them. Launch our mobile suits immediately, ordered Captain Gladys as she gritted her teeth in anger at what was happening. Minerva Hangar. Damn it, I can't believe they are attacking us like this, cursed Shin as he prepared to launch in the Impulse. Ray and Luna had both gone to their respective mobile suits as well and got ready for battle. By the time Naruto had entered the hangar, all three of them had launched and he was calmly making his way to Epion. He was about to get on the lift to take him to his when he heard a clicking sound and silence filled the hangar. It seemed as if someone didn't want him to launch as he calmly turned around to find one of the mechanics pointing a gun right at him. You're not going anywhere. I am not going to let you go out there so you can betray us by rejoining with your old Earth Alliance buddies, said the mechanic as he glared at Naruto. HN, replied Naruto as he stared the man in his eyes with that same impassive look that was always on his face. Naruto stared at the mechanic with a blank look in his eyes as the man continued to point the gun at him. He could tell the man held a great deal of hate for him and he already knew from glancing at the others in the hangar that they agreed with his statement. None of them trusted him since learning he was the one who piloted Wing Zero and had destroyed Boaz along with countless other Zaft soldiers during the Blood Valentine War. The mechanic on the other hand wasn't so brave anymore as he stared into the cold, piercing blue eyes of his commander. It was so much easier to pull the gun out at him when his back was turned, but now an overwhelming sense of fear washed over him. He could feel his legs shaking and he had started to sweat heavily as he continued to point the gun at Naruto. Put the gun away, said Naruto. No way, I already told you I am not giving you the chance to rejoin with your old buddies. I refuse to let a monster like you leave this ship, replied the mechanic as he tried to stop the shaking of his hands. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly before he took a step towards the mechanic, causing the man to take a step back reflexively. The mechanic was a young man in his late 20s, had short brown hair with coal-black eyes and a slim build. It was easy for Naruto to tell he had never been in any real battles before from the look in his eyes and the sweat dripping down from his forehead. I do not betray my comrades, replied Naruto as he stopped walking. We aren't your damn comrades, you are a natural, and we are coordinators. We will never be comrades, growled the man angrily. Am I a natural? Thought Naruto with a contemplative look in his eyes. Naturals were characterized as those who didn't have their genes altered while in the womb, so technically Naruto was a natural. Then again, he had trained his body farther than any being that had ever lived so far and could accomplish feats that others would consider impossible. Perhaps, he wasn't either a natural or coordinator, seeing as how he needed to be human to be classified in either group. A human was a being that lived for a certain amount of years before their bodies grew too old and they died unless they died of other means. Naruto couldn't die or had yet to die even after thousands of battles and hundreds of wars. So technically, he wasn't a human, but an immortal. Anyway, he had more important matters to deal with than think about what he would be considered. I am a soldier of Zaft and as such we are comrades whether you like me or not. I have been given orders and I will go through with them, said Naruto before turning around and heading towards Epion. Stop, I swear I will shoot, yelled the man with a conflicted look in his eyes. The gun shook violently in his hands as he watched Naruto ignore him and walk towards Epion as if he didn't hear him. The mechanic wasn't a killer, but he had lost his father in the destruction of Boaz and his commander was the one who had destroyed Boaz. He wanted to so badly kill the man, but for some reason he found it hard to pull the trigger. Commander Uzumaki was not an ally and he would betray them. With these thoughts, the mechanic closed his eyes tightly and pulled the trigger. A loud shot rang out through the hangar and Naruto had stopped walking. Everyone watched with wide eyes as the left side of the captain's uniform started to turn red and they knew the bullet had struck in the area of where his kidney was located. Naruto just touched his hand to the spot and stared at the blood on his fingers with the same impassive expression that was always there. He then continued to walk towards Epion and didn't bother to look at the mechanic who had fell to his knees with a shocked look in his eyes. Minerva versus Atlantic Federation. Damn, this is ridiculous, cursed Shin as he shot down another two Windham. He had been fighting for a good 10 minutes now and it didn't seem he had put a dent in the Earth forces that had come at them. Worse, The Minerva was taking heavy damage as they couldn't turn around to orb waters as the orb ships were preventing them from re-entering their waters. If they didn't find a way out this soon, then they would be destroyed. "Where the hell is Commander Uzumaki?" yelled Luna as she opened communications with the bridge. "We don't know," frowned Captain Gladys before gritting her teeth in anger as the Minerva shook from several explosions. "It doesn't matter where he is, worry about protecting the Minerva," said Ray before shooting down some missiles fired at them from the Earth ships blocking their path. "Luna, watch out," yelled Shin with wide eyes as a couple of Wyndham had managed to get past them. Luna's eyes went wide in fear as two Wyndham locked onto her with their rifles and then fired right at her. Ray kicked his thrusters to full blast to save her, but he already knew he wouldn't make in time. It was as if time slowed down as Luna saw her life flashed before her eyes, but then a red blur appeared in front of her and took the blasts instead. She instantly recognized it as her commander's Gundam, and in a quick flick of the wrist, Epion released its heat rod and used it to cut right through the two Wyndham. "Are you okay?" asked Naruto as he appeared on her monitor. Luna just nodded her head as she was still coming down from when she thought she was going to die. After getting the affirmative from her, Epion took to the skies and started to back up the impulse in taking down the rest of the Earth Force's mobile suits. "About damn time you showed up," grumbled Shin as he drew his beam saber and cut through an approaching Wyndham with ease. Shin didn't get any reply, but his eyes widened in fear when Epion turned in his direction before whipping its heat rod at him. He just barely managed to move the impulse in time and was about to yell at the man when he heard an explosion behind him and turned to see a Wyndham that had managed to sneak up behind him get destroyed. The heat rod retracted and Epion went off to engage another group of Wyndham. "Bastard, I'll show you I don't need your help," thought Shin angrily before preparing to take off at full thrust, but stopped when a large warning sound went off in his. "Everyone, the Earth Forces is launching some type of mobile armor and it is huge," said Myron with wide eyes before pulling up the image for them all to see. "All pilots fall back, we will use our bowgun, particle beam cannon, to destroy that mobile suit," ordered Captain Gladys. My reaction time has been slowed due to my injury," thought Naruto as he fell back and glanced at the wound he suffered earlier. He hated gunshot wounds because the small piece of metal got stuck in his body and his advanced healing allowed his skin to heal right over it. It was a very painful process of punching a hole into the spot where he was shot with his own hands to pull out the bullet. Luckily, he had a high tolerance of pain and it was nothing but a mere annoyance to him after so many centuries of performing such a procedure. He headed over to take out any remaining Wyndham while the Minerva fired its particle beam cannon at the new mobile armor that was easily twice the size of his own Gundam and looked to be some type of crab with its pincer-type arms. His eyes narrowed as a shield appeared and deflected the Minerva's particle beam. "No way," gasped Shin as he uttered the thoughts all those aboard the Minerva. "Shin, you have to take out that mobile armor before it gets to the Minerva. Commander Uzumaki is too busy dealing with the remaining Wyndham," said Myron hastily. "Got it," said Shin as his eyes hardened. "Time to end this," thought Naruto as he noticed that the Minerva was getting too close to orb borders. He quickly retracted his heat rod and drew his beam saber, then activated it to full power. Naruto flew at the Wyndham closest to him and stabbed it through the chest with his saber before using his impressive strength to fling it at the Wyndham trying to sneak up behind him. The Wyndham exploded in front of its ally, which effectively blinded the last remaining Wyndham from seeing anything. Its pilot's eyes widened in horror though when beam entered its chest from behind as it didn't even detect Epion on its radar until it was too late. Epion, having finished off the last two Wyndham, headed towards the Earth Force's ships in the distance, and drew its heat rod with its beam saber still in its right hand. It landed on the deck of a carrier and then swung its heat rod at the other three ships on the left. The heat rod extended to great lengths with a deadly curve to it as it easily pierced through all three ships, causing them all to explode. The captain on the bridge of the ship that Epion landed on watched with terror-filled eyes as the demonic Gundam destroyed his allies on either side of him. He was gripped with such fear and terror that he forgot to issue the order to abandon ship, and Epion raised its beam saber high above its head before stabbing it right through the bridge and all the way through and out the bottom of the ship. Epion jumped backwards and floated in the air as it watched as over 10 ships, large and small, exploded then sunk to the bottom of the ocean. It seems the boy's power has increased, thought Naruto as he turned around and watched as the impulse managed to take out the mobile armor when it was having so much trouble with it merely a few moments ago. It was like when he fought the Freedom and Justice, and the Gundams would start fighting at incredible levels when it looked like he had them finished. Perhaps, the pilot of the Impulse wasn't as weak as he thought. Minerva hangar. Shin, that was amazing. You managed to take out that mobile armor all on your own, said Luna excitedly, as she congratulated the boy. The rest of the crew started to congratulate him as well, and even Ray nodded at him in approval. Shin couldn't stop the pleased smile from reaching his face as he accepted the praise. The praise didn't last long when Commander Uzumaki exited his and used the grappling lift to lower himself to the ground. Shin, Ray, and Luna noticed the large blood stain on the lower left side of his uniform and couldn't help but wonder what happened. They all watched as Naruto landed on the ground, and everyone in the hangar turned to face him. The man had single-handedly cleared a path for them by destroying all the Earth Force's ship, and any more doubts of him betraying them seemed to be gone from their mind as they all stood straight and saluted him with looks of gratitude in their eyes. One mechanic in particular stepped forward and bowed low to Naruto before falling back and saluting the commander. Naruto just remained as impassive as always and made his way past the crew, but stopped when he reached the mechanic who had bowed to him. The mechanic watched with a defeated look in his eyes as Naruto paused next to him, but was surprised when Naruto reached into uniform's pocket and pulled something out. "This is yours," said Naruto as he tossed something at the mechanic before leaving the hangar. The mechanic caught the unknown item with a confused look on his face before looking down at what was in his hand. His eyes went wide with disbelief as he noticed he was holding a small bullet covered in blood. It was the bullet that he had shot at his commander earlier, and the mechanic's eyes clouded over in shame as he had shot at the man who saved all their lives. "Plants, Athron, it is good to see you again," smiled Durandal as Mir stood next to him with a beautiful smile on her face as well. "I have decided to take your offer and join Zaft," said Athron with a hard look in his eyes. Durandal smiled wider at that and pulled out a small box that contained a special item in it. "I was hoping you would, and I had this prepared for you," said Durandal as he handed Athron the item. Athron took the box, opened it, and gasped in surprise as he recognized the item as those worn by members of faith. "I know your beliefs may differ from my own, so use this to fight for what you believe in. It is my hope that with this power you will help me create a peaceful world," explained Durandal. "Chairman," started Athron, but stopped when the chairman just smiled at him. "I know you are also worried about the situation in Orb, so please go join the Minerva. I have high hopes for that battleship. It is my hope it will play a similar role to what the Archangel played in the First War. I have no doubt with you aboard the Minerva along with Naruto-san that you both will make those hopes a reality," smiled Durandal. "Naruto-kun?" muttered Mir with wide eyes before a guilty look appeared on her face. Durandal and Athron didn't seem to hear or notice the look on Mir's face and continued to talk while the young woman beat herself over some internal conflict. "Break, wow. I still can't believe what Commander Uzumaki was able to do with just a single Gundam," said Arthur as they received a report that all units had docked in the hangar. "Yes, it seems we all owe him an apology, as we had doubts that he would truly fight for us once the Earth Alliance officially declared war on us," smiled Captain Gladys. "Yeah, I mean what he did out there was incredible. I doubt even the rumors of what the Freedom did at Jakkan could match up to this," nodded Arthur. "Do not fool yourself. The Freedom took out over 50 nuclear weapons along with 100 mobile suits and over 10 Nazca-class ships," said Naruto, causing both of them to jump in surprise as they didn't even know he was there. "Commander," saluted Captain Gladys and Arthur. Naruto just nodded his head at them, which caused them both to relax. "I would like to apologize for my behavior lately, sir," apologized Arthur seriously. Naruto just tilted his head in acceptance of the apology, and Arthur sighed in relief, which made Talia smirk a bit at her executive officer. "It shouldn't be long until we reach Carpentaria, sir, so if you would like to rest until then please feel free," offered Captain Gladys. "I am fine," replied Naruto. "Very well, I shall let you know when we reach Carpentaria," said Captain Gladys. Naruto just nodded his head before taking his leave, where he would then go to the deck to stare out over the ocean. Naruto didn't bother to bring up the issue of what happened with the mechanic because it didn't bother him in the least so long as the man didn't try it again. If he, then next time he wouldn't be so kind. Thought Naruto as he walked through mall and looked at all the shop windows with his usual impassive expression. The Minerva had landed in Carpentaria about 5 hours ago, and all crew had been given permission to disembark since they were currently out of harm's way. He grew tired of listening to all the commotion of the crew bragging to others what he did to get them here, so decided against his better judgment to go exploring. Tell the truth, he had never been here since Zaft's occupation of Carpentaria, and he could see why the Earth forces failed each and every time to reacquire this base. Zaft had definitely gone all out to protect themselves from any large-scale attacks, but there was a flaw. Like most military bases like this, they were unprepared for any type of small-scale invasion, say 1 or 2 people trained extensively in assassination. This is why the attack on Armory 1 was so successful, because Zaft never expected an attack from within. The same thing could easily occur again here at Carpentaria, but he highly doubted they would take any precautions until it was too late. "Commander!" yelled a familiar voice, which caused Naruto to turn his head slightly to see Luna waving at him before she ran in his direction. "Luna-san," said Naruto with a nod of his head. The girl smiled brightly at him before walking next to him, the smile never leaving her face. "No offense, but I never expected to see you in a mall," smiled Luna with a teasing glint in her eyes. "I am merely looking around," replied Naruto. If you say so," giggled Luna. This man had saved her life, and it was in that moment she knew he couldn't be as cold-hearted as he acted if he was willing to take several beams to the chest for her, whom he barely even knew. With that thought, she decided to do whatever it took to get to know him better, even if it meant to annoy the hell out of him until he showed some type of emotion. "Well, I hope you don't mind, but I think I'll walk around with you a bit. I have no idea what Shin or Rei are doing, but if I had to guess it is probably something boring," said Luna with a dismissive gesture of her hand. Naruto just glanced at the girl with a curious expression as the girl seemed to be unnaturally cheerful, well, at least to him. "Oh, I wanted to say thank you for saving my life. I didn't get the chance to thank you before because I couldn't find you, but now that you are here." "Thank you," smiled Luna before bowing. Naruto nodded his head and was about to continue walking when he felt a shift in the air, so turned his head to see Luna glaring at him with a cute pout on her face. "Hey, I just thank you for saving my life and all you can do is nod your head," glared Luna as she put her hands on her hips indignantly. Naruto just frowned slightly, but noticed the girl wouldn't let the matter drop, so mentally sighed before replying. "You're welcome," said Naruto, causing Luna to smile brightly at him. "See, that wasn't so hard," smirked Luna as she started to walk next to Naruto with a small hum. "She reminds me of Ino-chan," thought Naruto, before squashing that thought immediately. He would not let the similarities in personality cause in him to lose control over his emotions. I need some new clothes." "I got it. You can tell me how I look while I try some new things," smiled Luna enthusiastically before grabbing Naruto's arm and dragging him towards a store she had her eyes on. "I rather not," said Naruto, clearly uncomfortable. Don't be like that," pouted Luna, but Naruto didn't budge. She just sighed, but then a small smirk formed on her face. "Fine, but since you don't want to go clothes shopping, you are going to buy me lunch, Commander," smiled Luna with a challenging look that dared him to say no. Naruto nodded look and allowed the girl to drag him towards the food court. "After lunch, think I could check out your Gundam?" asked Luna hopefully. "No," replied Naruto without hesitation. "Meh, can't blame a girl for trying," sighed Luna before she cheered up rather quickly as she noticed they had this place she loved to eat at the food court. "Minerva, thanks for the lunch, it was great," smiled Luna in delight as she and Naruto entered the hangar. Naruto just nodded his head in agreement because the food wasn't bad and the girl hadn't annoyed him too much. They didn't get to say anything more when all mechanics started to clear the way like they did when one of them was landing their mobile suits. Naruto frowned at that because according to his knowledge all their mobile suits were accounted for. He and Luna watched as a new mobile suit docked in the hangar and Naruto's eyes narrowed. It was the Savior Gundam, which was designed based off Epion. The Savior Gundam was created by Zaft in hopes to recreate a Gundam with similar abilities to Epion, but with long range and higher defense capabilities. It contained twin beam sabers located on the shoulders along with a regular beam saber on the right waist. On the right side of the arm was a prototype beam rifle, more powerful than the one the Impulse used, and on its left armor was the newest shield that could easily deflect beam rifle's blasts. Naruto had no doubt this Gundam could possibly pose a challenge to him, but Epion was still far superior to it in close combat. "Whoa, is that a new model? Who is piloting it?" wondered Luna curiously. "Hey, did you see that new mobile suit?" asked Shin as he ran into the hangar, but went silent when he saw what Luna was looking at. Yeah, but I don't know who is piloting it, replied Luna as they watched the open. So he joined Zaft after all, thought Naruto before taking his leave of the hangar. He had seen all he needed to see and would check on Epion later while hoping it didn't destroy the weak copy of itself. Naruto also didn't fail to notice the look of admirations coming from Luna and Myron as they realized Athron was the pilot of the new Gundam. Perhaps, she is more like Sakura, thought Naruto with a slight frown. He respected Luna's skill as a pilot, but it seemed she craved the attention of those who accomplished great things. That didn't bother him though because it meant that she probably would leave him alone in favor of the Zala boy. This caused Naruto to receive a vision just as he made it to his room. Flashback. What do you want, Dobi? You think because you wear those Hokage robes that you are a challenge for me? Taunted Sasuke with his usually arrogant smirk. Just leave, Naruto. I don't want to have to hurt you, pleaded Sakura. She had a guilty look in her eyes as she looked at her teammate, who she had abandoned to be with the other. Naruto just looked at them both coldly, but his Hokage hat prevented them from seeing the cold look in his eyes as his robes billowed in the wind. He stood across from them silently for a good 30 seconds before he raised his head and gave them a look that could freeze hell over. There was no trace of his usual mirth or playfulness, only a cold hard look that promised pain if they did do what he said. Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, for crimes against Konoha you are both sentenced to a life imprisonment. Surrender now, and I promise no harm will come to you as a sign of good faith, said Naruto seriously. Like I am scared of some fake Hokage, scowled Sasuke as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Sakura knew from the look in Naruto's eyes that she would not be able to convince him to leave them alone, so she would just have to help her love beat him and then convince Sasuke not to kill him. Very well, then since you both refuse to face trial, then as Hokage I will deem your punishment. As the Rokudame Hokage of Konoha, I have deemed you both too much of a threat to the peace and safety of Konoha. Your punishment is death, said Naruto coldly. Don't make me laugh, Dobi, laughed Sasuke before preparing to charge at Naruto, but his eyes went wide in fear as he felt an unfamiliar hand land on his right arm. Sakura's eyes went wide in horror too because she couldn't believe how fast Naruto had moved and not even Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan could follow it. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Remember that because the lowest level in hell is reserved for those who betray the ones who loved and trusted them, whispered Naruto. That was last thing Sasuke and Sakura heard before they were sent to hell courtesy of the Rokudame Hokage of Konoha, the most powerful Hokage in Konoha's history, even surpassing the Yondaime. End flashback, Pray you do not betray Zaft a second time, Athronzala, as this time I am part of Zaft, thought Naruto coldly. Captain's office, so, the chairman has not only assigned you to the Minerva, but made us both members of Faith. I have to wonder what the chairman is thinking assigning 3 members of Faith to the same ship, said Talia as she eyes the faith pin that had been given to her. Ma'am, I know this may be off subject, but I was hoping you can tell me what happened with Orb, said Athron hopefully. I wish I could tell you exactly what is going on, but I am afraid that not even I know what has truly happened. As far as I know, Orb signed a treaty with the Atlantic Federation, but now there are several rumors going on that Kigali-sama was kidnapped by the Freedom, replied Talia with an apologetic smile. I see, said Athron as he stared at the ground in anger when he heard that Kigali had been kidnapped from her own wedding. He understood that she had been in an arranged marriage with Yuna, but he had hoped she would have accepted his proposal to her before he left for the plants and not go through with the wedding. It hurt to know that she hadn't and almost gone through with the wedding if it weren't for Kira kidnapping her. He didn't say anything more and took his leave, not even noticing Naruto as he entered the room because he was so lost in his thoughts. We have been given orders to report to Suez, said Naruto to the surprise of Captain Gladys. Why would they be sending us to Suez? They do realize that we are not a ground battleship, asked Talia. This is a direct order straight from the council and chairman. You will be taking this on as your new appointment to Faith. Once the repairs finish, they want us to leave and we will have one Bozgorov submarine-class ship as an escort, reported Naruto. Very well, I will have Arthur alert the crew so that they are prepared to leave by tomorrow morning, saluted Talia. Naruto just nodded his head before taking his leave and decided to go check on Epion. Archangel. So you are saying that you were attacked by a group of special ops from the plants who were trying to kill Lacus? Said Kigali with a confused look on her face. Yeah, we still don't know why they were after her, but it seems Chairman Durandal isn't as benevolent as we all thought, replied Andrew as he took a sip from his coffee mug. I see. I want to apologize for the way I have been acting lately. If I wasn't so weak I would have never let Yuna and the others sign that treaty with the Atlantic Federation, apologized Kigali as she clenched her fist in anger. She was surprised when she felt a reassuring hand on her shoulder and looked up to see Kira smiling at her. It isn't your fault, and besides we will find a way to correct this. The important thing is you're safe and that you can rectify what happened by staying alive, smiled Kira. Kigali just hugged Kira tightly and nodded her head in agreement. I think I found out why they were after me, said Lacus before bringing up what she was looking at on the large monitor. Everyone watched with different expressions on their face as it showed someone who looked exactly like Lacus performing a concert while at the plants. What does this mean? Muttered Maru through narrowed eyes. I don't know, but whoever this Chairman Durandal is, I don't trust him, glared Kira as he watched what was happening with a hint of anger. Break, Captain Roanoke, it is an honor to have you aboard, saluted Lieutenant Han. Lieutenant, I hope you received my message earlier telling you to inform the frontline base to end out all their mobile suits as we will be going against the Minerva and Bozgorov class, said Neo as he approached the man. Yes sir, they were reluctant at first, but I told it was a direct order from you and that the Gaia would be staying behind to protect them and they eventually agreed, replied Lieutenant Han. Good, because this time I want that ship to sink to the bottom of the ocean along with the rest of its crew, grinned Neo. Prepare my Wyndham and have the Chaos, Abyss, and Gaia ready to launch. I want to end this quickly, ordered Neo before leaving the bridge. Lieutenant Han just saluted before relaying the orders. Minerva hangar, Commander, saluted Athron as he entered the hangar to see Naruto staring up at Epion like he always seemed to be doing. HN, said Naruto with a small glance at him before dismissing him. Listen, I know we fought against each other in the First War, but I was hoping to ask you a question that has been bothering me for quite some time, said Athron nervously. I don't know, replied Naruto not bothering to look at Athron. Athron just blinked confused, but before he could ask what he meant by that, Naruto spoke again. You wish to ask me why I saved your life and the answer is, I don't know, said Naruto as he turned to face the young man. How did he know what I wanted to ask him? Thought Athron surprised. Naruto didn't say anything more, but didn't have to as alarms started to go off signaling that they would be going into battle. HN, said Naruto before heading towards Epion while Athron headed over to the savior. Athron didn't want to fight, but he wasn't going to just sit around and do nothing while others were put in danger. If fighting is what he had to do to help this war end quickly, then he would fight. Minerva's bridge, Captain, we are detecting over 50 Wyndham heading in our direction, relayed Arthur with a grim expression. What? I wasn't aware there was an Earth Alliance base around here, said Captain Gladys through narrowed eyes. We are picking up no signs of base nearby, but there is a carrier about a mile or two off the island's coast from us, said Myron. Ma'am, just received word, the Chaos is among the Wyndham, yelled Arthur. Damn, have all our mobile suits right away. Tell Athron he is in charge of this battle and ask Commander Uzumaki to try to scout for any base nearby, ordered Captain Gladys as the bridge started to lower. Yes ma'am, saluted Arthur before relaying the orders. Battle over the Indian Ocean, Shin. Remember, don't head too far out, ordered Athron as they headed towards the approaching Earth forces. Yeah I know, grumbled Shin, annoyed that he had to take orders from Athron. Commander, have you picked up any signs of a base? Asked Captain Gladys as she appeared on his screen. No, but I have the Zero system calculating the possible coordinates of any hidden bases where they could launch these Wyndham from. Requesting permission to leave the area to search for the base in designated coordinates, said Naruto before drawing his heat rod, then avoiding several blasts from approaching Wyndham mobile suits. Permission granted, just don't take too long Commander, said Captain Gladys. HN, replied Naruto before closing the link and going into the clouds to disappear from the enemy mobile suit's vision. The Wyndhams fired into the cloud recklessly as they prepared for Epion to make its move. They saw Epion's heat rod burst out of the clouds and the three Wyndham all dodged in different directions. Epion burst out of the clouds and cut the Wyndham on the far right in half right through with its beam saber before twisting its wrist and destroying the other two with a single swipe of its heat rod. Naruto noticed that the Impulse was fighting the rest of the Wyndham while the Savior fought with the Chaos. They are hiding the abyss, thought Naruto knowingly, as he transformed into his mobile armor form and took off in the direction of an island about a mile away. Epion had calculated that a base would be located in this vicinity and knew that the Zero system was never wrong when it came to making calculations. As he flew over the area, he could sense many people on the island, but was forced to do a barrel roll to avoid several beam blasts before he could scout any further. He looked down to see the Gaia taking aim at him and transformed into his mobile suit form. "You're the bastard that tried to kill Neo, I will make you pay," glared Stella as she fired several more shots at Epion. The Gaia, designed for close range and ground combat. "Let's see how well you match up to Epion, who specializes in those areas as well," said Naruto as he drew his beam saber and prepared to engage the Gaia. "Die!" yelled Stella as she fired at Epion. Epion easily dodged the attacks as it drew its beam saber, powered it up, and then charged at Gaia. Stella tried to keep Epion at bay with her beam rifle, but her eyes widened in horror when Epion ducked right under a beam at point blank before swinging its beam saber in an upward arc. The beam sword sliced right through Gaia's beam rifle before it spun around and delivered a swift kick at Gaia. Gaia quickly used the shield in its left hand to block the kick, but was still sent skidding back from the power behind the blow. "Pilot has good reflexes," thought Naruto as the Gaia pushed him off before transforming into its mobile armor form. He quickly put away his beam saber and drew his heat rod as the Gaia ran on all fours around him before opening fire at him. "Bastard, why won't you die?" cursed Stella angrily, as Epion jumped into the air to dodge the blasts. She was quickly forced to jump to side as Epion swung its heat rod at the spot she was just in. Gaia responded by activating the beam blades on each of its shoulders and charging at Epion at full speed. Epion landed on the ground and quickly had to jump backwards as two shots hit the spot it was in less than a second ago. Naruto's eyes narrowed as Gaia leapt at him before he had time to regain his bearings with its beam blades ready to cut him in half at the waist. That tactic might have worked against an average mobile suit, but Epion was far superior to any mobile suit when it came to maneuverability. The pilot of the Gaia learned this the hard way as Epion shot forward right under it, but not before grabbing both of its hind legs and dragging it into the air. "Ah!" screamed Stella as her Gundam was swung around at rapid speeds before it tossed at the ground with incredible force. She screamed in pain as her arm slammed up against the side of the and a loud snapping sound was heard. Epion gave her no time to catch her breath as it used its heat rod to wrap around the body of the Gaia. Naruto then used all of his mobile suit's strength to whip it into the air. Stella started to shake in fear as the heat rod retracted and Epion came at her with its beam saber drawn, ready to finish the job. If it were for the fact that she was able to twist her Gundam at the last moment, she would have been destroyed, but managed only to lose the beam blade on her right shoulder, which forced her to transform back into the mobile suit form. "No way, Stella doesn't want to die," yelled Stella as she drew her own beam saber and charged at Epion recklessly. The power and skill that Epion had shown had awakened her fear of death, and now she was fighting without thinking about her actions. How disappointing, thought Naruto as he parried her beam strike, then used Epion's superior strength to push Gaia back. "No, Stella won't die, Stella won't," yelled Stella hysterically, as she pushed Naruto off, then transformed into her mobile armor form, then ran away like a dog with its tail between its legs. Naruto frowned at the Gaia as he watched it completely head away from battle, leaving its comrades behind, but didn't bother to give chase as that wasn't his mission. He quickly located the Earth Force's base, but didn't bother to send the coordinates to the Minerva as he noticed the Impulse had disobeyed orders and had broke away from the Minerva to play the hero. Naruto shook his head at the boy because he still didn't realize that war was not something that he could waste time trying playing hero. It was a serious matter, and though saving those people were admirable, he could have always saved them after they had finished driving off the enemy. "Minerva, ma'am, Commander Uzumaki has sent a message saying that he has detected a large carrier about a mile away that the Chaos, Abyss, Gaia, and that Wyndham retreated to. He wishes to know if you want him to pursue it or not," reported Marin. "No, have all our pilots returned to the ship. We have already lost our escort ship and the Impulse and Savior are running low on power. I rather not lose any more comrades by acting hastily," said Captain Gladys. "Yes ma'am," replied Marin before sending out the orders to all mobile suit pilots. How was Commander Uzumaki able to find their base so quickly when we couldn't pick up anything on our radar until we reached within a half-mile of the base, wondered Arthur. His unit has a built-in AI system called the Zero System, according to the disk he gave me when we first met. This system is more advanced than any other piece of technology ever made and allows him to calculate infinite scenarios and other details when he activates it, explained Captain Gladys. An AI system, muttered Marin with a hint of confusion. She had never heard of such a thing being used before in a mobile suit and would have to ask her sister about it. Wow, I wonder why they haven't built more of those things, said Arthur, surprised. That is something you will have to speak with the chairman with, as I don't know the answer to that question either, said Captain Gladys. Minerva Hangar. Naruto had just exited his Gundam and was about to take his leave when he saw Athrun and Shin glaring at each other with a small crowd surrounding them. If he was anyone else, he might have been curious to why the two were glaring at each other, but as it was he couldn't give a damn. They had just better move out of his way because he didn't feel like listening to them argue. What do you think you were doing out there? Asked Athrun angrily. Shin just remained silent, but glared defiantly at Athrun. Do you think war is some game where you can play hero? Yelled Athrun. Those people needed help, argued Shin, but eyes went wide when he saw Athrun's hand about to hit his face. He closes his eyes and braced himself for the impact, but when nothing happened he opened his eyes. He saw Commander Uzumaki had stopped Athrun's hand. A traitor has no right to criticize others when they disobey orders, said Naruto with a slight narrowing of his eyes before releasing Athrun's hands. Everyone quickly saluted the commander before leaving the area quickly so they weren't reprimanded next. Naruto didn't say anything more before brushing past Athrun. Shin just glared at Athrun one last time before brushing past him as well. Athrun just watched them leave, but didn't say anything more. Luna watched the whole thing happen and waited until Commander Uzumaki and Shin left before approaching Athrun. Naruto. Hey, I didn't need your help back there, yelled Shin as he caught up with Naruto. Naruto stopped walking before glancing back at the boy with an impassive expression on his face. HN, replied Naruto before he continued walking as if he didn't even hear the boy. Damn him, thinking he is so much better than me, glared Shin as he clenched his fists in anger as he watched Naruto's back. He would show that man he didn't need his help if it was the last thing he did. The delusional boy failed to realize that Naruto could care less about him and didn't stop Athrun because he wanted to help him. It was just something he did because he didn't like to see a traitor talk to someone else about going against orders, as it was hypocritical. Naruto quietly made his way to the bridge, as he wanted to find out how far away from the Mamahul base they were. He reached the bridge to find Captain Gladys and Arthur going over some logs before looking up at him when they realized he had entered the bridge. Commander, smiled Talia. Captain, how far away from the Mamahul base are we? Asked Naruto, getting straight to the point as always. According to our map about a day away at tops, and I will inform the whole crew when we reach there. We will be receiving a beacon from them once we enter their waters, which will give us permission to dock, replied Talia. HN, I am requesting permission to upgrade the Zaku warrior piloted by Luna Maria Hawk, said Naruto to the surprise of Arthur and Talia. What? Why? Spluttered Talia before regaining her composure. The girl specializes in using the gunner pack, and having her play a support role to Epion would increase the overall efficiency of both our units in battle. I could use the Zaku Phantom if you like as well, but I would still need to upgrade that to handle the program I wish to install, explained Naruto. The woman still didn't know that the only reason Luna Maria was assigned to the Minerva was because he told the chairman a long time ago to pair him up with a Zaku gunner should he need the support. He doubted he would run into any unit on the Earth forces that could pose a threat to him, since those Phantom Pain pilots were too messed up to pose any threat, but he did not wish to underestimate the power of Orb, especially with rumors of the Freedom kidnapping Kigali. Well, if it is okay with you, Commander, I would like to run this by both them. I think it would be best if they knew what was going on before just being hurled into it, said Talia. Naruto just nodded his head before taking his leave of the bridge. That was interesting, blinked Arthur. Break, Chairman, said Naruto as he sat in his. He had received a message from the man the moment they docked in ZAFT's base in Mamahul. It had interrupted him when he was examining the Zaku warrior, but knew it must be important, at least to the chairman, or he wouldn't have contacted him when they were slowly but surely making their way to Gibraltar base. Naruto-san, it is good to hear from you again. I wish to know how everything is going aboard the Minerva, smiled Durandal. The ship is fine, replied Naruto, knowing that wasn't the real reason Durandal had contacted him. Ah, never the one for small talk, are you, Naruto-san? Very well, I guess I better get to the point of why I truly have contacted you, sighed Durandal with an amused look in his eyes. I have read over your reports on how the Phantom organization operates, and I believe if they are truly as influential as you say, then they will continue to attack you all. I was thinking of sending another unit to the Minerva, but wanted your opinion before I did so, explained Durandal. Adding another unit would increase our numbers, but might make the already pathetic team efficiency worse. There is already strife between Athrun and Shin, as it seems the boy doesn't like taking orders from others. He believes he deserves the position of giving out orders due to his recent rise in skill, said Naruto. That is troubling, as I hope those two would learn to work together. It seems Shin might still hold a grudge against Athrun for being a part of ORB instead of staying with Zaft, frowned Durandal. I have requested to upgrade the Zaku warrior, but Captain Gladys seems to be against the idea. I would like permission to go through with it anyway despite her misgivings otherwise, said Naruto. Of course, in fact, that might be even better than adding a new unit if you start to train Rei or that girl to be better pilots, smiled Durandal. Naruto frowned slightly at that because he didn't like what the chairman was implying, but knew he would have to train Luna or Rei somewhat depending which one of their units he upgraded. Well, now that we have that settled, I will see you all when you finally reach Gibraltar, said Durandal before closing the link. Which mobile suit should I upgrade, Epion? The Zaku Phantom piloted by the clone of Raoul Crescent or Luna's Zaku warrior? Thought Naruto with a contemplative look in his eyes. Commander, sir, you wanted to see me? Asked Luna with a hint of nervousness. She couldn't recall any time that the commander had personally requested to see anyone, and she was worried she had done something wrong. The Minerva had just managed to take out another Earth Alliance base yesterday, and the very next morning she gets a request to meet her commander in the hangar. At first she was hoping it was Athrun, but then saw Naruto there waiting for her next to her Zaku. She kind of felt bad because she had been so busy trying to get Athrun's attention lately, that she completely forgot about Naruto and her promise to get to know him better. The man had saved her life and she just blows him, but then again, he was probably happy to not have her bother him constantly. I have added a new program upgrade to your Zaku that I want you to become proficient with using, said Naruto as he pressed the up button once Luna stepped onto the lift. What, you have been messing around with my Zaku? Exclaimed Luna with a bit anger. How dare he mess with her mobile suit? That was like entering through her private things without permission in her opinion. Yes, replied Naruto, not in the least bit concerned about her tone of voice. He gestured for her to enter which she did, but not before glaring at him lightly. Luna sat down in her and started up her mobile suit. Everything looked the same, but then when the screen came on there was an extra program called the Zero. What the hell was the Zero system? What is this? Asked Luna curiously. The Zero system is a high-powered combat supercomputer capable of transmitting situational information, statistics, and battle data directly to the pilot's brain through direct interface. The one I have programmed into your Zaku is an upgraded yet watered-down version of the one used by Epion and Wing Zero, explained Naruto. No way, this is the AI system that Marin must have been talking about, thought Luna with wide eyes. Marin had told her, Shin, and Rei what she had heard about the commander's mobile suit in hopes of learning more about it from them, but none of them, including Rei, knew about such a system. Shin called a useless piece of equipment, but she and Rei knew that it must be incredibly powerful if it couldn't be replicated by any Zaft techs. Now she finds out that her commander put one in her unit, but the question was why. I don't understand, why would you give me this? Asked Luna with a slight frown. She was happy to be trusted with such a powerful device, but there had to be more to it. Tell me everything you know about my mobile suit, ordered Naruto impassively. Luna just blinked before she started to tell him everything she knew about Epion. The name of your Gundam is Epion and it specializes in close-range combat. It is without a doubt the fastest mobile suit ever built and probably has better maneuverability than any other mobile suit as well, started Luna. It is made out of Gundanium alloy, which is 3x times stronger than phase shift armor, which is used on all other Gundam models. This allows it to take extensive damage and still fight at full capacity, but the downside of Epyon is that it possesses only two main weapons that can both only be used for close to mid-range combat. The first weapon it can use is a heat rod that is able to extend to incredible lengths. The heat rod can reach temperatures so high that it can severely damage and possibly even cut through phase shift armor, paused Luna to catch her breath. The second weapon that Epyon uses is a beam saber that is directly linked to its core reactor, allowing it to become longer, thicker, and more powerful than any average beam saber. Epyon can also employ the claws over each hand as weapons as well to tear through its enemies, but needs to be extremely close to them to do so, finished Luna. Naruto was impressed because the girl's knowledge on his mobile suit was almost completely accurate. The only problem was she left out the last weapon he was able to use with the Epyon, but that was mainly because she had just learned about the Zero system. Everything you said was true, and now can you tell me why I would upgrade your Zaku with the Zero, knowing what it can do in my range of abilities with Epyon? Asked Naruto. Luna had a contemplative look in her eyes as she thought about everything she had just said and wherein it would explain why she was given the Zero. It didn't take long before her eyes lit up in understanding and shock at what it could imply. If the Zero system can truly do all the things you claim it can, then I could use it to provide better protection to the Minerva and support for you with my Gunner Pack. The Gunner Pack provides me with incredible long-range possibilities, which would ideally be a perfect support for your Gundam, gasped Luna. Naruto just nodded his head at the girl and she started to stumble over her next words. Commander, I am deeply honored, but you are practically the best pilot in Zaft. I doubt even Shin or Athrun could even touch you in their Gundams despite your disadvantage. Why would you need my help? Said Luna. I was not sent here to be the main combat specialist. My main goal is to protect the Minerva at all costs, and I cannot do that alone when we keep facing increasing large number of forces, said Naruto seriously. This was the main difference between his fighting styles with the Earth forces compared to his style with Zaft. When he served with the Earth forces he had traveled with a large fleet and didn't have to worry about protecting his ship because there were plenty others that could be assigned specifically for that job. This meant he didn't have to use the Zero system except when he faced an opponent like the Freedom and Justice because of the seeds Athrun and Kira possessed. Since joining Zaft and being assigned to the Minerva, Naruto had to keep the Zero system activated during the whole battle even when facing opponents who stood no chance against him even without it on. The reason he had to do this is that Luna and Rei's mobile suit could not fight unless in space or solid ground. They were both forced to stay on the deck of the Minerva, which severely limited their movements and made them open targets for any that broke the line. Naruto had to use the Zero to tell him the battle patterns so the Minerva would take minimum damage as Shin and Athrun would be fighting the stolen Gundams while he fought the rest of the damn forces. There was only one battle that he didn't have to activate it, and that was the last battle because they had a large escort of ships assisting them. He was growing tired of the damn visions that Epyon kept showing him, so to lower the amount of time he spent with the Zero activated, he had installed a version of it in the Zaku Warrior. Naruto only hoped that Luna was prepared to do some serious training to master it to the degree that would prove beneficial in battle. I understand, and I will try my best to perform well, sir, smiled Luna, as she couldn't wait to start learning how to use this system. She had always hoped that she could receive a Gundam like the Impulse or Savior, but knew the chances of that were slim to none. Now she was getting the chance to train under the best pilot Zaft had, and with some luck, she might be able to learn enough to fight on an equal level with any Gundam with her Zaku. It was an opportunity she wasn't going to waste and looked forward to. If she only knew the hell Naruto was going to put her through, then she might have regretted being so anxious. Captain's office. Rei, it is nice to see you. How are you? Smiled Captain Gladys. Only the chairman and maybe Naruto, because the man seemed to know everything, knew how close she and Rei were despite the fact they never showed it in public. I am well, Captain, but I wish to speak with you about a matter that has reached my attention, saluted Rei before relaxing. Oh? Asked Talia curiously. It has come to my knowledge that Commander Uzumaki has performed an upgrade on Luna Maria's Zaku Warrior. I mean no offense, but I believe that my mobile suit is better suited for that particular upgrade, said Rei. He really didn't care that he wasn't picked, but knew he could learn more about the man if he added the Zero upgrade to his Zaku Phantom, which is why he was hoping to get it switched to his mobile suit. I know what you are talking about, and when I was informed by the chairman a few days ago that Naruto would be given permission to do such a thing, I requested he add the upgrade to your mobile suit. I am afraid though, that I cannot order him to do anything because he still outranks me despite my new faith status, and the final decision was his to make. He seems to believe Luna Maria's Zaku will be better suited for such an upgrade, and there is nothing we can say to change his mind, said Talia with an apologetic look. I understand, Captain, saluted Ray before taking his leave with an upset look in his eyes. Minerva Hangar, 2 hours later. Your reaction time is too slow, and you are still taking too long to fire your shots, criticized Naruto as he looked down at Luna, who was breathing heavily. Luna didn't even have the strength to reply or glare at her commander as she was trying to prevent herself from passing out. She had never imagined that it would be this hard to do a mere targeting exercise. At first she was doing well. Anytime a coordinate would pop up she would instantly shift to the proper position and take out the target, but then Naruto activated the Zero system and it went from easy to hell. The Zero was able to pinpoint the location of every target within moments and even pointed out the ones she should take out first. The only problem was that when she took too long to get into position, the Zero system would point out a different target that came more of a threat because of her slow reaction time, and she was forced to try to eliminate the new threat. It was absolutely crazy, and in the end, she ended up failing several times without even coming close to succeeding. How the hell is he able to use such a system? Wait a minute, didn't he say this was a watered-down version? Thought Luna before she realized exactly what that meant. I see you finally understand the true power of what I have installed into your Zaku, said Naruto impassively. There is no way, no coordinator on Earth would be able to handle such a mental strain, and you're a natural. It just isn't possible, panted Luna in disbelief. It is true, I highly doubt anyone can master the Zero within Epion or Zero, but the one I installed into your Zaku is another story. One merely needs to possess a strong mind to master this upgrade. Be prepared because tomorrow you will face the same exercise, said Naruto before taking his leave. I can't wait until the Minerva docks, thought Luna, but then another thought entered her mind that caused her to shiver. She had hoped to get the chance to brag about the new upgrade to her mobile suit to her friends, but she was just so damn tired and didn't have the energy. Perhaps later, when she had taken a nice nap and regained her energy, then she would start bragging. Dioquia's port. The Minerva had finally arrived at the Zaft port base Dioquia, though they still had a ways to go to reach Gibraltar base, their main destination. It was still a much-needed rest from all the fighting they had done lately, and the crew looked forward to their vacation, some more than others. Dioquia was a beautiful city, and reminded Naruto of Orb, but much smaller in size and population. Naruto planned on enjoying the scenery, but sensed two very familiar presences and looked up into the sky. Two mobiles followed by a large carrier were landing in the base, and one of the mobile suits was painted pink while holding a very beautiful girl with long flowing pink hair. He instantly recognized her as the girl that had came to see him every day for 2 weeks before disappearing to do whatever the chairman had planned for her. Mir Campbell, which was her name if Naruto remembered correctly, who had her genes altered or some type of cosmic surgery to transform her into an identical copy of Lacus Clyne, at least in the looks department. She looked to be happy, which is rare because he had only ever seen her truly happy when she came to visit him. Otherwise, she was also sad and depressed as if he had an awful life. Thought Naruto before turning around to meet with the chairman, as he had better things to do than worry about some young woman with identity issues. He passed by Athrun and noticed that Luna and Marin were standing extremely close to him as he watched Mir sing. From the look in the boy's eyes, Naruto could tell he knew the girl's real name, but was merely acting as if she was the real Lacus Clyne. This caused Naruto's eyes to narrow slightly, as the boy had once again betrayed his friends because he doubted he told the true Lacus what was really going on with her fake. No doubt, they would be quite upset with him when they learned he not only joined Zaft, but also knew about this fake Lacus all along. Athrun Zala, I did try to warn you not to join Zaft, thought Naruto with an emotionless look in his eyes before disappearing into the shadows. Chairman, we are honored to have you here, sir, bowed one of the many commanders respectfully. I am glad to see everything is well here despite all that has happened. I would like to speak with you all more later on the status of the base, but excuse me, smiled Durandal. The soldiers just saluted him and let the chairman through as he made his way over towards Naruto, who was walking towards him. "Chairman," nodded Naruto as he stood in front of the man. "Naruto-san, I am glad to see you made it this far in one piece," chuckled Durandal, but Naruto just remained as impassive as ever. "I see your sense of humor hasn't changed much, but I guess that would be hoping for too much. Anyway, let's get down to business. Were you able to find out any information on Logos, the current division of Blue Cosmos that has been instigating this entire war?" said Durandal as they headed towards a large mansion in the distance. "No, I never worked for Logos, so I never cared for what they were doing. The most I can tell you is about the Phantom units they are using. I have already sent you all the data on how the Phantom units operate and what they are specifically trained in," answered Naruto. "I guess that will do for now, but I was hoping to learn more about the individuals who ran Logos," said Durandal with a slight frown. "Chairman," saluted Talia as she approached the man with Ray at her side. Ray seemed to glare at Naruto because he was hoping to speak to the man who was like a father to him alone, but Naruto was ruining that. Talia was feeling the same way, but knew now was not the time to show such emotions. They both didn't realize that Naruto knew plenty about their relationship and could care less about it. "I will be taking my leave," said Naruto before brushing past Talia and Ray without so much as a glance. "Thank you again for all your help, Naruto-san," smiled Durandal, but Naruto didn't bother to turn around. On his way out, he passed by Luna, Athron, and Shin, who had arrived courtesy of a limo. Durandal was no doubt going to tell them about Logos and Blue Cosmos' involvement in instigating the war, then use that to further manipulate them. He had no doubt the man would succeed in doing it as well because he was a master charmer. The only one who had a mind enough to not fall under his complete was Luna Maria, but that was because she didn't have any personal grief influencing her decisions like Shin and Athron. Luna was also more level-headed than those two fools as well in Naruto's opinion, which worked in favor for him. Though girl did seem to have an infatuation with men who were in positions of powers, which is why she followed Athron around like a puppy at times so she might fall under the chairman's manipulations. Oh well, it didn't concern him in the least, so he wouldn't let it bother him. "Break. Where are we going?" asked Naruto. He had been hoping to spend his time going over some logs in Epion, but Luna had begged him to come with her this morning to get some breakfast, but so far they were nowhere near getting breakfast. "I was thinking we could have Athron join us," smiled Luna. The truth was that she was still upset at what happened after the meeting she had with the chairman when Lacus had showed up and immediately latched onto Athron. It was as he completely forgot she was there, and she was not happy about that. She would never admit that she was incredibly jealous, but decided to pay him back and hoped he would get jealous when he saw her with Naruto. Luna started to sweat nervously as Naruto's piercing blue eyes bore into her own as if he knew that he was using him. She only hoped he wouldn't reprimand her or anything like that because the training with him lately had been hard enough as it is. "HN," replied Naruto as he stepped into the elevator with the girl. He knew what the girl was doing, and knew he should probably tell the girl that Athron would care less who she was with, seeing as how he was in love with that Kigali girl, but allowed Luna to have her delusions. It was not his business, and as long as he eventually got breakfast, he would go along with it. "I think this is his room," said Luna as she knocked on the door. She waited patiently and frowned because she could swear it sounded like more than one person was in the room. The girl was about to knock again, but stopped when the door opened and a familiar girl wearing a very revealing pink nightgown stood in the doorway. "Can I help you?" asked Mir curiously. Sorry, I thought this was Athron Zala's room, not yours, Lacus-sama," spluttered Luna apologetically. Mir's eyes narrowed as she immediately noticed the way Luna said Athron's name and didn't like it. She was about to say something when she looked past Luna and saw a familiar person leaning against the wall and staring at her with a blank look. "Naruto-kun," said Mir with wide eyes. She didn't even realize Athron coming up behind her or anything else as she stared into Naruto's eyes and felt like dirt as she realized what she was wearing. This was not the way she wanted to see Naruto again and wished she was invisible to avoid his piercing gaze. "HN," replied Naruto as he stared back at the girl, with a bit of a disapproving look before his eyes returned to their usual impassiveness. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.